Не жалеет ультимейт и фармит. Масочку бы еще, но даже так, да, то есть неплохие слоты. И тринкет хорошо, и лопата лучший слот. И под некоторых героев дерево.
Это да.
Ну, брошенный хард для Лины. То есть...
Попытается его разобрать Ли, но тут дэмэджа явно не хватит таким сетапом. Тем более, что у Свена уже почти закончился его ультимейт.
Да, приходите попозже, когда левел будет побольше, а потом докупит ДК, еще проблемки снизу.
Так, а получится ли его забрать?
Ну,
Закончился
если долго
контроль.
бежать,
но он регенится.
можно будет кинуть, да, еще один стан, но я думаю, они видели у него рейндропы.
И рейндроп, и третий левел уже Драгонблада, так что там
нам показывает, что он срубил дерево. Успел срубить дерево, поэтому его не связало.
Красава, что ж. А тут пока у нас арена реализуется, и для еще одного фрага для Лины все это было сделано теперь уже в паре.
Скажу так, пока Интервьерно, конечно, не блистает, 1500 у них. Нетверс разницы.
Да. Ну, в ней уже там 5 фрагов, так что понятное дело, что Лина будет отрываться.
Не просто так делать. Я сейчас еще вижу Марса, да, который пробегает просто мимо большого количества стаков. Как бы было бы здорово, знаешь, как-то смокануться, может забежать, зафармить их за следующий ульт Свен, например. Ты боюсь, сейчас Лина сходит, их заберет и еще денег получит. Да,
и можно собираться в КИС. Собственно, почему бы и нет.
Может собираться во что получается? Сейчас у них 8 команд, да, в 4 команды. В полуфинал, получается, можно будет собираться.
Ну, вообще, я видела пару каток от Пакчампа в рамках групповой стадии, из тех, которых я комментировала. И там, если честно, были грустные катки. По-моему, против Fantastic Five играли, когда там вообще такое досадное поражение было. Вот именно потому, что, ну, не играет так обычно Пакчамп. Но здесь видно то, что они собраны, действуют, все у них налажено, все хорошо. И будем надеяться, что свою марку они держать все-таки будут. Ну, а пока Т1 вышка на топе забирается с разменом Ли, скорее всего, там ДК форму прожал, чтобы побить внизу Т1 вышку. Но насколько он близок к тому, чтобы ее забрать, тоже пока не очень ясно. Вряд ли он там сильнее ее бьет, нежели чем двое персонажей из команды Пакчамп.
Маловероятно, да.
Но там подтягивается все равно больше народу. Понятное дело, что хотят размениваться вышками. А Торонто штуки, что... Ну, Травела планируется, конечно, тоже не густо.
Ну, опять же, Травела — это прикольный вариант, потому что ты где-то там, условно, стан дает ДК, ты прилетаешь, да, хлопуешь воевать. Но, ну, тут мне кажется, что вариант с Witchblade все же более разумен, потому что, ну, он просто позволяет где-то в соло что-то сделать.
Хотя бы дэмэджа больше наносить и то. Видимо, то, что Мипошка размансил все-таки в итоге.
0 помощи. Ну ладно.
Справился. Обсанцевал.
Не понял, да, где противник.
Но он думал, что он там лесочки внутри спрятался, но он успел отойти под тавер, так что все получилось очень круто. А тем временем Коллапс забирает Дукалис, себе лишнюю копеечку присвоив. Ну и хорошо, Т1 вышку забрали, фраг сделали, остались безнаказанными. Так что для них тоже плюсовая ситуация получилась. И в целом хорошо, что сейчас круто по фарму держится Свен сам. У него первое место по Неперсу с неплохим таким отрывом относительно Крылата. А Крылат во что выходить будет?
Не знаю, во что будет выходить, но по идее Крылат такой здесь, судя по линии, полустап пока получается. Когда босс что-то пытается фармить, пытается как-то жить, а Свен, судя по всему, ультимейтом просто забрал стаки в лесу. И поэтому так резко вырос вперед. И, по идее, либо Крылат, либо Долина, Диспирейт могут пойти сделать схожий буст по голде для себя в своем лесу.
Ну, пока такого не произошло, просто интересно, там будет через Редианс или... Да, будет. Без армлета и прочего, просто Редианс после фейзов будет. Ну что ж, это долгоиграющий билд. Нужно довольно много времени ему еще выделить, потому что до Сакрада ему еще 1400 золота не хватает.
И это довольно прикольно, в том плане, что у него есть Shadow Demon, то есть шанс иногда, если там ты не молодец, не прокликаешь, просто давать этому самому Shadow Demon возможность радик получить себе.
Так, ну что ж, Коллапса также привязали. Диспирейт будет продолжать его фокусить. В случае чего лагуна есть, можно добивать ею. Это получилось сделать. Unstoppable стрик уже для Диспирейта имеется. И он продолжает доминировать. Ну, что
они будут с Минером делать? То есть их уже немного поджимают. То есть Минер, конечно, лучше себя чувствует от дефа, чем от нападения, но все равно играбельно, потому что можно где-то вот, да, сделать такие закладочки.
Вот закладочка теперь пошла.
На которые ты приходишь, и, к сожалению, ХП здоровья нет, и... Вот опять же, тут нужно гонение интервернить, чтобы залетать не по обычным дорогам.
Самый большой плюс для Астрала в этой ситуации то, что получилось отжать как-то морально этот лес. И вот как раз если попытается туда Спирит команда выйти пофармить, они уже нарвутся на большое количество этих закладок. Вижу то, что там есть уже по направлению ближе к миду.
Еще
на
две,
дальних
да,
спотах.
плюс он, по идее, мины может ставить в Рошпит, мины может ставить на руны, мины может ставить на горы, то есть давать ультимативными какой-никакой вижон, обычными минами какой-никакой вижон. Это все не очень просто ломать. зажимается. Вот здесь, да, вижу закладку у него между спотами. Да, прямо на спот кидают, вот на медведемона слева. 5-6 мин, вот они стоят, нормально себя чувствуют.
Да, и он неподалеку остается, там еще подкладывает что-то, по крайней мере.
Ну, тут, очевидно, надо примерно обрисовать для себя в голове, где этот миньор сейчас находился, что он делал. И просто туда не ходить, на самом деле. То есть денег он с того, что просто стоит мина, не особо много получает. И можно, допустим, зафармить вот свой треугольник, да, который они обвардили, где они стоят, на Свена играют. Можно обвардить, пойти поставить во вражеский лес, где аванпост стоит.
Хотят подраться за медвышку, видимо. Есть смоук от спиритов. Зацепили Дукалиса. Будут его забирать. Есть возможность это сделать по-быстрому, хотя Дукалис еще выигрывает время. Станчик нажал, пытался убежать на втором скилле. Не получилось это сделать. Ну, не та цель, ради которой хотелось бы смоук нажимать, но ты один вышку приберут.
Не можешь убежать на втором спыле, если Рубик находится под вторым спылом.
Но он его украсть успел?
Он успел украсть, и тоже на нем там прям этот выехал. Очень так интересно у него анимации проходит, когда это он-то делает. И вот, типа, ты занимаешься вражеский лес, обваживаешь его и сейвишь свою ставку. Только на сегодня использует этот код нашего партнера ГГБет.
Да, возможно, понадобится в этой карте.
Да.
Пока преимущество...
Причем, знаешь, в ликбезе написано, что учти, код действует только пока идет наш матч, но по факту код не меняется весь день. То есть на сегодняшний день вот каждый раз вот он такой. Поэтому запоминайте и просто страхуйте свои ставочки.
Это круто. Но суммарно пока перевес для пакчампов не такой большой и очень сильно дисбалансит ситуацию Ятора, который довольно богат. Но очень-очень сильно все-таки в отстающих позициях у нас верно находится. Я надеюсь, там все-таки травела уже есть и рисунок дальнейшего билда имеется, но пока мы его не знаем. Пока крылат у нас тут выскочил поближе к рунке и получил стан коллапса. Мели срывается один под Т1 вышку. Тут есть Дукалис, который поддерживает еще дополнительным контролем. Отличный контроль получился на Торонто Токи. Выдает курсу, и Мелису приходится не так хорошо, как хотелось бы. Его будут убивать. Будет ли какой-то размен? Тут уже крылат попытается побороться, и это минус мира. Размен хардлейнера на четверку такое себе. Пока что звучит, но у Лины проблемы. Лина погибает, Лина отдает стрик, и крылат вместе с этим теряет реинкарнацию. Его можно также еще подбить второй раз, но контроль от Дукалиса дает времени для крылата, чтобы выбраться оттуда. Коллапс забирает этот стрик 500 золота ценой.
Я не знаю, что это мины. Они же знают, что это мин. Там же вард стоял, он при вас ставил.
Но крылат, видимо, то, что здесь все-таки тоже погибает.
Видимо,
окупилось все равно.
Типа он просто умер после байбека. Для Рубика сейчас это просто колоссальный минус по финансам. То есть ты умер, ничего не сделал, грубо говоря. Выкупился, умер, ничего не сделал. Опять же, у них стоит вард, они поморгали даже на эти мины такие, типа, ну там... Вместе с миньором вместе.
Мира, беги, не вставай.
Такая вот история, просто всей толпой зашли. У нас есть возможность вывести графики по нанесенному урону, я посмотрел бы, сколько будет у миньора по итогу вот такого заливого дэмэджа. Ну да, он почти лучше в своей команде, 6300 уже.
На втором месте, да, после Лины, которая по очевидным причинам больше имеет, но лучше всех, кто из команды Spirit на данный этап. Круто, действительно. Пока миньор качественно отыгрывает. Правда, жаль, что никого, кроме Рубика, этими минами на миде не получилось забрать, но это был экстренный случай.
Забирал перед дракой, то есть
да?
когда-то там, да, то есть заходил. Так что вроде бы и ок. Кошка пытается жить.
Он хочет гадостей побольше сделать перед этим, но недостаточно их сделал, да и много народу набралось, поэтому я-то раздал назад.
Фраер ли он при этом или нет?
Я думаю, в его ситуации нет. Так, ну что, ТК будет делать Блэккин-бар. У Ятора, я там думаю, тоже все хорошо.
Да, все просто будут БКБшки. Возможно, кроме Винтерверна, который временно все-таки Аганим, я думаю, даст больше. Но вот в файте он уже, типа, стукнул разочек, просто стукнул, да, то есть без Вичблейда, без ничего по Варскину. Там уже было не очень приятно вытекать в процентах от четвертого Архиберна, типа 4-й сплинтер в него залетел. И скоро вот появится Witchblade, еще раз, можно интервью? Сколько там интеллекта? Ну, типа вот еще, да, у тебя даже сейчас будет Dota 74, и это вдвойне неприятно, потому что все на тебя летит. И здесь у нас ТП от Лины под ВК. Будет эту интервью пытаться собрать, но там еще довольно порядочно по времени Артик Бёрн, если он может просто улететь.
Он решил...
Да, выиграть себе время и ТП аут. Ну, можно попробовать угадать, там дать там куда-нибудь. Они даже дали на Мелис, это не так работает. Типа,
ну, он пытался.
Мог бы через минуту прийти и с такой же вероятностью попасть, потому что там кто-то мог бы быть еще, но не Винтерверна, не вот это.
Так, видим то, что у нас Мипошка дивардингом занимался, Дукалис это дело запалил, пока просто то, что здесь куча народу трется. И будет попытка атаки на миньора Ли.
Да? Ну, они понимают, что свой лес уже не вариант, типа надо занять вражеский, хотя попытаться. Они
Во вражеском тоже клад уже.
Да, и они вот пришли, то есть минер переместился, и вот им надо было этот момент понять, что он здесь, и либо принести чуть больше центре, либо, то есть вот пока минер здесь, уйти свой лес раздеварить, там, не знаю, гем купить, еще что-нибудь. Против минера очень важно именно вот как команда, то есть ну, не фидить.
Там еще я вижу то, что на Лину опять напали. Минус половина хп.
Лина, я
Минус
думаю.
Лина, действительно, здесь Торонто Токио уже отрабатывают. Втроем на нее напали, получилось сделать фраг. Но вот по вышкам пока все не так хорошо идет у команды Пакчам. Хотелось бы на миде уже Тайзен снести.
А им очень тяжело это делать, опять,
да.
потому что вот Свен уже сильный, Винтерверна душит тебя просто по левелу, то есть герой очень крутой даже без вещей, а тут еще и вещи начинают появляться, и поэтому ты где-то приходишь, ну и нормально не можешь засейвить героя. То есть. И вот в рамках того, как они провели линии, да, то есть они же лидировали по голде, лидировали по фрагам, у них очень круто линия отстояла. Вот в такой игре минер не очень нужен, потому что он не может позволить себе закрепить какой-то пуш,
поговорят об этом, если до хайграунда дойдут.
Быструю драку, типа, провести и так далее. То есть у тебя вот обычный минер, вот он любит, когда все-таки вот, не сильно выиграли линии, и он там начинает где-то вот по карте вас макро игру показывать, зажимать и все прочее. А если нужно просто тебе бить вышку, ну, типа, вот в этом он не очень хорош.
Ну, конечно. Тут от дефа все равно можно будет очень хорошо игру перевернуть за счет этого минера.
Но потом.
Потом до этого доживем. Пока вышки отдают, в целом особо не дерутся за это дело. На миде там была такая стычка, которая все-таки кроваво для них самих обошлась, так что, может, и не стоит так это делать.
Но если ты этого не будешь делать, то Винтерверн, опять же, на левеле будет такой же, как какой-нибудь Найтсталкер. То есть ты нигде не чувствуешь себя безопасно. То есть вот что-то случилось, откуда из леса вылетела тычка, и ты понимаешь, что ты умер.
Ну, пока Пакчампу просто аккуратно свой лес пытаются фармить, держатся вместе, пытаются не разделяться. И Ятора фармит. Там, по идее, уже рейдинг же появился.
Да, да. А здесь БКБ.
А здесь БКБ.
БКБ
Печально.
будет Дагер, Сию, Кирасу делать.
Уже 2 блокинбара есть на самых таких плотных персонажей команды Spirit.
Это минус весь урон от Белки, Минера, ВРки.
Да и от Лины тоже, да.
Да. То есть тебя там сурки не очень
Мелис.
много бьют.
Подцепили его на стан, теперь будут его разбивать через Ятора. Ятора, конечно же, с ним разберется буквально за пару тычек. И рядом крылат, но он уже ничего не сделает. Астрал также попался, Бластоп нажимает, перемещается уже.
Интересно, что он реально смог переехать. Скрывается где-то там Мира через Лину.
Но Мира, ладно, он тут уже, видим, частенько попадался.
Интересно, что он по итогу вот урона спас. То есть не дал... Точнее, дал улететь, но не дал получить урон.
То есть он его как-то скастовал за миллисекунду до того, как его в астрал кинули, или что?
Ну, типа того.
Началась анимация этого.
В полете его спрятали. Слушай, как же тяжело Shadow демона, что он не может за 2 тычки сломать эту мину.
Ну, Shadow демон тут у нас уже и другим промышляет. В любом случае лес почистили, теперь здесь можно пофармить.
Там еще осталось одно место опасное для них.
Но так далеко такое ощущение, что они не хотят лезть.
Не, он между точками, где они обычно выходят. И обновленные коэффициенты, то есть 3.32 на 1.3. Причем мне кажется, что на самом деле не первый раз просто вижу цифру 3.32 за сегодня. И дело не в твоей футболке, а в том, что, возможно, пытаются направленно наши партнеры избежать на 1/10 меньше цифры.
Но так или иначе, Вера действительно подупала достаточно объективно. Показали себя Спирита в ближайших файтах очень неплохо. И в первую очередь, конечно же, это заслуга Ятора, который очень хорошо одет. 2 блокинбара, ни разу не пришлось их пока нажимать. Вот сейчас, возможно, придется коллапс. Хотя, видимо, то, что Мели ставит арену, в случае, если придется ливать, тогда и нажмут. Винтерверна приходит, ее застанили, ее спрятал Непошка, чтобы дальше дэмэджа не пошло. Теперь нужно Лину покусить. Лина прожимает БКБ. Лину со всех сторон пытается пойти, ставит паузу.
Свен вылетел, обидно. И потому что Винтерверне нужно было нажимать в Лину ультимейт. А так ему сейчас тапки, потому что ты видишь, вот парня чуть выше левее Винтерверна. Да. Вот он пришел не за номерком, он пришел дать крит. И он гарантированно залетит сейчас.
Этот скрита, по идее, должен сложиться.
Должен сложиться. Ну, то есть там, по 500 хп было. Может быть, не прямо вот умрет. Но вот я вижу, да, в замедленном кадре.
То, что замахнулся крит.
То, что крит, это да, потому что 2000 Лина еще летит. То есть суммарно должно будет хватить. Что Лина в БКБ, наверное, что-то может накидать.
Но там развернуться и поставить курсу не успеет даже.
Не, можно попробовать успеть, если не тратил третью обилку на себя нажать. Потому что ВК очевидно ударит тебя с руки.
А что он получит в эту третью обилку? Что еще не в откате из тех, кто...
Ну, у Лина даже мало все, что-то, наверное, откулдаунится. Ну, то есть он же будет это все регениться, плюс рейдинс получит.
Но проблема еще в том, что может стан к этому моменту откатиться и прям под...
Может. Ну, то есть, давай
Колбу
так, если
тебе
он
и
сколько-то
станет.
поживет, для него это лучше, если он просто сейчас умрет, и ВК будет бить его друзей дальше.
Факт.
Вопрос в том, то есть, встанет ли Интроверно еще или нет. Может ли он что-то нажать или нет.
По-моему, он не был в стане сейчас. Я не вижу значка стана над ним.
Это ничего не значит,
Да.
к сожалению.
Но пока мы можем только предполагать. Ну, что поделать? Смотрим на водичку. Любуемся этой замечательной дракой на реке. Мы и так тут стоим. Ну что, интересная ситуация складывается.
Смотри, смотри, сейчас наш обзервер чуть выше камеру повернет, то видишь, почему Интроверно умрет.
Почему?
Вот именно наверх, то есть в космос. А там камень падает, метеорит. Динозавры от этого вымерли.
Интересная информация, я ее учту. Не знаю, что мне с ней делать.
Не знаю, не
А вот видишь, бабочка. Один взмах крыльев бабочки вызовет бурю на другом конце.
Но это если это будет прошлое. Вопрос скорее в том, а что там за камень-то на ней нарисован.
Может, просто текстурка какая-то.
Успел третий спел, давай смотри. Ну, белка стреляет, никто не закрыл из тиммейтов.
Ну да, и там и не получалось никак это сделать, но зато Крылат страдает, Крылат пытается отойти, стан получил, реинкарнацию теряет. Файт продолжается, у мира большие проблемы по ХП. Диспирей смог выйти из передряги и продолжает держаться, но уже без своего кэри, который погиб в этом файте. Размен второй позиции на первую. По деньгам, я думаю, что, конечно, тут
я думаю,
плюс
все
выходить
довольны,
вперед.
кроме героев, которые отжали БКБшки, потому что для них это минус секунду, это Лина, это ДК, это Свен. Еще вопрос такой, то есть ВК вот сейчас впитал. Он понял, в чем проблема для него, или не понял? Сейчас, кстати, будет ждать кого-нибудь, чтобы копьем откинуть...
На мины?
Да, потому что мины мой вижен дают, то есть он должен будет понимать, если здесь тут или нет. Но опять же, то есть мины в таком месте, ну, где мало кто ходит. То есть это просто юзлess место для передвижения. То есть ты там крипы правее, проходы левее, в общем, это просто...
Слушай, но он мог дождаться, мог.
Мог, да, вот сейчас. Ну, можно и так взорвать Рубика.
Терпеливо воздалось
Рубик,
бы. Рубик что-то подозревает, что ли?
Не знаю.
Но он, смотри, купил старичок, везет.
Это реально в пиксе. НДК. НДК не взорвать.
Лицом проверил, хорошо.
Проверил, да. Но ДК, к сожалению, слишком плотный.
Он еще и посмеялся, да.
Да, Баунтос нам показывает 2020. Голды 1940. Тоже в пользу спиритов, да? То есть они копают еще дополнительно, судя по всему, с лопатки. Нашли еще мины.
Причем неплохо накопали уже, видно. Мины есть, мины видят, мины разбивают. Мипошка это делает опять со своими болезненными тычками. Но Коллапс прожимает ульту и помогает ему в этом деле. Теперь можно атаковать и Т2 вышку саму. Катапульта есть, потанковать немного можно. Собственно, почему бы и нет? Катапульта у нас уже развалилась, ну да бог с ней.
Ну, два сильных героя пришло. Все, что можно было заевадить, заевадили. Все, что было нельзя, не заевадили. Глифчик и мид-вышку задефали, крипов с ним
размен будет, по идее, хотя нет, там один Т сейчас бьет наверху вышку, едва ли она
да, точно не справится. В центре Лина могла бы.
Ну, Лина тут, видимо, на хосте бежит. Ятора хотел ее подцепить, но больно много мувспида у нее. Здесь два вышку тоже такое ощущение, что доламывать еще будут с этой пачки, которая подойдет.
Или без нее.
Ну, Коллапс танкует нормально, да.
Was that assault. But I feel like even if there's just a 1k goal lead, I feel like Team Spirit are so much more ahead just because I feel the techies is really lacking presence at this point. Like, they're not really scared of his mines anymore. They're not. Miposhka has been on point with his sense.
I think that's a very
You have
fair
Rubik
point
as well.
I mean, this position that we spoke about earlier, that's sort of down here towards the bottom side of the jungle, like, it didn't pay off, and there was a lot of effort that was put in for this particular decision, and yeah, admittedly, it just hasn't really been, it hasn't felt significant. The techies hasn't felt significant, and it is definitely a quiet game of Dota, let's be fair. I mean, 39, 23 minutes in, we're not exactly seeing explosive action here, but
Where's the gem? They picked up a gem. Winter Wyvern picked up a gem. Where is it? Where is the gem? Who has the gem?
It's on the Shadow Demon. I found it.
Okay, there we go. There we go. And there we go. That's even less presence for the techies now. Ooh, Roshan? Nah. Far away.
Okay, well, in they go. The Mars ulti is down. Disruption immediate. Does mean he can time it himself, and does. Going to pin up Mishwoka onto the wall and finish the job. But they get the ulti off. The Winter Wyvern has commit to Desperate. Look at the damage from Yotaro. Manages to get off an LSA before his death, but even the BKB not helping him out there. They're going to re-engage here onto Crit. The Wraith King low. He will find the counter kill onto the Rubik, but that's just a Rubik. And this, ladies and gentlemen, that is a Wraith King. And they should be able to bring him down. In comes a Suicide Master Astral, but it's not quite enough to turn the tides just yet. Yotaro, he's stunned up for the moment, going to speed up onto the other side of the river, but he is still alive, and they need to finish this job. The Sven not going down. Got to farm all this here. Who needs to fight when you can just farm? I'm going to leave a job to Toronto. He's going to finish the job on the back lines. Finally gets back involved after the God Strength. He will be speared away, but in the end, it's more than enough. Team Spirit find the kill, and look what is happening next. It's going to be the Hoodwink that dies next, and Team Spirit remind you just how good they are. They take a couple of kills here in a team fight. Once again, picked by the Mars.
I mean, I feel like PogChamp, they're a bit being too overeager. They knew the BKBs were down. You saw how much more they were effective with the BKBs were down. You had the pushback doing things. You had the stasis mines, stasis traps doing things for the techies. But in that initial fight, they really just have to be a lot more patient. They're committing so much knowing that BKBs are up. And when BKBs are up, that's your magic damage gone from the Lina. That's your Radiance useless from the Wraith King. So they really should be a lot more patient when it comes to that. Like, sure, I saw the intentionality, intentionality. What is this? A
There you
new
go, the
word?
intention. They had the intention too.
They had
That's
the
what you're looking
intention
for.
in the second fight, especially with the buyback from the Hoodwink. But it was just a little too late. That was Lina dead. Without Warrior Lina, that's half of your damage just gone.
About that Lina. BKB forced out onto Desperate as she tries to make her way around. Does have the LSA out, but do they have the damage regardless? No, they don't. Lina will survive this fight. Brochon was being set up for that. They were looking for that. They managed to get rid of all of the mines. But in the end, they're going to be forced into another fight. Once again, picked by the Mars. This time on a solo Shadow Demon. They'll find the kill.
And look at
Maybe just
Look at that, they're just TPing straight out. You see that? Like, that was now their spec. That they should be showing Team Spirit. Because they are one of these, aside from Tundra, they're pretty much one of the kings of CIS these days. You really just gotta show them respect. Melas, he doesn't have wall. He doesn't have
managed to catch out this Mars, and he's surviving. He's surviving for now, but he's got to make sure that he doesn't have the unfortunate result of what we've seen with Alina, which is Yotaro getting on top of him in the end.
That was so awkward. Like, you saw the Mars walking up to the dire jungle with Arena like 30 seconds off cooldown. And you have Lina way back. Okay, they really need to settle down. Like, they're making too many unforced errors right now for PogChamp. They're not really out of it yet. Sure, 5k gold advantage, but that's not much. They can hold the high ground. They have a techies.
You know, that's a very fair point. I do think that we're looking at a scenario where, sure, they're definitely not at the game, but it just feels like it's been a long time since they felt like they were demanding any kind of respect from Team Spirit. At the moment, oh, hold on. The ulti comes out once again from Melez, but again, it's just onto one of these sports. Mirror will be brought down, and that's something. But look at the exchange. The immediately coming in, they're going to force out a BKB at the very least. He has not got a TP available to him, doesn't want to use it at the very least because of the Winter Wyvern. And that means they're just going to be able to run him down. And Melez is going to do the moonwalk for a little while and is once again brought down. So sure, you find a kill. You manage to bring something down. But in the end, you're still just losing important players for supports.
Melez is way too important for the PogChamps. Engaged right now. They can't just throw away Arena like that. Whenever they throw away Arena like that for a support, nonetheless, that will be just a big green signal for Team Spirit. Let's go. We can take a fight. But on the flip side, you see, Team Spirit, they don't really have big cooldowns. This is the mid-Winter Wyvern, so he doesn't really care too much about Winter's Curse being up every single time. He'll be useful nonetheless. And you have a Sven. You have a Sven with a Blink Dagger. You have so much utility. He's even putting his BKB in the backpack because that's how confident he feels right now. Sure, he has the Aegis, but like Team Spirit, they can just pick a fight anytime. While PogChamp, they have two conditions for them to have the best way of winning a fight. It's with arena available, and it's with techies mines nearby, ideally.
Look, all I'm saying is as they delete this Lina once again. Delete it. Goodbye. Cheers. It was nice knowing you. I hope that you have better luck in the next life. They say as Yutoro is actually not done here. He wants to go into the top lane. He's found out Duckless. And he is in that tree line. Very hard to track down a hoodwink in this kind of environment, but he's almost done it. Look at that. It is right there. And even Collapse realized what was happening, tried to get on top of him, but in the end, you're going to see a near miss. Team Spirit. Not going to get that one. They will get a tier 2 tower.
Moment.
I was going to say, by the way, this to me, this BKB in the backpack, do it. If you're watching right now, if you're playing, this is how you should act if you have an Aegis. Just put it away. You need it for the next life, not the first. Once again, though, they're going to re-engage her, and they do get off a pretty decent silence from Astral, but it's not quite enough. I mean, look at the aggression they're playing with. Mira very low, should be brought down, though. Gets deleted as well. Removed for sins. Astral, however, falls on the back lines. Collapse, trying to make sure that no one can help out those calls in front line. Melez, very low, and should fall, just dancing around the back lines. We can walk straight into Collapse. Managed to get off a decent God's Rebuke, but Collapse, not too sure where he is. Have you found him? Yes, you have. And Collapse will finish the job here, although Astral, again, trying to help out one of his cores. Melez does have spy legs and allowed him to just get over the tree line. But in the end, they've lost their Wraith King somewhere in that as well. And looks like they're going to lose Astrals while he tries to get out. He'll suicide into the fountain. He's dead too. And so are the Racks in the top lane. Should be the end for them. And probably, if we're totally honest, any hopes that PogChamp have of winning this matchup.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there because this is pretty much done and dusted. But I feel like PogChamp, they really had a chance in this game. Lina had a wonderful start. He was like 6-0 for a bit, but Gret is just gonna go for this Dragon Knight. Damage very far from being there. Desperate, gonna be in the back line, but the God Strength and the Sven desperately low on Rife there. But they're gonna take out Dragon Knight. Sven very low on the mana though.
Ulti comes out from it. Can he make it work? No, he wants out. This is your home now, Yutoro. I have no interest in being inside this arena. Does Boogie out. But the fight's not over just yet. They managed to get the break off on to the Sven, who's now running away. He's got a lot of support, though. They're going to get the disruption onto Crit, who does manage to get off the Wraith King Blast first. But he is brought down for the first time regardless. Do you want this one back? Mira says yes. And the back lines, however, they have to do with Melez. He's still keen on taking this fight. They're trying to push back Team Spirit. But guess what? The counter engagement's possible for them. Ducalis very, very low, being run down by the Winter Wife. And they're going to leave this one for Yutoro. He'll finish the job. Again, disruption to Desperate. He's going to fall as well. And the GG is likely to be called any second. This is... yeah, there it is. I mean, I'm not a liar. Let's say, at the very least, I'm not a liar. Team Spirit, man. They look so good in the end.
Whew. Man, PogChamp though. Like, I feel bad for them because, like I was saying before, Lina had such a great start, but they didn't really follow up. Look at the itemization. I'll break it down for you for a bit. Lina went for a Boots of Travel. It was a rush Boots of Travel. No items. Just that. They had a Wraith King with the face boots. They had a Hoodwink that had a Force Staff. But where was the techies? The techies was mining in a very, very awkward spot. You had the Mars with an early Blink Dagger as well. I feel like they just let go of the driving seat. Like, they had advantage, but they just started playing Team Spirit's game.
I totally agree. There was time where it looked like they could do it, and who knows? Maybe Game 2 they can do just that. But look, let's take a quick break. We're going to be back soon with the next match. If you don't go anywhere, can PogChamp pull us back, or do Team Spirit pull away with it? We'll let you know soon.
What you think about when you're born into a fire. Let them burn it out. Sell them to the richest buyer. They wanna let the world decay. They tell us lies and fade away, fade away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. Listen up now, because we're never dropping out. Beat the odds, beat the big house. Our brains are bigger than the doubt. We've been thinking for ourselves, never let the truth fade away. This is bigger than ourselves, we won't let the world burn away, burn away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. To blame, haters face the world's mistakes. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. And we feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. To blame, haters face the world's mistakes. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. Living every day in your head for free. You can tap away, but I will not hear you scream. You can break the keys, spread your toxicity, your world outside reality. In your room, a little hideaway, but you let it through. Enough to go insane, living in the dark hasn't treated you well. You're building your own prison cell. Hey, wait, don't waste it on me. Spite, lies telling you, don't waste it on me. Did I brush you off? Is it your lack of friends? We never met, even if you pretend. Am I in your debt? I don't owe you nothing. Don't say something you'll regret. Hey, wait, don't waste it on me. Spite, lies telling you, don't waste it on me. Hate, rage, don't waste it on me. Spite, lies telling you, don't waste it on me. Rage, don't waste it on me. Spite, lies telling you, don't waste it. I'm telling you. call my name, I freeze.
Alright, welcome back everyone. Game 2 between Team Spirit and PuckChamp. Let's get going. Obviously, Game 1, Team Spirit looking way too good. They just look composed, and there was never really a moment that it felt like Team Spirit were down and out. But this time around, PuckChamp are going to want to change things around. Ban-wise, we've got the Timbersaw and the Terrorblade banned out so far, as well as Puck and DK from PuckChamp with, if you're seeing what I'm seeing, you're seeing the static, very frozen Lina, getting some stage fright, but other than that, I'm sure she's going to join from some more. I've seen this bug before, they're all going to get stage fright. It's fine, don't worry, they'll move in game, but anyways, alright.
Eventually, but look at PuckChamp, just going with a classic. This is a classic. Shadow Demon Luna.
We're going to say hello to
It's like, you know,
We're gonna say hello.
10 years ago, this was already a thing, and until now, it's still a thing.
You know, Shadow Demon Luna is a thing, right? Like, I still think this is one of those old school kind of just... It's simple. It's like a fine wine that hasn't aged well, but it's a fine wine. It's now vinegar. It's going to work just fine, though. I think it's going to be interesting to see how they pull it off. But obviously, Disruptor is still a good hero. I mean, it's got BKB penetrating ulti. It's a break if you have the Ag Scepter upgrade, and obviously works well behind the Luna, both as an offensive tool and a defensive tool. So I'm okay with this. What are your thoughts?
I'm okay with it as well. And I do like the Lina pickup from Team Spirit. It was also a deny pick, because Desperate was just balling on that Lina, if I'm being real here. He was the only reason that PuckChamp were even in the early game, right?
Yeah.
'Cause without his tempo, they couldn't really do anything. I just don't know why they slowed down.
I
That
tend
was
to
the
agree. He
thing.
had a really good start to the game, so who knows?
It's so weird. It felt really weird. Maybe, hopefully, we won't be seeing a Techies this time, because I did not feel that Techies at all.
Look. Here's the thing about techies. You pick it to ruin everyone else's life, right? Now, let's
Exactly.
see. And
They ruined their lives, though. That's what happened.
It didn't feel effective, did it? It was really one of those, I don't know, just it almost wasn't a hero. It was a very slow game, to be fair. Like Team Spirit and PuckChamp, when they played, it didn't feel like a
But
particularly
it's
fast
weird,
game.
right? You call it a slow game, but Lina went for a boots of gravel. Like,
To
it felt so awkward.
The only thing that died in the game was creeps. You know, that's how it was. But I hear you. You want to put pressure on the map. And look, I will say this much for PuckChamp. I'd love to hear your opinion on it, but it felt like PuckChamp did well in the early stages, but then they just, man, they pulled over on the side of the road. They found some nice fancy diner. They bought a hamburger, and whilst that was all going on, Team Spirit were just like, okay, we'll just win then.
I mean, it wasn't all just PuckChamp who just, let it go, though. Team Spirit, their supports were just on point. The warding of Miposhka, the disruptions to break up the fights, to buy time for the rotations, it was just beautiful. Mira and Miposhka, just lovely support duo.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's why what you kind of expect from a side that has been as accomplished as Team Spirit. I mean, this really is it's a fabulous MGO, and like anyone who gets the opportunity to, represent a side that most Dota players in the world will know is you're going to expect big things from them. And yeah, for PuckChamp, this is one of those opportunities. You win here, who knows? Maybe your name becomes a little bit more relevant. You get to be heard of a little bit more. People know who you are, and who knows? Maybe one day you're
Exactly. He
winning one of
won't
these
just be
events.
the other crit now. He'll be a crit of his own.
Good of
You
his
know?
own. Yeah. Well, let's see. Anyways, of course, we're starting to the tail of the band. See the Axe as well as the Mars banned out from Team Spirit, as well as the Phantom Assassin and the Faceless Void. I'm actually not a massive fan of PA nor Faceless Void. Do you have any insight into why that might have been banned out?
Well, Faceless Void, sure, you have that be-all, end-all team fight ultimate, but I don't think in this tournament he's been very effective. PA, I guess, can work with Lina just because of the tempo. Once you get that Desolator and a Lina item, you can just delete anyone with your combination of magical and physical damage. That's how I see it.
Yeah. I mean, It must be said, by the way, I don't know if I'd like to be a DK in this game. I don't seem banned out, but a hero that functions the same kind of way. Team Spirit have so much magic damage in the form of Lean and Line, so much disable. Looks like it's going to be
No
the
Hoodwink
Pango.
though. No ban on Hoodwink either. Very, very interesting.
I guess if you
This
pick
late.
Pango, you have to ban the Bloodseeker. Like, you don't get to play Dota if you don't have that ban.
Oh
on
yeah, as a
Bloodseeker.
Pango, yeah. Definitely.
10 seconds
Hmm.
remaining.
What else can they pick? They need like
5 seconds remaining.
they still need a big team fight for Team Spirit. If not, if they're just gonna go for a heavy skirmishing style lineup with the Lina and the Lion. What can they go for?
I mean, it's
I'm
fairly
going
open.
blanks.
Yeah, I mean, it's fairly open because, I mean, firstly, we can see the Lina go mid again, which is entirely possible.
Or it could be support, why not?
Yeah, exactly. So it can definitely play it, especially if you do rock something like the Sven again that sets up your Lina, makes life a little bit easier. So let's see what they opt to go for. I mean, Sand King's one of those heroes. I mean, same kind of concept.
There we
And I
go.
love Sand King. What a hero.
That was a great pick. It does so much for them. Sandstorm as well as the Epicenter, Sure, you have Luna Illusions, but there's so much deep push now coming in from Team Spirit.
10 seconds remaining.
I like the fact as well that Sand King's one. It's in a really good space for me because it's traditionally a phenomenal tower defender, and you have something like Shadow Demon Luna, which obviously very good at pushing towers. I mean, obviously, it's not what it once was. Like we mentioned that this used to be a strat, but it's still pretty handy. I mean, Luna very good at taking down towers and objectives. But on top of that, being the
Oh, there
tower
we go. There it
defender,
is.
it's also a great, I would say, initiator, but it also has this weird kind of position where even though it falls off towards the mid lane, it kind of picks up again as the later stages. So I like the Sand King pickup here.
Ooh, okay. Death Volley with a bit of skirmish for Team's Spirit. You have that triple stun on top of the silence of the draw. CC for days, and PugChamp so far their only real team fight starter. It's not that great. Sure, they have the Rolling Thunder, they have the Disruption, but in terms of like that quick burst potential, it's just not there yet. So I'm not sure what kind of hero they can pick to solve that problem. Well, they're still looking for a mid laner. Lots of mid laners with that potential.
Look, I tend to agree with you because
Oh,
you could
Rider
put
would
like
have
the
been good.
Pango mid or something, but
10 seconds
but like I do feel like you need something that's going to really pick a fight. And I'm thinking like the Mars is the traditional one that would work out very well with something like a Pango. Just get her on the tight knit space, allow Pango to go wild. But I don't know, what do you think? Maybe like a Tide? Like maybe run like a Tide in for PugChamp? Just anything that's pick a fight, right?
A Tide Hunter mid. Oh my god, that would be interesting. Why not?
No, I was thinking more like a
I've seen it.
Pango mid and then like a Tide in the off lane or something like that.
A Tide Hunter mid, man. I only see that in my pubs like a Desolator. Well, sometimes I know some mid players do it in Southeast Asia. I'm not sure when was the last time it actually worked out very well for them.
Well, Tiny is now banned out, so it looks like PugChamp think that that's the go-to ban. I mean, I guess it could work. Like I said, I think you definitely need that like an AoE stunner controller for PugChamp that can kind of pick up the pace here for them. Oh, you know what wouldn't entirely suck is maybe something like an Invoker. I mean, it's
remaining.
a mid hero that can
Invoker.
limit engagement.
Well, for it could work. It was banned out a while ago, actually, if you remember.
Have I
yeah.
missed?
So
Oh, so not
someone
this
did ban
matchup.
out the Invoker.
'Cause I don't see Invoker. Am I going crazy? Guys, Hulbert, no, not. You had me there, right? I was literally like, oh, have I missed one? I could have. Okay, well, Mirai's been out. Let's see what King's Spirit do.
It was banned the last game.
So it's on the deck, right? Like somebody's got that holding their trap card with like, yes, you've unleashed my Invoker. Admittedly, the only really, I mean, Drow Ranger's happy going BKB when forced, but like Sand King also as a hero would like to delay the purchase of BKB. Obviously, you want to BKB up against something like Invoker, so it's not a terrible pick right now, but I think they need something a little more tanky. I mean, Pango, as much as he's like happy to be in the front lines, he doesn't want to take damage, so I think they need something that's a little bit tankier in the front lines, but I just don't know where you go, because I would have said like Axel Mars, right?
That traditional tank, if you think about it. But Rubik, for Team Spirit, definitely not the hero that I expected to see, but it just affirms the Lina is going to be mid this time around.
think
What are the best stealable? Well, yeah, Rolling Thunder is pretty
10
easy to
seconds
to steal because there is that delay before you go for that shield crash.
5 seconds remaining.
agreed. I mean, actually not a huge amount for like if as a Rubik, this isn't an amazing Rubik game. I mean, obviously the sharpshooter off is a really great one to steal. There's definitely skills you want.
Disruption,
great.
though, if he gets disruption on the draw, that would be pretty tight. Like, it's not the flashiest play, but it can do a whole lot for them. It can set up for the LSA. It can save the draw ranger. It helps their push as well.
Okay. Well, let's see what they... I mean, I'm super curious because I do feel like there's this like missing thing. Do you agree, by the way? Sorry, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Like, they need something that's going to... Okay, well, never mind. We're going to find a Razor. I guess
Okay, that would.
I guess it's something that's okay, stay on the front lines. I'm not blown away by PuckChamp's draft, if I'm totally honest with you. I much prefer
It's a
Team Spirits.
very like they just want to drive in the chaos. They don't have like big team fight. Like if they get like a good static link going, if they get like Rolling Thunder and just create chaos in the backline for Luna to just clean up house, then it could work. It could definitely work for PuckChamp, but it felt like sure they want to go in the chaos, but Team Spirit after the game one performance, it's very hard to catch Team Spirit rattled. If you know what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, let's see if they can rattle them this time. And it's what they need to do. It's what they need to deliver because, of course,
It's what they wanted last game with the Techies pick, but it didn't happen. But hopefully it works out for them this time because Team Spirit, they can fight you early. Like, and they have ways to deal with that static link as well. Like the Draw Ranger, probably gonna go for a Hurricane Pike and easily break it. I think there should be at least 3-4 stabs on Team Spirit to make the static link as hard as possible for Desperate.
All right, well, let's see if they can do it. If you're just tuning in, of course, this is a very interesting matchup between Team Spirit and PuckChamp right now in the Dota 2 Champions League. And of course, I think that we will agree Team Spirit had a very, very good start to the first matchup. Let's see if they can be just as impressive in this next matchup here today. Alright, well, immediate smoke comes out from Team Spirit. They are not playing on slowing down. It's going to be mirrored as well by PuckChamp on the other side of the river as they start making their way down towards the mid lane. Let's see if we get a little bit of level 1 action. I'm down for it.
I think we will. We will. We saw it last game. Shadow Demon hasn't leveled up any spell yet. Gonna wait it out. Went for Disruption now. If they catch this Lina, but Lina still very, very fast. We'll be able to spot them from a mile away standing on the high ground. That is one of the more interesting changes that Dota has done in recent past is that the game now starts at night, which makes these engagements so much harder, especially without wards down.
It's
I didn't like it because it was chaotic when there were level 1 fights all the time.
I like
C'est la vie.
I
This is how it is.
30 seconds.
I'm down
And they're not
for
done.
it.
They still want to go. Look, they still want to party in the mid lane. But Team Spirit, they don't want to party. You know, it's just like my 12-year-old birthday. No one wanted to come. That's what they feel right now.
You know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that happened to you. I don't know what to say, man. Like, a lot of people at my 11-year-old birthday party. I was actually quite the popular kid, so you know I don't know how you feel.
You were? Wow. Okay,
No,
maybe
that
I
was a
should-
lie. It was a lie. I was busy playing StarCraft, and no one liked me. But hey, you know what? Guess who's laughing now? Probably still them, but it's okay.
It's okay. It's okay. At least other people are laughing at us now, as well. Maybe.
Very
I
nice.
know you're
very
having fun, chat. I know you're having fun.
You know, we're having fun. So at least 2 people are enjoying the stream. There'll always be that mid lane, a little bit of damage coming out from the LSA onto Desperate. I mean, this is a kind of a reverse pick here, if you will. I mean, Desperate obviously was playing the lane in the previous matchup, so I think obviously Desperate had a really good time with it last time around, but I don't think. Like, Lina almost doesn't care, right? Like, she's got more than enough tools to deal with the Razor. She's got the ability just to get away from Static Link with an LSA. So, I think still a good lane for this Lina mid. Do you agree?
Even if you take his damage, right? Lina doesn't care. She has magic damage. And
know how
one
far
of the
she can hit
higher
you for
in the
one.
game.
When she loses and Fiery Soul, you know, she's gonna be a machine gun of 1 damage. It'll be like a dot. And actually,
Yep.
Tokyo overstays his welcome. Take a lot of damage here, or rather lose a lot of damage. But the first blood is actually going to go in the side lane where Rubik falls down, but it looks like they're not done with it just yet. They want to bring down Collapse as well. They do find him in the tree line. They can catch him up as well with the stun, and that'll mean that they get a both too. Pugchamps definitely are no slouches when it
Not
comes to the
even
lane affairs.
hanging. Look at
Oh,
that.
this is awful. Look at that.
Hoodwink left him hanging. He left his
that's-
scary hanging. He
that's
wanted
not-
to go for the high five. That was brutal. That was brutal, Bukalas. You don't do that.
That was pretty unkind. I think we'll send some strongly worded emails to Duculus in the next matchup.
Yeah.
May
love
have
your
gotten me
carry,
2
man.
kills, but the high five's what's really important here.
I mean, he was probably like, I gave you 2 kills. I don't need to high five you. That's high five enough.
It's like the
Damn.
awkward handshake, right? Like when you're on camera and somebody's just like, let me shake your hands, but I've lifted my hand in an awkward way and you just leave them hanging. Unacceptable. Although Collapse actually taking a little bit of damage. He's gone for 1 in Caustic and 1 in Burrow Strike, so no little cheeky Sandstorm available to him. He does take a little bit of damage, but he's looking for that double Caustic kind of combination with the Burrow Strike. Didn't quite get the damage off 1-2 onto the Luna, but you have to be scared. I think Crit is playing a ranged hero that is really a melee hero in disguise.
That's true. That is true. Like even if you get like the extra range from a telescope or a dragon lance, it still feels very very minimal.
You know, it's just actually I actually would love to know what the difference is between like a Monkey King with like a Penta Edge versus a Luna without a Dragon Lance.
Oh yeah, that would be nice. You should make a video on it. You know, why not?
Something more
I'm
talented.
not sure if
than me,
anyone has
make
ever made a video.
One
on
of you
that.
guys listening right now, there's a couple of thousand on the stream. Come, one of you just go make us a video.
Yeah,
You can add me on Twitter. I'll retweet it.
Wow. Look at you. Tokyo still having a fairly good lane, 13-3. But still, not that good compared to last one. 11-7 versus 13-3.
Bottom lane, Yotaro going to get bailed out a little bit by Mposhka, but they do have a disruption onto Yotaro. Is the damage there? Maybe just a tick more required. If that connects and doesn't, Shadow Poison not there, so it looks like Yotaro will survive that one. Mposhka doing good work, just hitting up that Earth Spike and making sure that the course is live. Will you high five your carry? That's the real
He
question.
just solves him. He just solves him, Actions speak louder than high fives, I like to say. And that is what Miposhka has done. Yotaro is gonna be fine and dandy now.
Desperate so low in mid lane, but survives the Dragon Slave. Will possibly be punished because Toronto can make his way towards his bottom lane. If he's fast enough, potentially catch out Desperate, but no, the time isn't there. Gonna lose the water rune. That means Desperate will be A-OK. Tokyo realizes that the pressure not quite resolving the lane just yet, but the 8 denies to 3 denies is significant. Swally, what do you think is the kind of golden egg here for Desperate? Like, where does he want to be? What's the kind of last hit, net worth, item he wants to pick up before he's going to be a little bit more mobile around the map?
I wonder if he'll take a page from the Boots of Travel that they went with earlier. That was mobile. That was definitely mobile.
I mean,
but
you definitely had answers and puns, and I'm down with it. I always like me a good pun, and you certainly delivered. That's a 10 out of 10 right there.
Well, let's see. Still too early to call. Pretty much deja vu early game, going a bit in favor of Pugchamp.
Actually, what is different this time around is that earlier in the previous matchup, Pugchamp actually had a better advantage early on. They did get an early lead, but this time around it's actually back and forth. Those early kills haven't paid off just yet. I mean, as much as Desperate is, I would say still ahead on last hits, I care more about experience. And if you take a look for a moment, as I find my experience button, no, not that one. No, I've got to get there, hero level. It's lost. It's lost to me. It's gone, right? Just look at the little circles. Okay, look at the circles. There's a slight advantage to Lina, but nothing
You didn't
crazy,
miss
I guess.
anything. You just missed the D ward while you were fumbling for the XP button. Nothing too grand.
You know,
nothing game changing.
The G's hero level. I can't remember. Oh, hold on, Mira in trouble, try and TP out and will just barely escape. But however, Collapse falls in the top lane, so they do lose another player regardless. But the net worth, that's probably what's more significant right now than they don't have a lead just yet.
Let's see. It's all about itemization as well. That's what I'm gonna look at in PugChamp. If they are all gonna go for that mid-game power spike, or will one of them go for a late game and the other four go for a mid-game power spike? Because that, oh, wait, that was a beautiful LSA. Mid lane though, Toronto still gonna fall. 3 heroes collapsing on him as they posture for the mid lane. Siege creep will be fortified up. I like that, you know. It does something. It will force the counter fortify there, but the siege creep is still alive, and that will help them take control.
Yeah, that's such a big tower. I mean, I remember back in the day, there were statistics flying around about how important this tower was. And the team that takes the first T1 tower has such a massive win probability.
Definitely.
I think we've learned that that's also because the better team often takes towers faster, so it's not a really fair assessment. However, I do think there's still merit to the fact that the positional advantage on the map, yeah, 100%.
Definitely, it's map control, real estate, as some people like calling it, you know, it's standing gold. Plus, you know, unless whenever a fight breaks out in the mid tower, I mean in the river, without the mid tower, it just becomes so much harder to reinforce your team.
Okay, top lane, a little bit of action here. This one's going to collapse very low, will be brought down again. So,
and there we go once again.
The high five. No,
just leaving his scary hanging.
There's something going on here. There's some unhappiness between these two players. That's for sure.
I know, right? Like, you know, if I was the support
mid
and I
lane,
was
desperate,
teaching,
going to be catching out
cancel.
Toronto again. This time, wow! What on earth? Toronto just never mind. Try bring me down now, and he's going to get 2 for his efforts as well. But they bring in Melis. Melis is alone. He is going to try and go onto Mishbaka, but he has to realize this kill, although might be on the line, it's not going to be worth it if they turn around. In the end, he's going to back off. He's going to go and kill some neutrals, I guess. But nice little bit of work for Team Spirit.
Under attack.
Farming ulti there for Melis. Well, yeah, this Razor.
Oh,
It's not feeling too good.
This should be a nice, easy kill, but he's got backup. In the end, one last little click required. No! Mishbaka being... That's going to be a high five, surely. That's a virtual high five at the very least. Mira will fall down as well, though. So they do manage to get a support, but he was saved by his buddies. And guess what? I lied. I lied horribly because Melez just said, nah, you don't get to live.
You did lie.
You know, the
Well,
last game where I
getting-
said I wasn't a liar,
Tower is under attack.
was I? Was this just an honest mistake, or can you trust me? I don't know. Only time will tell.
That is something that remains to be seen. I have not played Among Us with you yet. I cannot tell.
Well, have I played Among Us? That's the real question.
That's the real question. Maybe you're a bit too hipster for Among Us. Is that why? You're too good for that game?
I do have a beard, so you make of that what you will.
Yeah, you do have a splendid beard, my friend. I'll give you that.
Unfortunately, we weren't allowed cameras, otherwise I'd back you up here. And you could, but then again, are both of us liars? I mean, who knows? Maybe...
We'll never know. You don't know me. I don't know you. We don't know chat. We don't know desperate. That's the thing.
Bottom lane, Mishbaka is setting up on Melis here. He's alone, but we get some support. There is a farming core nearby that comes in the form of your Toro, and they're making their way towards Melis. And the Earth Spike will come out. Do they have the damage? Hard kill, regardless on the Pango, but they do have more than enough control.
Oh.
They do commit a little bit of damage extra on him, but it does bring out the Rolling Thunder. Melis will go out of here. That's significant.
No value gust. That's a surprise. Like I was expecting at least a value gust. Like he walked from the jungle. He took time away on his day from his job of farming to help out, but he didn't have gust.
I mean,
That was
he
a
almost
mistake.
had him. I don't know if you'll ever know, because I do think at the time he was in the fog, so you won't know exactly how close he was, but
Yeah.
that was really close to being down the kill. I mean, Pango ulti being used isn't insignificant. It's got a reasonable cooldown on it, but it's not enough that you would feel like losing the life of your Pango was worth it. It's not like a Tidehunter Ravage or something.
Definitely, but okay. Luna has no plans of fighting just yet, and Sure, I like it. They're just playing it slow. No unforced errors like the last game. Because Luna versus Dro, apart from the range advantage, I feel like it's a very close fight.
Radiant's bottom
the
tower
moment.
is under
See
attack.
this area of the map here towards the bottom lane. It's becoming a little bit more active. We have 3 players from Puck making their way down here. They want to bring down the safe lane tower, and why not? I think specifically just getting around this Luna, making sure that she can abuse the fact that as far as early game carries go, is pretty solid. And of course, going for a pretty standard build, Mask of Madness into the Dragon Lance are going to be kind of flying ready. I mean, there is a lot of magic damage to worry about. So without BKB, you have to be concerned. I mean, Luna's not exactly the tankiest of carries, but she can play behind some of her friends. I'm just worried about that. I don't know. Swally, am I being crazy? Do we still feel like the fear from... Oh, hold on. It might?
Okay.
No, unhold. Do you think I'm right about just there not being enough tankiness on Puck? Or do Puck champs have it covered?
That's true though. Like, you don't really have like a solid front line. Sure, Tango can kick off fights. Razor can build tanky. Maybe even go for like a heart down the line, but it's just not the DNA of the team, right? Like, there's just no like. Also for Team Secret, if you think about it, there's no like just real frontliner. Like, sure, Sand King can build tanky, but none of them will ever stand in front of the other carry and just let them hit them. That's not gonna happen.
No Sand King player has ever been like, you know what, guys, I really want to stand in the front lines.
Radiant structure
Exactly,
Burrow
right?
Strike, Blink
If,
Dagger,
if,
nah,
if
I'm
Sand
being
King
hot.
ever stands in the front line, it's with Sandstorm.
under attack.
Yeah.
It's him being confident that there's no Boschka with the deny. There's no Sand King that will just hit me. Maybe with the Sandstorm talent at level 25, you can really just stand in front of them even if there's detection because of that 50% blind.
It's funny because it's such a great talent, actually. Like, they're both pretty good. I mean, epicenter pulses, but I just find like BKBs are too relevant later on. And if you epi, people are going to BKB, right? So the blind is far more significant in my mind. But I hear
Exactly.
you.
Plus later on, right? Like, once that Sand King hits level 25, those BKBs are gonna be on lower charges.
Oh,
9
it is.
seconds are gonna be gone.
Able to get away from Mishpoka, but they actually want to go back into this one, and they do have the range, the engagement, and they're going to go onto the line. They'll finish off the one. Melez still wants a little bit more. However, he might get a little bit more than he bargained for if he commits to that, as Toronto as well as Mira are there. But they will, at the very least, sanity will prevail, and they'll back to their farm.
Sanity prevails sometimes in Dota 2. That is good words to live by. Just hold on to your sanity while playing this game. Don't ever let go. But
Easier said than done. Toronto, top lane, going to be caught out by Astral. Managed to get us some damage out with the Laguna Blade, but lost a lot of damage zone. Collapse goes with the Burrow Strike. Can they finish the job here? Collapse is actually very deep in and doesn't have much to work with on the back lines. They are getting some support, though. They're going to try to run down your Toro this time around. Kellis and Co. on the front lines. Your Toro getting low, but they haven't been able to finish the job. And it looks like Luna wants out. Crit on the back line, dancing around, unable to commit to this fight. Mishpoka and Co. are going to turn things around. They'll get the Finger of Death off and find yet another kill. Now, can they make more of this? Looks like the decision from Crit to back off on the high ground was the right one, but they aren't quite done with it yet. They're going to toss out a little bit of pokey damage from Ducalis as Poshka and Mira back off towards their tower. They're going to play for position here as Crit makes use of the time to farm the Ancients.
ooh, and Crit getting there in terms of the damage. That was like, as we were talking about sanity, Razor just loses his sanity there and just goes for one of the most reckless dives ever, like his whole team on the other side of the map. Razor being forced, the Shadow Demon being forced to dive a tier 1 tower, and whenever you're a support, a Shadow Demon at that, you're never ever gonna feel good. Oh, okay, I'll help you.
Speaking of which, Astral may need some help. He's being engaged in here by Mira and Mishpoka. They're going to connect with the Earthspike, but the help is there. Then Telekinesis goes down to Melez. Ducalis and Co. want to try reconverge onto Mishpoka. Disruption will be there to keep himself alive, but they want to try to turn this one around, and they will get just that. So 2 in the end, 4 support on support action, but Melez going to bail out his buddies and make sure that this works out once more for PuckChamp. Mid lane, however,
fade in the
there's a
mid,
little bit of
though.
interest here on Desperate as he's trying to limp out. They're going to pan the drums as well as Desperate falls down to the epicenter of the collapse.
And that was the boots of travel on the collapse now being available. So whenever the supports throw their bodies on the other side of the map, the one core showing on the map on the other should be very, very careful now. I think that was a value trade. You trade the Razor for your two supports. It's not too bad.
I mean, it depends who you're asking. Are you a support player by any chance?
I am. I throw my life all the time.
And there you go. I, as a support player myself, or an offlaner, depends on, my response to that depends on if I'm playing a core or not.
Okay.
If it's 3 or 4, I'm going to tell you which way around I feel about this. If it's 3, I promise you, you never trade a core. You never trade a core. If I'm 4, guys, listen, sport lives matter.
Just throw it away. Like I'll revive way faster than you. Plus my buyback is just a couple of TPs expensive.
Dire's middle tower
Just
is under
500,
Mid
600
lane,
gold.
Ducalis in a little bit of trouble. He has Collapse right on top of him. Does not have Burrow Strike available just yet. And he's got a Horde backing him up as well. Ducalis trying to move towards his friends. Always run towards your friends. However, the Burrow Strike's there and they do have enough damage. And it looks like Desperate and Astral are just going to have to make their way back towards their farming patterns because they realize there's nothing in it.
I'm very curious to see how this Luna will itemize later on after that Manta. If that is what he will go for, because he does have a full item advantage, basically against the Drow right now. But I feel like what we said, right? There's no real big team fight for either side. It's both very skirmishy. So whoever gets that first pick is just so important later on.
Well, I mean, if you're incredibly keen to get a first pick, I mean, there are heroes in this game that do just that for you, and Lion is one of them. I mean, instant disables, lots of disables, and the backup is there. There are more than enough heroes with stun to make getting that first engagement yours. But, with that said, PugChamp, they feel like they have the momentum for sure in this matchup. They're looking a lot better, and even though their start may not have been as impressive as the first one, they had a good start, and they're trying to work on it. Now, they re-engage onto Collapse. Yeah, Collapse does manage to Barrow Strike out. He's caught up by the Demonic Purge as well. He's pinned up against Tree Line. Take that, Sanking.
You could say he was collapsed by PugChamp.
Ba-dum-tsh.
I'm sorry, chat. I know I can't help it.
Listen, I got your back. We're in this together. We're going to make bad jokes together. What's that? Oh, sorry, mid lane. They're going to pick up a kill here. They're going to turn around onto Meles, and they might just be able to finish the job. LSA will connect as well, and they finish off. Sharpshooter does not find its target, and now they want a little bit more. Ducalis running away on the high ground. The crit, he winds it up, going to drop the LT as well, but the BKB is there for Toronto. He's not even interested in the Luna just yet. He's going to not look at the explosion, though, because he wants to bring down crit. And look at the little jukes. He wants out of the LSA. He's not going to get out of the LSA, and he's going to line up for an Earth Spike, a Laguna Blade, a Finger of Death. I don't even know. No, it wasn't even a Laguna Blade, just a Finger of Death. Doesn't matter. It's an extra stack.
He
That's
didn't
what
have
that
enough
is.
mana. He didn't have enough mana. After you die like that as a Luna, if you don't queue up a BKB, that's just red flag right there. Queue up a BKB. Come on.
You could
That's what
see
you
him
do.
desperate to try and juke it, right? Like,
Yeah.
this fight was going to happen down here if he just ran straight. But he was just like, nope, Duke, you want to use it, right? You want to use it, right? And just, no. Toronto just says, listen, I'm going to hang on to this LSA. I'm going to make sure it hits. It's golden, it's beautiful, and it's going to hit you. And that's exactly what happened.
I mean, it's just so scary, right? Any of them, Laguna, Finger, just that one borrowed strike, you're in for a world of hurt if you're PugChamp, no matter how much help you have in the area. But there we go, Luna finally gonna be going for that BKB as it should be before working towards that Daedalus. While the Drow already has his fresh 9-second BKB. It's already.
So let's see what our Lord Gaben has to say about it. At the moment, net worth almost even right now. 20 minutes, that's a very rare
Almost
sign.
even. Someone he's not pleased. He is not impressed with either team yet. We have to wait.
XP, pretty much the same. Ever so slight advantage of Team Spirit, but you can put that down to a Kobold at this point. And wow, even the win probability, nothing in it. 56% in favor of Team Spirit, but hey, this game is most certainly on.
Well, I feel like Desperate has to do something in the fights. He will be the key factor in PugChamp's winning fights down the line. If he can steal the damage from the Drow or the lane, or just at least cause enough chaos to make them uncomfortable fighting around your Luna. Because you know the Luna will always have his damage,
Oh, wow.
but hold that thought.
Yeah, hold that thought indeed, because they're going to go in on here and they catch out to Toro. He's having all that damage drained away as well by Desperate. He wants out and he's trying to TP away. Do they have the damage? They do not. They actually didn't commit to the kill. Mira and Co will fall down though. I actually think they just abandoned the kill. I don't think Desperate realized that there was a TP happening. It was a bit chaotic, but that was kind of weird because he just abandoned that fight, made his way on, and the commitment didn't quite seem there. In the end, they're going to have to just accept that it's just a Roshan and a Rubik. I mean, at least
They know this though. There's a ward. There's a ward. Team Spirit, they have a ward, so they will try to go for this. They have 10 seconds before the Rubik revives, but that's gonna be it. They don't feel comfortable for PogChamp. They know that Rubik will be alive before they can go get away with this. But no, wait! Hold that thought. They're debating me. I'm confused now. But they're just gonna go for this one. That was a fake out.
I mean, I guess the vision's actually not great, to be perfectly honest. I'm taking a peek at it now. Like, they don't have huge vision here. They saw it happen, but I think they saw players retreating. If you take a look at the minimap now, you can see that some players almost feigned the back, so they didn't realize it in the end. They just sneaked that one in. I agree with you. That was definitely something Team Spirit could have contested. They had the epicenter available, Blink Dagger up on the Sand King. Fight was on, but Collapse and Co, they're going to have to play into the Aegis now. They are going to pan the drums again because Collapse will go and delete the Hoodwink. And
at least that's the Hoodwink. And 750 gold away from the BKB for crit, and that's a go time. He has 5 minutes to make use of this Aegis, and I think that's the game plan for PogChamp. They're definitely not just going to make this into a farming Aegis unless the Razor or the Pango gets picked off.
I mean, look, it's got to be said as well. Luna, she likes to push. It's what she does. And nothing is more beautiful in the world of Dota 2 than just applying yourself to a tier 3 tower, bringing it down and watching your glaives fly. And the Manta's there, the BKB is also up as well in just a moment.
The disruption as well. Don't forget about the disruption.
Thanks for
disruption with 75% illusion damage, mind you. Ridiculous.
I mean, Astral and his friendly Luna, they're definitely going to want to finish this job. Crit needs a couple of cash. There you go. Done.
Okay, there's the BKB. There's the BKB. They're going to posture towards the bot lane now. And even Mira calling for a movement on to the dire triangle. Something's going down, Halberds.
Hold on. The smoke's up. Immediately trying to wrap around. Now, they do have Desperate. Dead to rights. Is he dead on your screen? We're going to find out because they can blink it. The Burrow Strike goes wide. This could be fatal here for Team Spirit. Desperate, able to back off though. They're going to bring in even more support. The Earth Spike, pretty good. Going to bring down to Callus. They do find the opener, but Menes is in here with the Rolling Thunder. He's going to try bounce around, make some havoc. He gets one. But look at the damage coming out from Toronto. Means that they do have to back off. Going to TP out. Doesn't want any more part of this fight. And as you mentioned, this Aegis is starting to get a little bit long in the tooth. They need to make it work. The BKB's up for crit, but if it runs out, it feels ill-spent.
Exactly. You know they won't be able to bring down this Luna twice easily at all. And that looked favorable already for PogChamp with the whiffed Burrowed Strike from the Sand King. I thought they were going to be able to converge easily, but I guess the rest of the team were just a bit too far south for them to take advantage of that miss. And it was just Ducalis who fell as well. And
they go in. What a beautiful EP as well. And it's going to be combined with damage. But what a beautiful disruption. Going to keep Desperate alive for now. They do have the BKB as the LT comes out from Crit as well. He stands his ground, gets damage off onto Collapse, but they lose the Razor. He is still trying to fight, but no Satanic. Just the Mask of Madness. Don't want to use that one. Probably going to be forced into it though. As Mira watches the death of the core as they manage to turn things around again. Yatoro very low here, and they will finish him off with the Sharpshooter. Team Spirit, apparently they want game 3 because right now, that's exactly what PogChamps are giving them.
Man. And at least they got to use the BKB. PogChamp, they'll be sighing right now and saying, oh, that was close. Or calculated, whichever way they swing it. But it worked out very well for them. And they get the draw. Sure, the Luna dies. But getting extra cash on your Pango to work towards this Basher, that's huge.
And he's got a Blink Dagger up as well now, so things are starting to play out pretty decently. Let's see what Gaben says. Gaben says it's still Team Spirit. He, in fact, is edging even further towards it. Maybe the loss of the age is not well enough.
Gavin is probably putting into consideration the fact that the DPC season went so well for Team Spirit. That's probably it. That's probably it.
You know, you raise a good point. I mean, you think about the fact that these win probabilities are based on what other players and teams did when they were in the same position, right? But those teams weren't Team Spirit. But neither were they, of course, the side of PuckChamps, who are looking really competitive one way or another.
Ooh, and I do like it. Look what Razor is doing. Razor just went for the halberd. He has his BKB working towards his Shivas now. He is gonna be the frontliner. He is gonna be the frontliner for PuckChamps. He's gonna create the chaos. He's gonna ride the lightning and hopefully make things happen for his team. And if he gets that fight, if he times his Heaven's Halberd perfectly on a drill BKB, that's just game changing right there. 5-second disarm on a drill.
So, I think the real important question here that many of us are wondering, are you a Metallica fan? Is that what that means? Ride the lightning?
Well, I like metal, but I wouldn't say I'm a Metallica fan. But you know, just trying to do some wordplay here and there because it is Razor.
Oh,
and he
fair
is
enough.
electric.
Maybe Razor's a Metallica fan. Let's go with that.
Maybe that makes sense. I mean, he does sound like a Metallica fan. Like
I like it. Melee's in trouble here. There's a ceremonial robe on the deck as well. I'm not sure who that originally belonged to, but it's likely to belong to Mira at the end of this because he's going in, Hoodwink in trouble. Decanis is being pinged out. In the end, Mira with the Rolling Thunder going to be enough to bring down the fateful death of the Hoodwink as well as the Rubik managing to keep himself alive. So nice bit of work there. Running Thunder, you mentioned in the drafting phase that they could, but I'm really super curious. Like, who did that belong to? Can I even tell? Is it even possible to know? It belongs to the side of PuckChamps, and looks like it's been returned to them as well.
Ooh, okay. But this is what's scary right now for PuckChamp. Sure, they're playing well. Razor's doing stuff even if he's not really like getting kills. He's doing the utility build, the utility Razor. But you know what that means, right? That means all their damage is gonna be on this Luna. If Luna doesn't deal her damage, they're just gonna lose the fight. If they CC the Luna, they're just burst her down. That's just it for PuckChamp. But on the flip side, you have a Drow that does a lot of damage. You have a Lina. Even a Lion will do damage if you think about just that Finger of Death. You can delete the support.
Oh yeah, I agreed. And there's 3 charges up already, so it's hurting even more. And if this game does go super late, for example, Lion is one of those really pesky supports. The instant disable, the opportunities it gives you is really significant. And let's see how it works out. Desperate. Gonna go try and bring down your Toro. He's in a little bit of trouble here. Does pop the BKB. Says, listen, I have no interest in playing with you guys. I'm heading back to the base. But BKB has been forced out. That, once again, is significant. It's down to 6 seconds, so the cooldown's not awful. But regardless, it does mean that you can see the way things are going at the moment. There's just a little bit of aggression coming out from PuckChamps as they, again, find themselves in a situation where they're looking pretty good. Lina dead, and they're making some space. Look at Mira go. They see me rolling. They're getting stunned though, and they're very dead.
Dead indeed, and they are hating. And I just like to point out, Lion is going for an Aghanim Stride. I love this. I love this right now. Going for that mana drain, instantly deleting the Luna illusions whenever they go for that high ground slow siege, and that's just. It's gonna make it that much harder for PuckChamp, I believe. Such a value pickup, good call on the Aghanim Shard, and he already has the money for it. And there we go, instantly buys it up. Doesn't care about buyback because he knows at least he removes that high ground poke. Luna will have to endanger herself just to take out this tower.
Well, moment again just feels like the momentum has been in the favor of PuckChamp. I realized that if you look at the stats, I mean 3k net worth, it's not huge, but well, it jumped actually quite a bit, but it's not huge, right? It swung about 4k in recent times. The experience, 4.5k, 5k, it's good, it's definitely notable, but it's not game breaking. And even the win probability is sitting at about 50-50. I mean, it's actually dead on 50-50. But it feels like the game is moving towards PuckChamp at the moment. It feels like they've just been having, like, we're casting them, right? Like, I think that's one of the things you can often tell is that who are the casters talking about? Because they're the people who are doing things on the map, and right now they're smoked up and they're playing and doing something more. But Team Spirit are doing the exact same thing. So can they turn the tide? Will they make their way top lane and find Desperate here? They do have the engagement, and Collapse goes a little bit in early, I think, but he held onto his Burrow Strike. I mean, Desperate, he's going to run out of this BKB, and they're going to be able to turn this one around. They pick him up with Telekinesis, but the support now, the back line. Look at Crick go. Finds the first kill. A lot of damage comes onto Ducalis, but they haven't been able to bring him down. In comes Melee, is going to stick around as well into Tokyo, and they're going to find yet another 3-0. Game 3 is starting to look really good right about now. 7k advantage at the moment. Let's take a look at the fight recap. You can see another big 3k gold swing as well. The experience is huge. Is that real? No, it must be bugged. I refuse to believe that. Is that?
Yeah,
oh my soul! Oh my soul! It's happening in front of our eyes.
You want to believe, my friend, and believe that the real MVP in that last fight for Razor was the plate mail. You were barely poking him with that 23 armor. It was ridiculous. On top of the evasion. And there it is, the thing of beauty that every Luna player likes to see. The glaives bouncing around the barracks.
I mean, what barracks? It's gone. It's gone, and it looks like
Yeah,
they're going to go for even more.
right?
And they go though. Beautiful Epi comes in. They're going to manage to control the Luna. They bring her down. They want to find more out of this. They need to find more. Desperate backing off. Pops to the BKB though. They might have to settle for just the one center axe.
Was that a misclick from the disruption?
Mirror?
The disrupt. Okay, that was weird though. Did you see the disruption on Shadow Demon? I thought he was easily gonna be able to get it off to save that Luna.
What happened? I mean, admittedly I missed it, so I'm sure some of my viewers did as well. What happened?
I think I'm not entirely sure, but I think he casted it on an illusion or something. Is that what happened? That feels bad. If that's what happened. But
he's hoping
I felt like the disruption was very awkward. Because look at this, he has an Ether Lens, he has a Blink Dagger. There's no reason you miss your disruption in that scenario. Poshka. I mean, Astral. It's okay, it's not the end of the world. There's still 8k up, 1 racks down.
But they are going to play into Roshan, because that's the play, and a beautiful decision coming from Team Spirit. They force the issue, they pick up Roche, that's going to come equipped as well with a cheese, and it does make them a little bit harder to deal with now. Now, I don't know how you feel, but to me, I do think that this Luna, as you mentioned, if they can bring her down like they did in the last fight, then they definitely have a massive opportunity. I just want to take a quick peek at the buyback status at the moment. There is a buyback on the Luna, so if they do have to buy back into a potential pusher with the Aegis, they certainly have another team flying.
There's so much towers though. There's still so much towers that PuckChamp have to work with. And Razor literally has to do one thing. He has to do one thing right for PuckChamp to pull this off. Disarm the draw. If he disarms the draw, the fight will go so much better for them. Especially, the draw is going to be frontlining right now. Because he has that Aegis.
Yeah, and this is a hero that can really melt towers. I mean, this is a lot of damage she can do, and she's got good backup as well. If they do find themselves in a situation where they are just able to just right-click a tower, for example, Lina, also very capable, has the Daedalus build on top of it, so she hits pretty hard. And, I mean, they're not shy of tower pushing potential, but with that said, it's about getting on top of it again. There aren't heroes in this game that really want a frontline. Sandking doesn't want to stand there and soak up damage. Razor maybe starting to look a little bit more like that, but even he is not the biggest fan of tanking, well, a potential finger and a Laguna Blade.
So, he just went for a casual plate mill. I'm talking about Desperate here. He wants to go for the refresher, going for that constant static link, and maybe double this arm as well on both the Luna and the Lina. I mean, on both the Dro and the Lina. Not sure if it's like if it works, then beautiful, right? But it's all about the execution. Easier said than done, as you did say a while ago.
100%. But that's up. And it does mean that there's no buyback available in this Razor. Bear in mind, it's going to be a little bit shy. And not too far off, mind you, so there is an opportunity to build it up. But the anger is coming from Team Spirit. This is one of the first times we've seen them on the front foot, but they do have that Aegis up, and they're going to use it. Tier 3 tower falls, in the same lane that they lost their racks. They want to bring in more. They bring the Burrow Sprite from Collapse. A lot of damage done to Astral. He is going to survive for a little while longer, but it's not there where the action is. On Desperate at the moment, who does fall buyback. Didn't have time to farm it, and now all of a sudden crit. He's alone as a core. He does not have that big damage deal in the Razor. I mean, big damage deal obviously from a tank, but look at that damage on the sidelines from Mufasca. They're trying to finish off Yatora, but this is for the first time. He did pop his BKB, so he has to be careful. Can't be dealt with here and then pop back up with no support. They go back in with the Burrow Strike onto Melez. The buybacks are starting to come through though. 2 for the side of Team Spirit, 1 for the side of Puck. But in the end, they're going to reset here. The fight rages on again. Yatoro did lose the Aegis, doesn't have the BKB, now wants to bring down the racks. Melez onto the front lines, will immediately roll up though. Has to back off though, damage coming out, able to swashbuckle away. The racks getting low though, they're going to bring down the range one, the melee ones will follow. Team Spirit managed to make it work, and that BKB's up in 25 seconds. LT's down. Things like the Luna, for example, doesn't have this full fighting potential. Do they want more, or are they satisfied with evening the score here?
I think they just have to be happy with that equalize, right? The lane equalize, because that was a heavy buyback commitment. That was a buyback on the Lina. That was a buyback on...
Is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, just the Lina buyback is so much. If they kill the Lina again, you saw how fast the Lina was deleted in that last fight. She tried to go toe-to-toe with that Lina, but with the glaives bouncing all around, sure, you have 28 armor, but a Luna will still rip you apart.
Man,
A Luna will still rip you apart.
hold on. Melez's been caught up by Vitória here, and they have the disable they require. They even thought about committing the epicenter to it. They don't need it, though. But the damage is there. Crit, though. He wants to find a kill here. Can they make it work? Does not have the Eclipse. Unable to find the damage he needs. Toro, as well as Collapse, going to back off. And they're just farming up their neutrals now. Oh, a leveler. That
A
doesn't suck in
leveler
this kind
on
of
a
situation.
Luna, can you imagine? Or even a Lina, probably will be going to the draw though. Even a leveler and a Lina is still dirty. Fiery souls on top of the attack speed. Disgusting.
And that's exactly what they've done. They've put it there onto the Lina, and you can see a little bit of housekeeping being done now.
Dukalis, that's the dieback. That's the karma. That's the karma from not high-fiving your carry, my friend.
Well, right now, karma is exactly it, because Team Spirit, all of a sudden, I mean, just take a look at these graphs. Again, I've been calling them out a little bit, but again, we're reaching back to a net worth lead of pretty much nothing. The experience, that was the big one for me. It was trying to tempt 1,500. Excuse me, 15,000. But it's now all the way back at 5. And the win probability, well, that's going to swing the other way again as well. So, if you thought Team Spirit were out, if you thought they were going to Game 3, if a caster misled you, well, you'll be forgiven. Because Team Spirit right now, they are not interested, and they are pulling back a pretty decent comeback here. As, again, they start to apply pressure on the opposite side of the map. Right now, Team Spirit are looking again as the pings come out towards mid lane. They want it, they don't have the tier 2 tower bot, so they're going to commit to this potentially. Is that a flicker? Oh, it is a flicker. Such a big item in this kind of position.
Damage. Look at that leveler damage on the Lina.
Melez going in deep here. This is really deep, though. Perhaps too deep. He's alone. He needs out. Melez, you are getting support slowly make its way in, but that means the Razor's going to be caught out on the sideline as well. Damage being done to the Armadillo, but in the end, it's going to be Desperate, who is in a lot of trouble. He's being slowed down. He's going to be broken. He falls, and look at Crit. He's also incredibly low. He does have a buyback, but guess what? He's going to be forced to use it, and does. Melez now caught up by the finger, survives a little while longer, but in trouble, and does fall as well. It looks like Team Spirit, they want to go to bed tonight early, because right now they are just taking names. They've totally destroyed any lead that existed before, and right now they are still just commanding the side of the map. They're making their way towards the tier 3 tower again, and Team Spirit up onto the high ground. Look at Toronto and Yatori go. They do manage to get the stun. They get up the LSA as well, but they just don't have the damage. In the back line they go though. Collapse wants to finish the job. Callus very low and is brought down as well. They managed to get off a little bit of damage onto the Sand King, but it's not nearly enough. It's going to be picked up as well by his own Rubik, pulled back to the safety of the low ground. They have done damage, my friend.
They have done damage, and I think I just want to go back. Desperate buying that refresher orb instead of having buyback. Those were 2 crucial fights, and if he was there up top when they were pushing, that could have been a different story. If he was alive in mid, that could have been another different story. And what did the refresher orb do? You got a second Eye of the Storm. What's the point of a second Eye of the Storm if you're dead?
I mean, I hear
And
you.
that's what feels bad. That's what feels bad, you know? He didn't save buyback. He had the buyback money. A refresher orb recipe is like what? 1850? Give or take?
And look at Toronto go, man. Just look at this animation. It doesn't look right. It looks like there's something glitched. This looks like WTF mode or something. But it is going to be a WTF moment for anyone right now who's supporting this side of PUCChamp, because they are in such deep trouble. And just a moment ago, we were talking about how good a Game 3 looked. And right now,
I know, right?
you're going to have to struggle to believe it.
They're always, life will always find a way to make casters sound wrong. You know? Like,
Well,
we were
speaking of
hyping
which-
up a Game 3 and then, look what happens.
Yeah, 100%. I tend to agree. Life will find a way. But right now, Team Spirit, they have found their way back into this, and it's time for...
Have they really? I think you're getting ahead of yourself, my friend. They're not getting, not yet, not just quite yet. If they find the Lina, that's what happens. They find the Lina has no buyback for 2 minutes, as well as the Sand King. If they find that pick, maybe they can find the miracle. But getting there is a whole other story.
Well, Roshan seems to be on the cards, right? I mean, you can see the fact that Ducalis is thinking about it. You can see the lines being drawn out from the time of Team Spirit towards the side of the map. They are all thinking the same thing. And perhaps that is the key to unlocking for this one. The one thing I will say is that Crit has not had an opportunity to just unload for a while now. So if he does have the opportunity to just have just right-click possibilities, just unleash himself on somebody. Of course, they can still take a team fight back here, but it's just not working, and it feels a little bit messy, if I'm totally honest.
It does, sure. And even if they wait for the Roshan, buybacks will be back for Team Spirit, and the moment will be lost for PUCChamp. And I also don't like Luna also buying into this Octarine core. Sure, there is
Hold on,
you
they've
get
caught
that.
out another, and they're going to commit a lot to it. Astral will bail out his teammate for a moment, but look at the aggression coming from Collapse. He still wants a fight. In the end, Menes is kept up. He's commit the ulti, though, and they're going to try fight this. They have a weird positioning here, but they're going to keep the Pango alive for the time being. Collapse, though, does not respect his opponents right now, going up to the high ground, face-checking it. But in the end, no one punished just yet. The Pango ulti down for another 40 seconds. I think that is a core moment for them to wait for. If they can keep this up for a little while longer, they'll be in a much better position. They're going to use the 4-star to keep their Luna out of harm's way as he tries to slow things down. Yatoro on the front lines, though. He doesn't have an Aegis this time around. He does still have that BKB and a Satanic and a Skadi. This man is hard to kill. Multi-shot onto the high ground.
And a Glimmer Kick from the Rubik as well.
And they go. Can they make it work? The BKB 4-star from Toro. They're going to pop that refresher orb onto the Razor. But look at the damage coming to Toro. They've managed to finish him off. That's great. They want more, though. They're rapidly making their way up into the high ground here. Collapse hiding out of the tree line. He is a difficult person to bring down. Hooks up the Epi, though. He wants this fight, and he will get a just dessert as he gets supported by Mishposhka. They find the kill, and now they're one out. Desperate? He is desperate to find a kill, but he's not going to get one. At the very end of the day, though, they do trade out a arguably more important core right now. The Drow range
He's gonna
down.
survive. But Lion, how is this Lion always surviving? He has 6 deaths and 15 assists, and he's almost always blinking in to start off these fights. Like Niposhka, how is he not dying? Still so impressive.
Well,
Are they just ignoring
Roshan
him?
is up, and Crit wants a piece of it. What are you loaded with? Is it with a full Agham's Blessing? Who takes it? I mean, I want to say this is theirs, but hold on. Team Spirit, they're interested. I mean, Toronto is right outside the Roche pit, and
No
Ducalis
epicenter,
and
though.
Co. Can they see that's happening? They see something's going on. They're going to go deep in. They lead with the Sanking. He wants out though. Maybe enough to slow things down. 30 seconds till the Drow range is up, though. Crit still wanting to bring down Roshan. They want this. Collapse again comes in. There is a sentry down there, so they know exactly where it is. They're going to catch him out a little while longer. He's in trouble, but he gets telekinesis back onto the safety of his own high ground. Roshan, however, very, very low. Can they make this happen? They're still beating down onto the Roshan. 13 seconds for the Drow Ranger. In they go, though, with the Pango. It's beautiful. Who gets the Aegis? It's lying on the deck. Somebody pick it up. We'll finally go to Crit, and now things are on. Again, is that a dead Sank for 120 seconds? That is not a dead
Yes,
Sank. He
but
does have a buyback.
He has buyback, and that's the Luna Ags. That's the Luna Ags with the 25-second Eclipse Lucent mini stun. So that's gonna be a lot of CC as well. So maybe this Octarine core will finally pay off for Crit.
I'm starting to get excited. You called it. I mean, let's give the man credit. He said, don't call the game just yet. And guess what? You were right, sir, because this game is starting to turn around again. What a beautiful display of Dota we're watching. And it's not over just yet, because in they go again, top lane. They're going to find out the Rubik. It's just the Rubik, you might say. But he's been doing a lot of work with that defensive telekinesis. And he should be brought down here. Swashbuckle will connect. They disarm him. And they finally bring him down as well.
And Luna doesn't really mind mega creeps as well. If we're being real here, if they get mega, doesn't mind. But
Excuse me?
Tokyo,
Excuse
okay,
me. That was pretty casual.
okay.
They find another and the gem down as well. Is this it? No.
No, they have buybacks. Rubik doesn't. Oh wait, Rubik has a buyback now. Rubik has a buyback now. Thankfully, they'll probably just force buybacks here, especially with Hoodwink not there. Sure, Hoodwink not really the most important hero in their team fights, but a follow-up stun to the Rolling Thunder knock-up is gonna go a long way. On top of the Eclipse from the Luna as well, which is now at 105-second cooldown.
Swally, please take a look at what's queued up on the Luna, by the way. I hope this is real, because I want it.
I want it to be real as well. There's so much evasion. Well, all that thought, Luna are gonna be stunned up.
He's on the front lines again. He's got the support he needs, though, to bail him out of trouble. But there is a lot of damage coming up. Bear in mind, again, he does have the Aegis. No Satanic on this build, though. So Crit is going to rely on regenning the old-fashioned way. The Mask of Madness is sitting in the backpack, but let's see what happens. At the moment, it looks like they are satisfied with taking the racks and now making their way towards the outpost. They control that. Just a range rack standing. I guess that's not huge. They'll happily wait for their own creeps. That job will get done. Lucy, this exact creep, and his friends, her friends, are going to eventually get the job done. That's what they're relying on, I think.
Okay, he has the money now. Look at that, Luna. Let's go. Great.
He's also got buyback, though, right? So Shorty saves for it. He needs a fair amount. Buyback cost is 3k. So Shorty has the buyback because, look, it kind of sucks when you lose a rapier, but at least the game isn't decidedly over if you don't have buyback. So
That's true.
interesting. He actually bought BOTs, so we're going to have to wait a little bit longer.
Okay.
Keeping us in
maybe
suspense.
they wanna wait for the tier 4 items. I mean tier 5 items. I think that's what they're going for right now. They want the Apex. They want it all. They want the Necro. Yeah, the Necro still an item, kind of.
Kinda, yeah. You just have to sell your soul for it these days, because 60-minute Dota games at this level are they're not fun for anyone other than us, right? We love this stuff, but for the players, it is tense. Crit caught out here, immediately forced off away. He's got to be kept up. They got to be careful. Burrow strike away. Look at Melis. He is in a little bit of trouble here. Does have the Rolling Thunder going though. They try and deal with this Rubik. The damage is there. They'll finish the job. In the end, enough to get a pick off, and a pick off is golden right now. Desperate. Going to start moving his way towards the mid lane as well, as he reconverges with his friends. Burrow strike, again, going deep in. Where is it? Not anybody. Collapse. Going to see that they do manage to, in fact, catch out Ducalis. Ducalis forced back as well. Desperate, though. He's trying to do some work. Epicenter in the back lines. This one hurts, Astral. Can you stay alive? Yes, he can. And now they have to get this Sand King out. Collapse, backing off. He does not get hit by the sharpshooter, but he is still in a little bit of trouble. But this fight is chaotic on the back lines. They're going to find a kill. Buyback starting to come out, though. One on the Lina, one on the Shadow Demon, and one on the Hoodwink. So right now, advantage goes back to Team Spirit. Where's the Luna on that Aegis? It's down. Didn't even see it fall, but it is down.
But the carries, they both have buyback, and that's what's important right now, and they really shouldn't force the issue for now. And still waiting for that buyback. Gonna need around 2,500 more gold or 1,500. My math is betraying me right now, but thereabouts.
All I took from that was money was required to do things, and I'll take it.
Exactly. Like, money is good. Period.
All right. Let's get sucked back in, because this game almost resets again, right? With the Aegis down, it's a problem. As you mentioned, 60-minute items are already with it. Oh, man, do I want this rapier. Please, Crit. Please make this happen.
A little more. Let's go.
Look at this courier. So, yeah, it's a Pango courier. We don't want to see that. We want to see the Luna courier make its way over to that secret shop. We want rapiers in our Dota games. We want high stakes. We want to see this one go all the way. Doesn't matter how it ends at this point. It's been a great game of Dota. Both sides certainly can feel proud of their performances. They've made it very, very entertaining. And let's take a look at what Gaben thinks. At the moment, he's still backing Team Spirit. 75% win chance.
I mean, it's the DPC bias. Let's just give it that, you know. But I think if Luna buys a Divine, that's when things get interesting in the graph.
I don't want to be a support when there's a Luna with a Divine. A Shadow... Okay, look, I realize that's not quite how it works. But just pretend for a second that how it's going to work. Because Shadow Demon's going to make illusions. They're going to still do a lot of damage, regardless of whether or not it's base stats or not. But hold on, in comes the Burrow Strike again. Crit one at a piece, but he has to back off. You got to be careful, got to respect this. He's still in the front lines. That Rapier still queued up. Maybe his thoughts are to buy out and then buy it. And maybe that's a play, because he also went for the BOTs. So it's not unbelievable. Melez hiding on the high ground, face checks it, but immediately went into the... I forget the name of this thing. What is it? Roll up.
Whew. Rolling, roll up. Oh, that one. Yeah, roll up. There we go. I got confused as well. Rolling Thunder, roll up.
You know, we've been talking about metal today, so we need like a metal reference. Like, pop it in the chat, give us a metal reference that equates to the skill roll up. Like, I don't know, I'm sure if somebody gives me Bon Jovi, I'm gonna give you like some really ugly eyes. Like, I'm gonna stare at you ugly because that's not metal. But you know, we'll wait for it. Hold on, in comes the engage. Once again, Burrow Strike. They're gonna try control Melis. Gets bailed out again from the disruption, but it lines up for the Burrow Strike. However, sorry for the LSA, but in they go, back in, desperate on the front lines. They want to turn this one. Mira getting low, and they will manage to catch out a very important target, Toronto. However, again, that telekinesis, that defensive telekinesis is so good, but they do manage to punish the Rubik for it, so they find the kill regardless.
That's big though. They know that's a buyback. I mean, they know that's a buyback. Does she have it? Does she have it? Does she have it? She still doesn't have it. What the hell? Where is the Luna Courier?
She didn't buy out. She didn't die or something. I don't feel like I missed that. Hold on. Mishbaka in trouble here. They're going to re-engage again. Desperate wants to bring down Collapse. He is in trouble. This time around, no telekinesis. Needs a Burrow Strike. He's going to be finished off here. Trouble for Spirit at the moment as they go in deep. They want to crush them right here. Collapse buys back. He's dodging, excuse me. Melez at the moment, but he's got to be very careful because that is a buyback. Has a sandstorm, going to turn around back in on the buybacks coming out from the dry range while they've managed to keep Collapse caught out here. He does get a little bit of support starting to come in now from the dry range. Toro wants to push back his adversaries. But Crit and Co, they are going to be caught out in the back lines again. Very, very low Luna. He wants to survive. Gets disrupted again by Astral. And now they do have an opportunity to turn and burn. Crit, though, he's being hunted by Collapse. This is chaos. They're going to find the Trial Ranger, potentially. But do they have the damage to bring him down? Not at all. Managed to get the gem for himself. It's lying on the deck. But in the end, the Luna falls. Melee is trying to get out of harm's way. Collapse is still tracking him. Goes back, and the buyback comes in from the Luna. They're going to find Astral. In comes Jotaro as well. He gets caught up by Melez. They want to bring down the Dry Ranger. He manages to flick away. He's still in trouble, though. Look at the damage coming from the back lines from Toronto, though. He's just beaming down on Desperate. They will bring down Desperate. They'll bring down the Pango as well. And Collapse is hunting because he wants more, and he's going to get it as well. The Shadow Demon falls, and guess what, ladies and gentlemen? The pendulum finds itself on the other side of the Dotaverse because it looks like Team Spirit are not done just yet.
Maybe if Crit had his Divine, you know, things could have been different. Maybe Dro has the Divine now. Maybe he could have rampaged. We don't know. But now he's totally forgotten about the Divine. Doesn't have it queued up anymore. Or does he? Nope, he doesn't. And Crit, man, we were so excited for the Divine. And it's not coming. It's not coming anymore. But at least his friends have buyback. So it's not over quite
yet. Buyback in the game belongs to the Lightning Revenant at the moment. Lion will have his before it matters, but this is pretty much go time. They've got the Aegis up. This time, surely. Swally, can I say it yet? They're going to catch out the Luna. This could be all they need. Yotaro in the backlines. Crit is down and out. This is huge, and it does sound like Team Spirits can start celebrating. And if you like Team Spirit, you can celebrate amongst them. They find themselves attaching themselves to the Ancient. They're going to pick up the fortification, though. But it doesn't matter. Out comes the LTs, and out come the celebrations. Congratulations, because Team Spirit are your winners, and they may look pretty good in the end. What a matchup. Swally, I love that, man. I love that.
Even if it was a 2-0, PogChamp were pretty PogChamp, in their game number 2. I gotta say, like, it was close. We all thought we were going to a game 3 more than once in that game. Like when they were pushing bottom, when Luna was going for that divine, but they looked a lot cleaner. They
Agreed.
looked a lot cleaner than in the first game. Like let's just forget the Techies game ever happened and remember PogChamp for this one because that was hype. That
I
was
like
hype.
it. Well, look, we're not going to beat that. What a fantastic... Thank you for joining us. I know the casters thing wasn't quite right in chat. My name's Halbert. I was joined by Swally. Thank you for joining us. It was a lot of fun casting for you. A great series.
Thank you.
And hopefully it won't be the
It was
last
great
time, Swally.
casting with you, Albert. I gotta
was a
say,
lot of
that was
fun.
fun.
Anyways, look, thanks a lot again, guys. Been great, but it's time for us to turn things over here. So thanks a lot for tuning in. We'll see you. We'll update the scoreboard for you. We'll give you that one, and we'll call it a night. Thanks so much for tuning in. We'll see you next time.
Bye-bye.
Maybe I'm a little young, but you don't know what I've become. Can't you see it in my face? But living in disguise, but you can see the killer in my eyes. I've got a look you can't escape. 僕の未来は誰にもわからない。皆は
Hello guys and welcome to the Dota 2 Champions League. We are here with the playoffs. We're finally in the last two matches of the day and it's going to be Team Unique versus Nemiga Gaming to start us off. One quick second. I want to make sure they hear me on Dota TV. My apologies here. Can I fix this? Yeah. We have Team Unique versus Nemiga Gaming that will be facing off in this best of 3. We have changed indeed casters because today we thought let's parade as many casters as possible. That's the way we want to do it. Instead of having one pair, let's bring in 15 different pairs. And so for this pair today, my name is Avo Plus, I'm a veteran of the Eastern European scene, and joining me straight from SEA, also a veteran of the Dota 2 casting scene, is Mr. Husky. How are you doing, my friend?
Thank you very much, Abel. I'm doing absolutely fantastic. I mean, whenever there's Dota, and that's where my blood flows towards. And I'm super excited to see what these two teams have in mind. Obviously, we're already kind of finished off with the second pick, and I am very ecstatic to see what these players have already selected. You know, we got the Pango Lion on Nemiga Gaming, and Team Unique has the Puck and Nyx Assassin. Really robust opening. And right off the bat, I want to get your thoughts on what these heroes do for their respective teams.
All right, we have some interesting pickups already. For Nemiga Gaming, we got the Pangolier for Aincrad. Usually, the man who plays this hero, the very unique mid Pangolier player, and interesting that they pick it so early. I mean, we have two teams in this tournament, PuckChamp and Nemiga, who really highly value the Pangolier. For PuckChamp, it's for Melis in the offlane. For Nemiga, it's for the mid Aincrad Pangolier. They have played him in other positions. Chosen One certainly plays it too, and we've even seen 4 on this team, but usually it tends to be in the mid lane. And interesting response by the Puck, because in an interview we did actually when we're doing the close qualifiers, Sorry, it was Melis actually who told us that he was not really afraid of the Puck when he was playing Pango. That is a very big misconception that it's a counter, because all you need to do is go for the roll-up and Puck is useless. So we're going to see how they respond. The Lion, of course, always a useful pick, always a good counter to the Puck, and actually very good against the Nyx. So for the start, Nemiga, not only are they proposing something quite powerful, because Pango means you to respond to it, but you also have a solid counter, and on top of that, a comfort pick. Unique, I like the Puck for FN, it's solid, but it's nothing too special. Let's see what they can bring afterwards.
Yeah, and so far you can see at Nemiga, they take out both the Phoenix and the Timbersaw, as Team Unique will deal with both the Morphling and the Lifestealer. Obviously, both teams looking at drastically different roles. Position 3 seems to be the name of the game for Nemiga Gaming's ban, but for the side of Team Unique, they're looking at those post ones, and evidently this kind of setup for Nemiga Gaming so far is all about having those control in the team fights. But would you say that Team Unique has already had that answer with the Nyx and Puck?
I mean, it's not really an answer, right? Because they picked up the... I mean, I don't think it's an answer to the Pangolier necessarily. I think it's more of the how they wanted to start, usually. Like, unless you pick up a Terrorblade or something like really big in the first pick, usually you don't answer for the second 2 picks. You pick up a combo that you feel comfortable with. That's how I'm seeing Uniques at least, right? Where Nyx and Puck are solid. It's a good way to start your draft. What I like about this start, though, which Nemiga might not have as much, is that it does bring a lot of flexibility. When we talk about drafting, usually you get 2 sides. Usually it's the aggressor in the draft, very similar to poker when you're betting, and then you the defender or the responder. In this case, obviously, Nemiga is the aggressor. However, the way that many responders in Dota do to make sure the drafting is a bit easier is they pick up heroes that allow flexibility or open up your draft. Nyx is certainly one of them, because he closes the enemy draft as well, so by in turn opens yours. And Magnus is another one that's very popular. Puck as well. Picks that are flexible. Immediately the pick of the Gyrocopter, though, for Unique. Very interesting. I mean, I've been casting SA Dota this whole time, so it's been like a complete change, but we see the main core's banned, Luna Terrorblade. Dusa was still in the pool, but Unique will instead decide to go for the Gyrocopter, which they value a bit higher.
Yeah, and I definitely am liking the Gyrocopter, at least for how it looks like for Team Unique. Although Medusa was kind of the first hero that comes to mind, Medusa and Drow, but the Gyrocopter kind of fits the profile of Team Unique as well, right? It does give them that team fight capabilities. When the Puck leashes Nemiga Gaming, the Gyrocopter can just run in with all his skills, guns blazing, and hopefully, secure that win for the team. But revealing that position 1 this early on, Nemiga Gaming, now they have kind of 3 picks to answer this gyrocopter, and I'm probably expecting them to go for their own position one, knowing that they have already seen a gyrocopter. What do you think?
Yeah, it could be. Gyrocopter, unlike Terrorblade, I think, or even Dusa or Luna, which is the trifecta of gods, he has a couple of bad core-to-core matchups that Nemiga can abuse. You want the pick, though, to be on the last pick of this. Yeah, exactly. So they pick 5 first. Because you want it to be on the last pick of this round, the 4th pick, you could say, for Nemiga. And that allows you to cover it with 2 bans. So that's the smartest strategy, and then you probably last pick your offlaner, which allows you to have a good lane against Gyro, and also a good core-to-core matchup. The reason why you usually pick your carry earlier here, not only did you see the Gyrocopter, but also the current meta is not really favoring carries. Like, there's just a clear upper tier of carries and everything else a bit below. So usually the carry gets picked a bit earlier due to the value of it. And Unique certainly sees that. They have the option of the IO Gyro here. Always an option when you pick up this hero. Something that Unique has done in the past. It wouldn't be crazy. But we'll see. For other options that we can have, usually the 5 save. Oracle is okay. I think Winter Wyvern against Mango Lion is not really useful.
Maybe the Wyvern could kind of... is there a chance that we're looking at a possible Wyvern mid for Nemiga Gaming, right? Because it feels like Team Unique, they do have these heroes, and Broodmother, also one of the few cores that Wyvern can deal with, at least when you go up to those base defense with that Splinter Blast. But most importantly, you kind of need someone to start locking down the Broodmother and the Gyro in team fights, right? And Clockwood certainly does that with the rest of his team. Maybe Nemiga needs to look for a core that does the exact same thing, like the Wyvern mid, or something like you previously mentioned, the Magnus, who also has the capabilities of keeping everyone in place, but they will go for the Sven instead.
I mean, the Wyvern's not very good against Brood because you just become food, honestly. Like, a good Broodmother will rarely get caught in the Winter's Curse. And also, they have a lot of magical damage. I didn't really like that pick. The Sven is very solid, though. What Broodmother does that was very, very interesting is they take advantage of the fact that Pango is mid, because they know this, and they know Aincrad. So, by that logic, either Nemiga changes one of their comfort picks and they put it on the chosen one to suit this Broodmother, or they still have to deal with it. Because if your mid laner is the hero that deals with the Broodmother, then he has to rotate and stay in the safe lane for too long, can't gank, and you lose a lot of space for your team, which is essentially a Broodmother winning, even if she doesn't take tower. But what Nemiga did is, honestly, probably the only move you can make. There's very few carries that can deal with Broodmother. Sven is honestly one of the few ones that can. So you get a hero that can actually stay in lane, defend that tower while he farms. And now the onus of the draft, the proposition, still is on Nemiga. Unique tried to turn this around by picking out Broodmother, surprising Nemiga. It didn't work out. So, well done. Nemiga's answering this draft really well. They're actually drafting very strong. They've taken out the Mars as well. Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, the Mars was taken out by Unique earlier, so you don't have that option in the off lane. Tide is another pick that's very popular against Brood. Timbersaw's been taken out. You have Centaur, but Centaur's... Centaur's not the greatest. Your off lane's looking difficult for Nemiga. I'm wondering what they're going to think of here.
It does seem like it. I also have Centaur in my mind, but you know, I will, at the same time, I'm thinking, what else does Nemiga have that can be picked in the offlane other than the Centaur, right? In these kind of situations, perhaps a Bat Rider might feel like an option, even though, and it can still be that flex pick, right? Depending on when Nemiga wants to put that Bat Rider, but judging from what we've seen so far, that offlane might just be the lane that this hero is going to go to. Bat Rider, Centaur, perhaps we might see Nemiga pick up a Lash and put this Pango off so that the Lash can deal with the Broodmother as well. Other than that, you know, I don't see too much options, like you said.
Like, there's not a perfect option. It's what sucks, because you want to have a secondary option in case Sven gets bullied out of lane, which might happen. I wasn't thinking Dominate, but it's something Chosen One has done before. Trying to get back into the Eastern European mentality. I mean, again, Center's acceptable. It's not ideal. You know, surprisingly, this game, Legion is actually really solid, but Legion is crap pick. But she is very good. Against Puck, against Gyrocopter, you win that lane. You actually deal well with Broodmother. It's actually surprisingly good. Legion game. Also very good with Sven.
Yeah. Even, especially with the shard, right? You just give that... the magic immunity. Legion Commander is also one of my favorite heroes, and Nemiga Gaming, they will pick up the Razor as kind of, you know, the last pick of the draft to kind of wrap it up. And I'm looking at this Razor and I'm thinking, how does this Razor fit into the draft? You have the static link, of course, for the Gyrocopter and the Broodmother, but most importantly, how does this Razor kind of answer what Team Unique has so far?
Yeah, it's interesting pickup. I mean, I'm assuming it's going to be Razor off, because Razor against Puck is not particularly the matchup of your dreams. And then it's pretty good against Gyrocopter. I mean, Razor's good against Gyro, because Gyro likes long fights where he puts out a lot of damage. Now between Razor and Sven, you've stopped that. You're lacking a bit of initiation. Unique answer with Wyvern. I mean, once you see the Razor and the Sven, Wyvern becomes very high value for Unique, of course, because the Clockwork and Lion don't deal enough damage. Not sure. The Wyvern's a really good answer, actually, towards the end. It's very, very hard counter to the Sven, as per usual. We're talking about the save earlier. Obviously, we're discussing Nemiga's save, but for Unique, the Wyvern's a much more solid pickup. You don't have a tanky core to use it with, but it's fine with Gyrocopter and the Zags.
I mean, now that I look at it, the bulk of Nemiga's damage comes from physical, right? The Razor and Sven, they all want to just right-click you down, and now you have a Slayer on that Wyvern that Cold Embrace is going to negate all of that. And of course, you also have the Winter's Curse, probably one of the best supports in this meta right now, alongside the Phoenix. And the end, she provides a heal, strong laning phase, great AoE control. I am loving this Wyvern pick, but more importantly, Unique's draft in general, it feels like they have things sorted out. They have that late game insurance policy. They have someone to run around the map, to roam around the map with the snakes, and of course the laning phase looks pretty solid as well. I'm kind of favoring Team Unique's draft, but if there's any chance for Nemiga Gaming to kind of sort out the draft and have a chance against Team Unique going from the mid to late game phase, what do you think that's going to be?
I mean, you have a strong laning phase for sure. You shouldn't lose too many of these lanes. Sven should be okay against Broodmother. Razor's really solid against Gyrocopter in the lane, and Winter Wyvern doesn't do enough against Razor. Pango versus Puck is also not a difficult matchup. So there's a lot of snowball potential from Nemiga. I have a somewhat concern to you. Like, on one hand, Nemiga has really solid late game in their cores, but they're lacking a bit of team fight compared to Unique, who has incredible team fight. So I'm wondering if the effect of Broodmother falling off will be enough for them to start winning with their superior damage. I think... not sure. I'm actually not sure about this game. I'm going to go for Nemiga just because of Ironcrad's Pangolier. I think the Ironcrad Pangolier is always really solid and can bring what they need here. And I do find that with a bit of it snowballing from the lanes, they do have a solid chance of winning this. But the lack of team fight and in general control they have besides the Lion scares me.
Yeah, I definitely agree with your point, but for me, I still prefer Unique's draft, a bit more at least, judging by the amount of team fight and how this Broodmother pick really feels like that X factor that could give a Team Unique the upper hand that they need. But the early smoke from Nemiga to the middle lane, hoping to catch someone, at least into the Radiant jungle, Unique able to completely dodge that gank, at least for now. They also have that Observer Ward just in case the smoke breaks.
Nice. It's interesting how back in the day, like 2 weeks ago, when we're casting Eastern European Dota, and they always meet in a triangle. But Nemiga is changing this around. Look at this. Oh. Little explorers. Where are we going, Nemiga? Where are we trying to find? Petushar acting like a ward, sees everyone. So, we're not going to find anyone.
Yeah. That's actually so smart. And now Nemiga, they do see Unique come out of hiding with that Observer Ward, but there's nothing much that Nemiga can do. As a Team Unique, able to read that move with pinpoint accuracy. So it's going to be a distribution of 2 bounty runes for each team.
Nothing too big here. They haven't also discovered the mid wards yet, so that's surprisingly even. We usually see at least one of these get dewarded. Usually that's also what happens when you run down the mid lane, see if there's a ward around there. Didn't really happen because of Unique's good positioning and because of Nemiga's relatively aggressive draft. We'll see. I think a lot of this game, though, for Nemiga is definitely depending on how can you deal with a Winter Wyvern. Canceling Razor and Sven is a bit, it's a really big deal. You don't really have the best heroes to kill him. You kind of need to block him, just disturb him. Chosen One in the bottom lane. He's going to struggle because he's going to try them immediately. And Chosen One probably going to die here. Just one more hit from Gyrocopter will do the trick. There we go. They gave it to space. Perfect. Nemiga will lose the Chosen One and start the game with a bit of a losing streak here. Putting some harassment here on the Brood Mother. As I said, the lanes for Nemiga, at least the top lane, is quite strong. I like what Unique did here though, because they usually what you do is you actually gank the off lane because the safe lane's creeps always are near the tower. So your carry can always solo farm near the tower, no problem, whereas off laner can't really. So they try to turn that on its head and surprise them by laning bottom early for the kill and then TPing, which is not something you see as often, and by that they caught Nemiga a bit by surprise. Razor is by far the easier kill than Sven, so it was definitely the right choice here. And now the Chosen One starting this lane with a bit of a disadvantage, as he's a bit afraid even to engage Gyrocopter, who has a little bit of a better lane equilibrium. So he calls the Clockwork, helps him out, and he gets the creep wave near his tower. Well, or maybe not. He messed up, actually. Oh, no. A bit too late. Okay, he only got the range creep. It's fine. Well, Aincrad in the mid lane. Just gonna prevent Puck from pushing this lane, yeah? Oh, I'm gonna find Petushara. Heritage nearby. Lodin. Putting up for the pressure on Petushara, who only has 1 point insatiable hunger, and it's actually in the bottom lane where they get another kill on the Chosen One. Really strong against this Gyrocopter. Definitely not what you want to see, but the usage of the Clockwork is apparent in this lane. And he's the one that's going to be farmed in the end.
Nice.
Let's see. Heritage. Again, treads. And the Chosen One, they go for space. And the blocking field too. Chosen One putting some pressure, but not even needing a cold embrace in this lane. Quite surprising here that honestly, this lane's getting destroyed by so much. Gyro's even going to go for the usual stat build here, where you max flat can, you put a couple points of home missile, and then put points in attribute rather than rocket barrage, which makes your laning usually a bit worse, but apparently block pushes Gyro out. Chosen One does get hit by the whole missile, and Chosen One might just die to the flat cannon, but space is out of charges, so you can't quite kill him.
Seems like even if, like you mentioned, the laning phase isn't that good for Gyrocopter, with this build, there's nothing much that Nemiga can do to slow him down.
No, it's
Can't really run at the Gyrocopter. Again, Winter Wyvern just provides so much, right, in terms of being defensive.
It's not the build. The build is just to farm efficiently. The reason why he's winning is the Wyvern, honestly. And the uselessness of Clockwork is very apparent in this lane. And also Razor feeding First Blood wasn't great. And now Razor... Like, Razor's good against Gyro in the mid game, but if you can't get close to him in the early, it can't be a problem. And I think Winter perpetuates that. So... I gave the Chosen One a bit more credit than I should have, to be honest. In hindsight, that lane is not as good because I wasn't considering the usage of Clockwork. This is a Lion or something with a stun, that'd be easier. But unfortunately, I had to use Lion 5 and Clockwork 4. I have to take a courier here.
Well, able to take out some of the regen, but so far, even in terms of the numbers, see Team Unique, they're doing just a bit better compared to what Team Nemiga has. What is going to be the solution, right? Now we are seeing like how less this Clockwork is doing, how this Razor is not able to provide the amount of pressure that he should have been. Is this going to be an issue moving forward into the next couple of minutes when this Gyrocopter starts farming those jungle camps?
I mean, the Gyrocopter is going to just outscale. That's the point of this build as well. Yeah. There'll just come a point where Gyrocopter will be able... I mean, the reality of this build is that it's a combination, actually. Went for a combination of 2 builds. The current stats build, and also the old Hector build, where you actually go for the double super of agility, which everyone started copying a while ago. He's an auto to be turned into Wraith Band, so just 6 agility. And you just farm so quickly. And the idea is, can we match the Sven? Who farms decently, but there's no Luna. So... Gyro might be able to mitigate the impact of the weaker matchup. Between this and the fact that Broodmother will keep Sven busy here and you can't really make stacks for him either, they're really, really choking Nemiga. And Nemiga decides to go for a desperate move. Anka has orb,
They bring
and they're going for a kill.
There's a Rolling Thunder available, and maybe this could alleviate a bit of pressure. They're gonna engage on it with the Static Storm and the Rolling Thunder. Ironclad just get on top of him, but the level 1 Core Embrace will keep Gyrocopter alive for a bit more space. Still is surviving through all of this, but he'll eventually go down, and that is the kill that Nemiga are looking for. They will get everyone out of it, and they might even get Slayer in return. Ironclad will make sure that the Chosen One gets this double kill. Nemiga will find the kill that they want.
I mean, that was a really, really good rotation by Ironclad there, but in the middle lane, Lodin had to come and cover to make sure the tower doesn't get pushed. So, that rotation is good because you rotate on Catapult, but at the same time bad because you're rotating on Catapult, right? So mid is getting pushed and you're exchanging that for a tier 1. You probably can't take a tier 1. It's a bit of a desperate maneuver by Ironclad, and you had nobody to really cover for this Catapult, so Lodin came in to die. Now Heaven's nearby. Heaven also can't do anything, and I think they might just lose mid tier 1 just like this, or very, very close to it. So much punishment just to try to save your Razor a bit of shame. And Chosen One is back to losing the lane.
Yeah, and how quickly Team Unique responded to what Nemiga tries to do. Now Lodin comes back to life, and they're gonna contest this Rune. Should be able to get the kill onto Vignum, and indeed that's gonna be the case, but Heaven wants to get away, and Ironclad would also be safe.
I think that's going to be going for a utility panel here, bit with the Unisceptor, seems like. Usually we see Ironclad being a bit more on the Maelstrom side, you know, trying to be a bit more of a carry pangle, we'll call him. But I guess with Razor, you just can't afford that. You need some team fight somewhere, and it has to be Ironclad. Maybe the Sven can itemize that way a bit later too. Sven does bring a stun to the table, at least Lion in a similar way. Clockwork's going to need to give Lion a lot more priority here, so they can have some team fight. The Gyrocopter's already farming pretty well. Moved into the jungle, and go for Crystal as first item. Very
It does feel pretty right.
They're mid. Rolling Thunder. Ironclad can't
Rolling
play
Thunder. They're gonna... Yeah, he is dead again. Space is just gonna show up in the middle lane, and Ironclad not able to do too much. He's gonna try to clear the way to the Rolling Thunder as best as he can. It feels like his hands are tied, right? If this middle tier 1 goes down, this entire team of Team Unique is gonna run into the jungle, take control of the map, and of course they have a Broodmother on their side, which makes things even more complicated. So Ironclad, like you mentioned early on, he does get the desperate gank in the bottom lane, but what else can he do?
I mean, that's... Yeah, you're kind of limited because you... It just sucks that Ironclad needs to kind of do everything right now. The Sven should have been able to take the Broodmother. Obviously, he couldn't. There is a moment where he lose. That's why I wanted an offlaner that could at least deal with Brood. Razor's certainly not that offlaner. I mean, I wasn't the biggest fan of Centaur, but I think Razor was a very crazy... Just a really crazy choice. It's a big, big gamble. I had way too much faith in
like...
Nemiga.
Feels like the Razor pick is more of like we're looking at a core-to-core matchup instead of the big picture, instead of like the overall game plan, right? You want the Razor to kind of hard stomp the Gyrocopter in lane. Now that did not work out, and suddenly it feels like there's no plan B for Nemiga, at least in the laning phase. Bottom lane feels like they are gonna try and catch Slayer, but that's not gonna happen. He just uses the Arctic Burn and flies away.
Not a big kill. They managed to defend this tower somewhat. The thing is, Unique doesn't even have that much push set from the Broodmother, so you shouldn't be taking this mid-tier 1 as early, but it's just happening because they're just out of options on Nemiga. The good thing is Sven has managed to catch up to Gyro really nicely. He is forced to abuse a bit of the God Strength, taking a couple of stacks, but hey, it works. And Chosen One's been left to his own devices down bottom, which allows him to actually recover and even take a tower as a result, as Patushara takes over the lane completely. That's why this mid-tier 1... Usually against Brood, not actually necessary for you to sweep and take over the jungle. When you're Brood, because you just take over anyway. Oh, spiderlings. My computer is gonna crash. It's gonna happen when the spiderlings die. Just be advised. Tower's gonna fall to Shara. He was tired of this mid-tier 1 not falling and takes it for himself. Rolling Thunder available. Ironclad's gonna use it just yet. That means that Slayer might be able to survive. Nice and Veil. Ironclad. Love Slayer though for Tushara. Being routed away. There's a Dream Coil. Ironclad chasing after him. Pango, you're not fast enough. You're not gonna catch the Broodmother, especially not if you bonk, bonk, bonk. And they're not going to get anything but the Winter Wyvern, losing the tower in return.
Still, it feels like still kind of a big win for Team Unique, right? They got what they came for. They did lose the Wyvern, but you know, it's a small price to pay. They got the full control of that top jungle for the side of Team Nemiga. It feels like now this fan is kind of a corral to a very tight corner where the triangle seems to be the safest place that he can be in. Probably the Radiant jungle, but other than that, you have to constantly deal with this Nyx running around with the Vendetta, and obviously with Petrushara as the Broodmother, just putting up those cobwebs around your own jungle.
Pull up my gain, guys. I'm assuming you're referring to me. Pull up my gain, guys. I apologize for that. And we'll speak a bit louder into the microphone. Hopefully this should be better, but we will be adjusting. Sorry, guys. As it being the first stream, as always, we always have the little sound coordination issues. It depends on what stream you are. Some people can hear it more than before. And when I was in SA, people had no problem hearing us because they have worse speakers. so they just everything sounds loud there, and it kind of sounds distorted.
Yeah.
Hopefully you guys can see it a bit better. I'll speak more clearly into the mic as well. Eincrad will have the Yule Scepter soon. Sorry, he has a Yule Scepter already, mind you. Roll-up got cancelled though. No roll-up yet. Nemiga, are you really sure you want to fight this? You just lost Eincrad. Another committee getting the kill on that fan, and the Winter's Curse does not reset the fight. Slayer, what were you planning there? Ends up getting a pretty good fight for Nemiga considering that they're losing. Still getting space for the Sven, and busying the Broodmother who should be taking your tier 2. Well done.
Yeah, there's a good hook shot, you know, from downtown. The tier 2 actually caught the Wyvern and also the puck at the same time. You know, there's nothing that the puck could have done. I actually did not expect Nemiga to kind of turn that around, and that was completely without Sven. It's just the supports doing their work. So the Chosen One, despite having kind of a lackluster laning phase, he has been able to kind of contribute to these fights, which, you know, adds to slowing down Team Unique's momentum. And early on, like you said, this Broodmother is gonna eventually fall off into the late game, and all these space created by the supports is just going to supplement the notion that Nemiga can just hold on for a bit longer.
Yep. I mean, and the idea here is for Nemiga just hold out, and as long as you're maintaining an equal farm between Sven and Gyro, you're pretty much good. I'm surprised the space went for the Crystallis so early. Well, I'm not against this build necessarily. Sometimes when you're trying to out farm, especially when you went for double slippers, Maelstrom is a good idea. We'll see.
Oh, use. Rolling Thunder use. Petrushara getting bobbed left, right, and center. They're gonna hit him with the Finger of Death and the Earth Spike with the damage from Eincrad. It's not enough. Now they lock him there in place with the Winter's Curse, and with 4 members of Team Unique on top of him, they'll use the Orchid to silence him up and beat him to death. FN getting a pretty quick double kill. There's nothing much that Team Unique can do, but they are looking at space in the bottom lane. Rocket Flare into the hook shot. Battery Assault, everything from the kitchen sink to keep space in place. He uses a call down, but the Sven is pretty angry. Comes in with the God Strain, tries to run space down, and the Cleave will finish things off.
Well done, Kiritich. Well done, Heaven, as well. That was the good initiation. I was honestly thinking, what is Clockwork for this game? Very useless, but there we go. He demonstrated himself. You know, you're up against Broodmother, you're up against Puck. You're a bit limited as a pick. Best thing you can do is disturb the enemy team. You know, make sure that you can delay the game. You're really good at doing that. Not the best dead laner, but a very good hero at providing vision, that kind of stuff. He fulfills the same role as Nyx, but in a weaker capacity. But that kill on Gyrocopter makes it all worth it. If he eventually gets Blade Mail, usually really good against Gyrocopter, even more justified. And hopefully Nemiga can continue to make these plays because they're starting to recover nicely from the early game and justifying, well, not the Razor pick really, but the Sven existence. Razor's still not great justified, unfortunately. Oh, Eincrad. You find a bug, but it's not, you know, you want a spider. Bugs are not really that valuable. And in fact, you turn him into a frog, but the frog freezes an ice. He's fine. Bignan can just walk away super happily.
Winter Wyvern mastering the technique of Cairo. What is it? It's this technique that you freeze something and it lasts forever.
Cryogenesis?
Cryogenesis, yeah. There we go.
Семья на месте?
But so far, it seems Nemiga, again, they're finding these kills and they're making that lineup work out despite us, you know, kind of questioning what is the purpose of this Clockwork, what is the purpose of this Razor. And they're starting to show us that, when it comes down to this individual fights, this isolated skirmishes, it feels like Nemiga definitely has a better heroes to make it happen, to kind of have the advantage in these situations. Whereas for Team Unique, if one member is absent, if one of them does not have an ultimate or doesn't press the button correctly, suddenly the whole team fight just falls apart.
I mean, it's true. Having more team fight inherently comes from that, right? But Nemiga is just
Yeah.
farm, have carries hit things, right? It's not complicated inherently. But of course, as the game progresses, there is that moment in the mid game, because in late game you can actually mitigate these aspects with items, right? You can buy hexes, yols, whatever, and that helps you. But in the mid game, that's when you're weakest against these team fight teams, and it's not like the execution is particularly hard by Unique, right? You're right, press the button wrong, but it's Dream Cool, it's Winter's Curse. We're not talking about, oh, you have to get the perfect timing and the angle just right at 45. It's whatever. It's an area spell. Hit the right hero with a Winter's Curse. Ideally, anything next to Sven.
They found Kiritich. Bignum.
Good TP,
Yeah, he's roaming
but
around.
FN? Yeah.
Yeah. They caught him. Kiritich. Most likely, who is gonna go down? Winter's Curse. Plus the call down. He's gonna use Kiritich to beat down Heaven. Kiritich will also pay with his life. It's a full 4-man rotation from Team Unique to the bottom lane.
That is quite funny. I literally just said the whole Winter's Curse, whatever next to Sven. I guess they took that to heart. Minecraft going in. Finger of Death. Hey, good
Right.
kill, Fang.
Yeah, going for the bug as well. Now the bug getting blocked around again. Not able to do too much. Chosen One mega kill streak already. Space and Slayer trying to go on the Chosen One. He tries to TP, doesn't make it. The missile takes him out. The mega kill streak given away to Space. It feels better for Team Unique overall.
Yes, it does. These kills have been really good for Unique. I mean, the kill on FN is important. Einkart is still farming. But here's the problem, whereas Einkart usually goes for a very dominant Pango mid game, he's just playing the teamfight rule because someone has to. And that means that these kills are not as valuable. The Chosen One is the one who needs to survive. The Chosen One's going for more of a tanky Razor. You seem like you have 3 heroes that can all fulfill the same role, and you try to itemize them into being different, and that's not as efficient as Unique, who actually has heroes to fulfill these roles easily. I mean, here they actually don't even need the team fight from Bitushara, so instead of going for the Aura Brew, decided to go for the Orchid. Acknowledging that, honestly, however tanky a Broodmother can become, however great auras you can bring, Sven will lead through you regardless. So the best bet you can have is just play as offensive as possible in the early game. I think he's doing a good job of this. We do hear a hook shot into the cog, but I mean, it's just 2 supports. Can they do it? You need Finger. They need Finger.
Yes. Close enough. Well, close but not close enough. And well, Puck getting away, that is kind of just hookshot expanded, not too big of a deal. Pretty low cooldown ultimate. But I'm surprised that this tier 2 is still somehow standing, for Team Nemiga, despite taking 60% of its health in damage. The fact that they are still able to keep this structure alive is it's kind of a huge feat against a Broodmother. Though Team Unique already has a 4,000 gold advantage, it doesn't really feel like that. Judging by how Team Nemiga has been approaching most of these fights, they're getting even trades, and sometimes you would even argue that Team Nemiga are winning those fights.
I think this gold lead can be a bit deceptive, but at the same time, I feel like the way they're utilizing it is a bit different. Rather than taking map control, this gold lead is taking away options. Ironclad? No. You're gonna take the tower now, though. You spoke to Swim Husky. You cast or cursed this tower.
Yeah.
What did the tower do to you, Husky? Now all of a sudden it's gonna die. I mean, they don't even care about the play if they shouldn't.
Yeah, I didn't. I'm surprised they missed it, honestly.
No, what I was gonna point is that Nemiga, so they're not being controlled in the map, right? They're not being choked by the traditional sense. But what's happening to them is that they're actually being funneled into a 4-1 strategy. And with Sven, that tends to happen regardless, but much earlier than expected, which means Razor and Pango will lose utility though, before they're hoping to, right? Like, they want to be useful still, and they still are because of their levels, but there will be a point where they start to fall off, and Unique can take advantage of that by itemizing and preparing entirely for the Sven.
Yeah, it seems like they have the intention to go onto space, but backup is there. Slayer has to Winter's Curse if you want to use it. Oh, hookshot just missed, and here we go, Winter's Curse. Just gonna use Kiritich to kill off the Pangolier, and Einkart is out of the fight. Gonna use on top of the Razor, the Chosen One tries to get away. Cold Embrace gonna keep Bignum alive. They get the Dream Coil on this Lion as Petrushara just rushes the back line and then tap to kill off the Razor. He's pretty much gonna go down. Kiritich will TP out to safety, but the rest of his team will be hung to dry. That's Team Unique getting 4 kills. They lose none.
This is not great. that team fight, like the Winter Scar's just crushing them. This Winter Wyvern is doing a great job. Slayer realized the secret formula. Wait till God's Strength and Winter's Curse the closest thing. And maybe Nemiga, realizing this is the plan now for the Winter Wyvern, will start to swap their ideas and not go in with Pango and Sven right next to each other, because that is a death sentence at this point. Pango will die every single time. It's unfortunate because we usually see such a good performance by Aincrad Pango. He's honestly really good on this hero, but you guys think I'm a liar now because he hasn't been looking too good this game. And that's just because Unique has been doing a good job of canceling him. They have a good lineup against him. And also because his build is just not one to shine, it's one to just be able to stun. It's more of an off-lane Pango than a mid Pango.
Oh yeah. Kiritich is going for the dagger, so perhaps the switching up the playstyle for Nemiga is trying to get on top of the Wyvern and basically just delete him from the fight before the fight starts, right? You kind of need to eliminate this Winter's Curse, who has been using your God Strength against you, instead of, you know, you being able to utilize that huge steroids from this Sven. Yeah, it's like kind of what the second or third time that Kiritich was forced to kill his own teammate.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he's not happy about that.
No, I hope so. That would be really psychopathic if he was. Can you imagine? Kiritich secretly only plays Sven against Winter Wyvern. He really likes feeling the power. I don't know. I agree with you because it actually kills two birds with one stone, right? On one hand, you get rid of a teammate, which is great. But on the other hand, you also get rid of some timing and God Strength, sometimes for the BKB, depending. Obviously not if they don't attack him with a Winter's Curse, but the idea is that you get rid of the Sven's initiation, you can set up on the rest of his teammates. As opposed to a reset spell, they're using it as an initiation is working well. Good position by Heaven. He's gonna break the smoke. Even if he dies, it's fine. Aincrad, don't go in, you'll die. Oh, well, Chosen One. Chosen One, I know I didn't say your name, but you know that too. Hook shot. The counter initiation's here. Rolling Thunder. Aincrad. Heaven. Heaven, what are you doing? Heaven! Just walked next to the gyrocopter and died. And there's the... Okay, there's the Winter's Curse this time. Not with a Sven. So Kiritich, look at this freedom. The Sven can hit things now. But he's also realized he's actually not that strong. He's getting kited around, and Nemiga will not get the chance to use his God Strength as they'd like to.
Finally gets the dagger. Maybe the next fight is going to be a bit different. Yeah, they're going to smoke up and try to utilize this surprise dagger pickup, or at least this fresh dagger pickup. And it seems like Petrushara will be the most obvious target in this case. They do see him, and they go blink in from Kiritich. They get the stun, but they can't really hit Petrushara. He is hiding behind the trees, and this is the annoying part. And back here comes the Spirelings going for OD. No, not able to kill the lion at least. Kind of unfortunate that Kiritich did not have the Blink Dagger in that previous fight. Maybe the things could have been different, but bottom lane they found space, and that's the BKB. Two-man drink for Kiritich. Also caught as well. Doesn't have the BKB, still on cooldown. Bignom gonna find Kiritich. This is the Impale. They get the Rolling Thunder. They finally kill the Wyvern, and without the Wyvern, there's no one to protect Team Unique against the Sven's auto attack. They find Petrushara again. They orchid onto Kiritich. They're gonna try to get onto him, but his BKB comes back off cooldown. Pops the A on this off the puck. It flinks on top of him, but the puck is gonna use the illusory off to get away. Petrushara as well with their mobility will just use the webs to get to safety. In the Nemiga, they only find the two supports from Team Unique.
Okay, I mean, it wasn't that great of a fight for Nemiga. Like, we hyped for the Sven, and he got to actually be a bit useful for a while, but he wasn't. They really didn't get the gyrocopter. The only thing that still gives me hope for Nemiga right now is the good core-to-core matchup between Sven and Gyro. That still puts them in a good position. But I feel like Unique is starting to find ways to deal with the Sven. The BKB makes sure that Sven can't kill his teammates, because of course, Winter's Curse won't affect you. Well, you can be the target, but you can't be affected by it, right? If you have the BKB on. But that only solves one of the many issues. I'm still hoping to see at some point some utility for the Sven. We're seeing AC for Broodmother to mitigate some damage, the Aeon Disc from FN. To a degree, these are all items just to deal with Sven. I'm assuming Satanic. Yeah, Satanic is going to come out for Gyrocopter too.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the Sven can't kill you in two swings, the whole concept of Sven insta-killing someone just kind of falls apart, right? As long as you can kind of man-fight him and kite him around after that BKB runs out, Team Unique definitely will have a better chance in the situation. I am expecting perhaps Ironcard to go for something like a Lotus Orb, since he is committed to being that utility for his team and playing this, for protect Sven God kind of lineup. Although this draft still so far doesn't really give them that freedom to just take on Team Unique and win those team fights. Team Unique has a 11,000 net worth lead, in under 26 minutes. And that is going to continue to increase until we see Nemiga convincingly win a team fight. But when would that be? When would that arrive?
Yeah, Nemiga needs to think of an alternate plan. The team fights is... I don't know, because you... The problem is that when you have a lineup like this, obviously when you're in this position... Wait, I'll explain this in a second, because Heaven...
Okay.
Heaven just walks... Heaven really likes to walk into danger. He actually kills Slayer. Golden opportunity. But Petrichar is a bit too tanky, and actually Kyrgios can't get through the cogs himself. Kyrgios is in trouble. Hacking the BKB. Okay, he goes for Nyx. At least you kill the supports, Kyrgios, but he wants the cores. And he's actually kind of low on HP. Puck is hunting him down. Stormhammer avoided. Space is losing his damage here. They tried to stop him. Chosen One's actually routing him. He's out. 200 damage. Space can't hit any longer. Space might be vulnerable to the Chosen One. Space could be in trouble against Ironcard, but he's blacking the damage to actually kill him. And Ironcard himself will die in this Odyssey. Nemiga just not strong enough to win these 5-on-5 engagements any longer.
And just those prolonged fights, it feels like prolonged fights will always be in Team Unique's favor. And for Nemiga, the timing really is just centralized around the Sven BKB. His BKB runs out. If your Sven starts running away from a fight, that fight is pretty much over at that point. Yep. Yeah, even though they only got both the supports of Team Unique, they did force out a buyback from Slayer, and I felt like that should have been it, right? That should have been the sign for Nemiga to just completely retreat. They felt that they could kill Space. Evidently, Ironcard's build is not meant to do crap ton of damage, so he gave up his life in return. Not as good as we hoped that it should have been, despite that great engage.
I mean, the issue that they're having right now is Nemiga is currently... I'll explain this in a second, but they're currently losing, right? So 5-on-5 engagements are really difficult for you. And what you need to do is just try to get pickoffs, but your lineup is just not made for that. So you're kind of in a catch-22 situation.
Okay, BKB, immediately Winter's Curse to keep Razor in place.
Oh,
the
Roshan.
Chosen One just can't catch a break. Get the hook shot in, Heaven. So far ahead, Kyrgios to the back line. They're gonna try to kill the Wyvern, and yes, he's dead, no buyback. Top FSA on this space, the stand and trying to manify everyone, and they did get the stun and impale. Oh, Kyrgios didn't get his BKB off in time, and he's gonna lose his life. Now the Chosen One completely isolated. Space just man fights everyone. Gets a triple kill. Team Unique wipes 4. This is back into the Roshan pit they go.
It was exactly what I was telling you, right? You can't win a 5-on-5 engagement. You're too far behind. Obviously, we know this stat because we can see the net worth chart. So they might not know as much as we do, obviously. So credit where credit is due. But you can check the items and more or less get an estimation of the net worth. But your draft is just so limited in the options you have. Usually when you're losing, you kind of have like 3 options. One is the split pushing, and there's one which is just cutting lanes and sacrificing supports, and then creating space and time, and hoping for the late game. The third one is pickoffs, right? You don't really have either of these. You have a decent dead laner in the Pangolier and a good heroes to cut lanes, so you can kind of do that. Clockwork can kind of sacrifice himself, but it's not like Sven will ever come to a point where he completely decimates his gyrocopter, especially not with how fast this hero farms. And you definitely cannot get pickoffs because your pickoff team is Clockwork Lion. The Razor, honestly, is putting you in such a pickle. This hero... I honestly think from minute 1 this has not worked out, and I don't see him working out now either. I think if it was any other offlaner, even a Centaur, you'd have an easier time taking these fights. You don't even have a force multiplier in your team fight. Maybe Pango can be considered that. And by that I mean a hero like Enigma or Tide or whatever that can just use a spell, and if he's good enough, that spell just outclasses everyone. Well, you don't have that as Nemiga.
It kind of feels like Nemiga's draft is more of like an individual thing, right? There's no, like you said, force multiplier. There's no this big team-oriented spells. Everyone is just, we individually go on target and we try to finish them off as fast as possible. They do have vision on Space. And once they taken down, the Chosen One immediately pause BKB and start running at the gyrocopter with the static link. They do get on top of Slayer again. They kill him off. And the Kyrgios in the backline, pause the BKB, finishes off the next stage. Who is the Lion? Space might lose his first life, and yes he does. Heaven getting ran down by the Spiderling as Petrus comes joins the fight. Aegis expires, Space comes back to life, the Chosen One will die. As Team Unique trades both supports, but they get 3 kills.
Okay. Fight that. I mean, against Aegis, I think that's the best you can muster. But once again, I question why you need to fight as much. I guess you're just kind of desperate to try to make something happen. But you're just increasing the lead between you and Unique. And Unique is at this point going, well, I guess I'll just take your game. And they take Rax for now. Can they go for tier 4s? No, they're going to play it safe. All right. Kiritich has no god strength, so you can't really engage anyway. You have enough push to definitely take a lane of Rax. And here, I can't believe I question this build. Daedalus was the perfect build. He's unkillable. That and Satanic, I mean, what do you even get close to space for? He died only because he had Aegis, otherwise he would have activated Satanic and actually done stuff, but he just didn't care.
Yeah, didn't even bother using his Satanic. It's like, alright, I will die, but joke's on you. I have 2 lives. At this point, if you are the supporters of Team Unique, you are going to gladly just give away your life if it means, you know, winning the entire team fight, because Team Nemiga, they know that it feels like the only way for them to win, you know, is that they have to do this step-by-step formula, right? Kill the Wyvern and try to take down, kill the Wyvern first and everything else next. But if they can't even complete step 1, Wyvern is just gonna get the curse off, the fight just ends right then and there. But right now, they kill the Wyvern, they complete step 1, but step 2 is you have to kill the enemy cores, and they were not able to do that.
Yep. I mean, not able because I just think they're And now you're back to the contingency plan of cut lanes, pray that this game goes late, and then hope that they make a mistake with this. Bignum, what is this play?
X. Wow.
I love this. Bignum just with a smoke went in. Okay.
This finger on FN, if they on this is gonna mitigate that. Bignum just faces himself there. Space runs in and finishes off the Chosen One. Heaven tries to get away with a hookshot, but he's dead. And Ironcard caught by the Winter's Curse. Slayer has a Blink Dagger, Blink's on top of him. Slayer is now a 4th core for his team. Just constantly running at Ironcard. He used the use. Ironcard with the use brings himself back up, but he is gonna come down crashing. And this game feels like it is pretty much done for Nemiga.
No, I agree. I don't know. I don't know what Nemiga can do here. It really is just a waiting for a mistake or waiting for a disconnect, maybe. It sucks. They're gonna lose Lodine here easily. Kiritich is even in target here, honestly. And this is not even the carry. And Kiritich is dying. He's forced back to BKB. Kiritich can't catch up to the puck. At least go for the towers. Gyrocopter. Space. Why are you farming right now, bro? Space. The racks are up there. Oh, he's waiting for his Lincoln. That's why.
Now they won't even have a chance to kill it. You can't even stat his Lincoln at this point. Bignum's gonna try, hook shot, cocked, and push FN back, but he's on the way to the spaceship, and now he's gonna re-engage. Oh, the AoE webs. Just took Bola, just finishes off Lodine. Heaven has nothing left in the tank. Ironcard is trying his best, but that build just does no damage at all. Team Unique is waiting for a GG, I guess. Or at least they will try to beat it out of Nemiga. That's a rough game from minute 0, and again I felt like, I think, you know, we both can agree that this Razor pick could have been something else that has more impact, right, as the game progresses. It just feels like I'm picking the Razor. If I win the gyro, good for me. If I don't dominate the lane, then, well, you know, sucks to be me.
Yeah.
It really feels like it.
On top of that, like, we can concentrate very much on Petoshar, by the way, fighting for you. I'm just chilling. I'm just killing the clock. No big deal, Petoshar. You sneaky bastard. You're gonna die, Petoshar. You went a bit too far.
Oh?
He got yours. Petoshar, get away. He's alive. He's alive, actually. No way. He's cutting Kiritich. He dies to the Stormhammer. All right. I love that Puck and Broodmother have decided that this is not their game anymore. They're just having fun. While Space actually does the bad job in KZ. Space is like the mature adult here while the 2 kids are playing. He's like, guys, we need to take objectives.
It's like it's just one of those games, right, where you are just pinging the tower while your cores are killing everyone, but Space getting ran at, eats the cheese, and Slayer provides some sort of defense, and now Kiritich is caught in the trees, the Chosen One getting gunned down by the side gunner. The hook shot, they cog him up, but Space is gonna stand his ground. Meanwhile, Kiritich preoccupied by Bignum. They can't even kill this cockroach who is burrowed in the ground. And yeah,
Not a
Nemiga, they ran out of gas.
They ran out of gas. They
Oh,
just
the-
can't do this. I mean, I didn't like the strategy, to be honest, of once they started losing, just keep fighting, maybe eventually we'll win. That's not going to happen, but I also think they were just a bit limited from the early game events. Honestly, that kill of Razor, the first blood on Razor, might just sentence the game. Obviously, the draft had a lot to do with it, but that was a bigger kill than I imagined in the moment. Pangol's dead. Just call the GG, you guys. They need it.
Yeah. I mean, you have an average of
See, they hear
average
me,
of
they respect me.
1,000 network speed, you know, per minute.
Yeah, it's pretty insane.
That is insane. That
I mean,
is insane.
I think that when I was analyzing the draft, genuinely I was just very biased with Razor. I like the hero. I think he's very solid. And I've seen Chosen One play, and it's really nice. And I also biased for the Einstein Pangolier. You know, these are signature heroes. But at the same time, it wasn't just the fact that Razor was a bad pick. It was more of what Razor forced the Pango to do. Because you had no off lane, the Pango could not build like a mid laner, like an actual damage dealer. And all of a sudden, you had a hero that was supposed to be more dominant, concentrated solely on team fight. You had a hero that was supposed to be dominant with 0 lane, and Sven trying to hard carry his team. With also one of the very useless supports of Clockwork, who got like 1 or 2 useful initiations, and that was it. It was tough. Good job to Unique. Sorry for the misanalysis, guys, in the beginning. And we're going to take a 5-minute break while we wait for the next game of the day between Unique and Nemiga. Hopefully the lag will be fixed by second game. Don't worry. We're going to reduce the process on my computer, and there will not be a broodmother. And if you guys give me 5-10 minutes, we'll be right back with Unique versus Nemiga, game number 2. See you guys then. Hello guys and welcome. We are here with the Dota 2 Champions League with the third playoff match of the day. A simple best of 3 between Nemiga Gaming and Team Unique. We're already in the second match as Unique managed to win the first encounter in a rather stumpy fashion, to be honest. A draft that we had some faith in, particularly because a Pango Aincrad did not work out, and a Razor offlane really was just not useful for Nemiga. Unique made a quick work of them and dominated early with that Broodmother pickup. We're in a different draft though, different game, and we're seeing if Nemiga can bring it back and get a game 3, or if Unique will stomp him once again. My name is Apple Plus, here joined by Husky Dota, and we're gonna be getting into this game. How are you doing, Husky?
I'm doing absolutely amazing. I am pumped up for a lot more Dota action, and most importantly, the fact that we saw how Team Unique was able to solve the Rubik's Cube of Nemiga's draft in Game 1 and able to just get a dominant victory. Really does make me wonder how can Nemiga respond in Game 2. And right off the bat, they are trying to kind of switch up the draft a bit with the Abaddon and Gyrocopter opening. Feels like Nemiga right out the gates is telling Team Unique that this is going to be us just protecting our Gyrocopter and relying on Kiritis to carry the game, whereas Team Unique, they have a different approach with the Luna and the Lina pick.
Okay. Obviously, Unique going for a much easier draft here with the Luna. This fan was fine, right? But, sorry, Nemiga going for an easy draft with the Gyrocopter. This fan was fine, but Gyrocopter is one of the trifecta here. Sven, lesser seen carry compared to the Gyro, Luna, Dusa, and the Terrorblade. Unique with the Luna versus Gyro. It's honestly a very similar matchup. These days, people are actually preferring the Gyrocopter sometimes, particularly because Gyrocopter is capable of getting incredible farming speed with the stats builds that they're trying to do now. But it's honestly very similar in how they play. Luna has a bit more of a mid-game power spike. Gyrocopter's a bit better in the late game. Luna pushes faster. Gyrocopter's a bit more useful in team fights, and he has more range with the flat cannon. It's honestly very give or take. The Abaddon, though, does make the Gyrocopter a bit more desirable, as you now have a buffer, but we're going to see what Unique do. Usually when they pick Lina, they give it to FN, though sometimes they play in the 4 position for Bignum, but FN is a very big Lina fan. So what Unique like to do is, they pick Lina, and they go and say, right, pick heroes to counter Lina. If she's countered, they go and put her in 4. If she's not, they run her in the mid lane, and FN dominates with this hero.
Oh yeah, definitely. And there's obviously the chance for the Lina to be that 4 as well. Like you mentioned, right? Bignum is a huge Lina fan. So again, looking at Team Unique with the possibility or the potential to flex this hero, it opens up the draft a bit more, and they're taking out all those potential saves. There's no Shadow Demon for Nemiga. They're also eliminating both the Invoker and Puck from the mid lane. But Nemiga, they respond with the Hoodwink. Probably one of the supports that is up and coming, in my opinion, especially when it is a hero with immense burst, a break mechanic, low cooldown on an ultimate, and all of his skills in general, just heavy crowd control kind of support that does heavy amount of damage as the game progresses later and later. I'm liking what Nemiga has in store so far with these 3 opening picks.
Yeah. Hoodwink, with the pickup now, you have a bit of a ganking squad, which Nemiga was lacking last game. Hoodwink is very good to get back into games. Also sets up for a potential DK hero in the offlane. Hoodwink DK is an incredible combo. And you can even flex the DK mid if you see the Lina's going mid to get a free lane there. So that option's always really useful. I wouldn't be surprised if Nemiga picked it up. But this is looking better for Nemiga because you now have clear contingency plans here. So we'll see how this works out. Team Unique, if you're looking at this, probably your 5. Don't reveal too much there. Oh, actually, immediately for the offlane, Sanking. Interesting choice. A hero has been seeing a lot of prevalence these days, actually being picked more and more as the patch went on. Very forgotten at the beginning of the patch, considered useless. His shard got slight buffs, and that actually made him much more of a decent pickup, and very good against these edgy carries. And this is the Dragon that I was talking about. Dragonite Hoodwink, true tried and tested combo, as it just works so well, right? DK stuns, you sharpshooter, easy. You have the Bushwhack as well to expand on this, so DK can hit for a bit longer if you're lacking the damage. Once you get a kill, you go and push tower with DK's Dragon Form, rinse, repeat, ad infinitum, and win the game. Honestly, yeah, even a really bad team can play this combo, and Nemiga's a good team, so I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, Nemiga, especially when when you look at the Dragon Knight Hoodwink, just crazy laning phase, great burst, decent tower push. Almost Dragon Knight innately is kind of unkillable by himself, and now you have a Hoodwink to keep him alive. This is turning out to be, a more robust draft for Nemiga. Once Dragon Knight gets the Blink Dagger, you can just rely on him to run around. And of course, you have the Abaddon, right? The constant Dispel, the Depotic Shield, the constant heal with the Mistquell. Everything just looks picture perfect so far for Nemiga. Team Unique, they do have Razor to be the answer to this Gyrocopter, to this Dragon Knight. I think early on you did mention about the Sand King shard, and I always felt that this is just my personal opinion, right? I always felt that Sand King shard is probably the worst shard, one of the worst shard that Ice Frog has ever implemented for a hero, because it kind of reveals you, even if you're in smoked up. It does reveal you when you get that the pulses as you move. But I don't know. That's just how I feel about the Sand King shard.
No, I mean, I don't think the shard made them incredibly strong, right? It just made a decent late game option. But I think with most things, people just need a nudge, right? They see the Sand King shard, they go, Sand King shard is so trash. Why would I ever pick this hero? And now the shard got made more viable, and you go and say, oh, actually, hero's kind of good, regardless of shard or not, right? It's not. I don't think the shard makes the hero. It's just more the idea of, oh, actually, Sand King's pretty decent. The Razor is interesting because we just saw a failed Razor game. I think this game you have a mid Razor though, which is interesting because I'm pretty sure there's a DK offlane. And Unique even thinks that because they're banning Quap and Batrider. So, okay. I mean, he's good against Gyro. He's still good against DK in fights. I don't see much of an issue there. He is huntable, though. And this already deviates the lean into the 4 position. I'm presuming, unless we're doing something special here with, like, Razor 5 or something. So, not the biggest fan of this. I wouldn't have revealed my mid that early. I didn't think Razor was such a high-value pick here, but up to them. Nemiga still need a mid laner, which deals with Razor. And Unique need a 5.
Yeah, I mean it could be a 5. It could be a 5 or a 5. I mean yeah. What was I thinking? Like my mind was all over the place, but it definitely need that position 5, something that can kind of facilitate a lockdown, right? Because so far, I think Team Unique, they don't have too much lockdown to work with. They have the Burrow Strike, the LSA, that's pretty much it. And compared to what Nemiga has, I think Nemiga's one is a bit more reliable. This point and click stun of the Dragon Knight, Hoodwink as an AoE one, it's also easy to land. Perhaps something to help Team Unique kind of fight better, to keep them in place so that this Luna and Razor could really power on the damage. Maybe something like a Lion that we saw in the previous game.
Lion's fine.
Shaman will be decent as well.
Shaman's not.
But I think the Lion is probably. It's not, yeah.
Shaman's not very good around.
I think Lion is better. Yeah.
I mean, you could also go for something that buffs Luna. Usually, you go for save. Oracle is always an option. Clockwork. Okay. This is a much better Clockwork game for sure than last one, so I don't mind this too much. It's a okay position 5. People aren't really deviating too much from position 5s. That position is a bit dead, and I guess Clockwork's getting a bit more play. Clockwork's okay. He is better against Abaddon than picking up a Lion, for example. Lion 5 doesn't work too well. I honestly don't think you need that much catch, but Clockwork does offer a very specific catch with the cogs, which is very unique, and Abaddon cannot dispel that, so it's a very good idea. Nemiga, they need an off or a mid laner now against Razor. Honestly, it's kind of a tough matchup. You can't go for the Spirit Bros, which I know Ironclad likes. Obviously, his Pango's banned. Pango would be ideal here. So is his Mars. Both actually would be really good against Razor.
Yeah, I think Clockwork can also has this capability where, like, if you can kind of isolate the Abaddon from its cores, and suddenly the effectiveness of this Abaddon just completely goes down the drain, right? You need the post 5 to stay with, like, the Dragon Knight, the Gyro to keep them alive. But Skywrath Mage will be the last pick for Nemiga. Ironclad bringing out something completely different to deal with FN. I mean, it's not too bad, right? I mean, the Clockwork engages, you can just blow him up in his own cogs. It kind of makes sense. I'm definitely interested to see where this Skywrath is going to fit into the overall draft of Nemiga. Obviously, there's already a bit of a synergy there where you have the Dragon Knight and the Hoodwink lockdown, and it just sets up for Ironclad to drop the atomic bomb with the Mystic Flare. Even as the game progresses, Ironclad can continuously put on the damage and create a momentum and buy time for Kiritich to come online. I'm definitely digging Nemiga's draft in this game too compared to what Unique has.
Okay. I'm gonna go Unique this time. Just because I dislike you, really. No. Because I like what Unique... I think Skywrath Mage is a bit... Like, he is good, but unproven to me. I haven't seen Skywrath Mage in mid forever. I do like the pick, though. It's a good idea against Raze. I was thinking, what do you pick? Like, Lesh? No. Zeus? The thing is, though, with the Clockwork Sanking, and even Alina, honestly, Skywrath is kind of easy to kill. Hell, even a Luna is pretty good against them. Clock just needs to go Blade Mail. Once again, should have gone Blade Mail last game, but this game definitely needs to go Blade Mail, and all of a sudden Skywrath is useless. You have a much better draft than last time, for sure, but I think Unique is gonna take... I think drafts alone, Unique, I like a bit more. The core-to-core is solid for you as well, because Luna's just honestly great every single time. And you're up against a Gyrocopter, which is fine. It's like honestly a very fair core-to-core, but you usually outfarm him a bit, at least in the beginning. Razor is still very powerful and can go for BKB early to cancel Skywrath. I also feel like if Skywrath is playing with a Arcane Bolt build, which I'm assuming is the way that you go for the mid Skywrath, you get kind of crushed once Razor gets shard in the mid game. Sure. I'm not very convinced by this Skywrath mid. I think the idea is creative, but only because you were out of mids.
Yeah, it when you put it that way, it definitely does feel like this is one of those last resort or like this ace in a hole curveball that Nemiga is throwing at Team Unique. But it does have its merits, right? I do hope it works as well. I don't think we've seen Skywrath.
It's not bad.
Competitively.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that the hero is in a position where you have banned all the good heroes that you could have picked up. So, well, out of what you had, sure, Skywrath is fine. But, you know, that you're putting a lot into
I think
destroying
the grand scheme
Razor's
of
lane.
things. Yeah. A lot of eggs in the Ironcard basket, right? Like his early to mid game has to go really well, and he can't really fall behind. I think one of the worst things that could happen to the Skywrath is that he plays his core, he falls behind, and he completely gets crushed as the game progresses.
That's true. I mean, yeah.
But I do agree.
But Razor is
there's a
the
lot
same,
of solutions to do
the
with
same
it,
bank,
right? Like,
I think Razor's kind of similar in that sense. So, I guess they both suffer from the same. What I like this game though is that you really do have a great hunting squad and Hoodwink, DK, Skywrath. That's gonna kill anything this game. Anything. So I don't think Skywrath is gonna fall behind.
I'm expecting DK. I'm expecting Chosen One to just get his braces like a magic stick, brown boost, and immediately try and rush for the Blink Dagger as soon as possible. I feel like you kind of want to get this hunting squad online as early as you can so that you can open up the map, right? You get a gank off, you let Ironcard drop the Mystic Flare, you kill off the target, and you immediately use the Dragon Form to start pushing down the structures and getting control of the map.
Yeah, of course.
Which also allows this Gyrocopter to have more time and space. We saw what Space did with Gyrocopter in Game 1, and I think Kiritich can definitely do the same if given that opportunity.
Yeah. The question is what Luna can do. That's one of the issues Unique certainly has, the lack of push in their lineup, bar Luna, of course. You don't have the easy push that DK provides. And even a Baron, to a degree, also provides a bit of that easy push. We don't have that, so that sucks. You have really good tower defense with Sanking. Usually you pick Sanking because with Sandstorm you just sit under tower and pretty much don't die, especially near the tier 1, and you kill whatever comes your way. I don't know if that's going to be enough against DK. I think DK can still hit the tower, but that's usually the idea behind the hero. So maybe he can prevent some of the early pushes, or you can just rotate mid and protect the tower. Skywrath Mage is terrible at pushing, and you make sure you at least preserve a large part of your jungle. You have some really, really fast farmers in general this game. We'll see. Let's look at the lanes for a second. We're going to see top lane. Honestly, Clock, Luna versus DK Hoodwink. I can't imagine, unless Luna makes a big mistake, that his lane's going to go too bad. There's some kill potential here, but usually Cogs is enough to disrupt DK. So I can't imagine too many kills. Kind of a farm fest, really. You're not going to kill the DK unless he messes up too. So it's really just a matter of that. Mid lane should be Skywrath's favorite. That's why they picked it after all. One of the few heroes that can deal with Razor. Early on, he'll struggle, and then later on, he should be able to at least kick Razor out of lane. Ideally, especially with some ganks. And if we look at bottom, honestly, Sanking lane is very strong. So this is not a lane that you usually win against. It's all up to when the Aphotic Shield comes out on the Abaddon and how good that's going to be. Level 1 Mistcoil is a very interesting choice for him.
I think it's all to just help him secure the range creep, get a couple of heals in if Kiritich gets this attack. I honestly feel like, you know, Abaddon 5 could be a bit underrated, you know, at this point of time. I really think that he's a super strong 5 if you just want to play that passive lane. Yeah, just keep your cores alive, you know, as long as possible. I do really like it. Even with the Axe build, if Lodin somehow gets his hands on it, you just automatically wins the fight when you press the borrowed time.
I mean, I think a lot of people.
So
agree with
it
you.
does feel like
He's one of the top picks,
Yeah.
right? So I wouldn't say he's underrated necessarily. I think he's fairly rated as a really high 5. But here, yeah, see the Aphotic Shield, that's all that matters. When you get the Aphotic Shield off, it's always in the second stun. You can let him hit him a bit, and then immediately dispel the second stun so Jarkov can retreat. That's why, even though this lane is incredibly powerful, and I can see a lot of harassment, I can't imagine a kill as long as Lodin is in the lane. Honestly, both top and bottom, because of the double stun, it all depends on how well the safe laner and the support can play. A mess up is lethal.
they got Heaven though, and in the Cox, this might just be a first blood. You see a couple of love taps. He does have to Fairy Fight to stay alive, and Slayer is just catching onto him. But Lucent Beam will do the job. First blood for Space.
A bit of a mess up there with the Squirrel. You're playing a bit too aggressively. You're not currently strong enough to be able to get kills, and the Quadrant catches you. You have to expect this to happen. The supports are the prime targets in this lane. Obviously, if you can kill Luna, it's ideal, but you're not going to go for the DK ever. So Hoodwink has to always be careful of this. And any lane that has kill potential, it really just relies on your positioning. I guess Heaven has to do something in lane, but that was a bit too much for my taste. Not the best bushwhacks.
Yeah, it's playing pretty in the front, kind of in the front lines. And just didn't expect Slayer to run up, to run at him, I guess. But you know, for Kiritish's lane, he is just going to continuously farm up while you have this Abaddon stacking out the camps. Bignum is going to do the same thing. So at least there's a contingency plan for both the Sand King and the Gyrocopter. Although I feel it's a bit more Gyrocopter favored the later the game goes because of how fast he farms alongside with the Abaddon. It really feels like for an Nemiga, the sooner Chosen One can get the Blink Dagger, the faster they can start opening up the map for this Gyrocopter.
Top lane. Bit of hurt from Space. Already put the second point in Lucent Beam, so instead of putting the point in Claves, means Space wants to at least put some more pressure in the lane. In mid, we're starting to see Ironclad pick up the slack. While Razor won the early levels as expected, once we get Ironclad to have enough levels, you start to dominate this lane as well, and you're capable of really harassing Razor. Luckily, FN's playing Razor, so you recover nicely in the jungle. He did go for 1 point in Storm Surge, but usually you max Plasma Field after this, after the 2 point Static Link, and just go take stacks for yourself or ask your supports to make your stacks, you should be fine. In fact, all of Unique has a really good contingency plan. If you go to the jungle on Luna, on Razor or Sand King, you're easy to recover. You just need one of them to actually go and make space for you, but as long as the coordination is there, it shouldn't be too difficult. They are not very afraid of Nemiga doing well in the early game.
Yeah. In fact, Nemiga, they're going to draw the triangle at Team Unique. A couple of stuns again, and Aphotic Shield will be used. Just rinse and repeat for the Nemiga safe lane. As long as Lodin is around, Kiritich will never die.
A little bit of harassment here.
So yeah,
for
but get
Slayer.
up Cox as well.
Yeah, see, like I said, you just need to be a bit careful with your positioning, and the Cogs are great protection in this lane. Now, though, Slayer's gone, so Space needs to be careful. Double stun lane. Space, don't get caught by the Dragon Tail. Do they have enough damage with Hoodwink? Oh, no, actually, Heaven's leaving. Okay. No problem. In fact, mid lane, FN trying to get the kill. He will get it on Aincrad, but he loses his life first. And since since Aincrad got the experience, kind of a win for Aincrad there.
Yeah. More experience, some extra goal. Definitely worth it. And that was, yeah.
Look at this, though.
Player, yeah.
This is the issue of when you die in the mid lane like this. Oh yeah, you got experience, oh that's so great. But the supports know this. If you're gonna TP into lane, they're gonna come and try to punish you, and Skyreth is an easy kill. So Bignum protects this. Clockwork is nearby. They don't expect how many rotations will come. Quickly come at the same thing. In fact, Lodin did as well. But Heaven's a bit weak right now. Heaven will die. They didn't get much out of Static Storm, but it's gonna be enough as we got a double damage room for FN, which guarantees 2 kills. Not the ideal one they wanted Aincrad, but still a win. Bignum, what are you doing? Dragon slaving the trees. You're not a Timber Saw, you can't set them on fire. But Aincrad might just die to Bignum. He does get the kill, but that's his TP down. That means the walk is shame to the lane, and also while the catapult is here. In fact, Seema the Slayer, no, he doesn't want. He can't go for Heaven. He's trying to put some pressure, but the creeps are nearby. Still a huge win for Unique here. Huge win. Good rotation by Unique.
Oh, and FN gets a DD rune. This is godsend for Team Unique. They're gonna do so much damage to that mid tier 1. Don't think they can take it down, but it definitely damages the structure a lot. Even gets the bottle refill. The whole wave being dragged by Slayer to FN. Everything falling into place with Team Unique.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good start. This movement by Bignum and by... you notice, right? Bignum and Slayer, because they have more offensive potential than an Abaddon, they're just a bit faster. Because Abaddon's like, do I really want to go there? I'm only there for save. Am I useful? Slayer and Bignum just go, yep, let's go kill Scarlet. We'll go as one. And that extra second, was really valuable there, catching them off guard. Slayer walks top to defend this. All Slayer wants to do right now, even if he dies, is actually worth, as long as Chosen One can't get hits on the tower. But Chosen One knows this, and Chosen One is going to concentrate on objectives instead. Ideally, at this point, you try to either push bottom and try to kill the Gyrocopter with a rotation, or you straight up rotate Sanking up top, and that way you protect the tower a bit more from the Dragon Knight.
Oh no, actually, they do have Lodin there. Okay, good bushwhack to keep him in place. They get the Lucent Beam to stun the Chosen One. A bit of an Akon shot, so no stun. Chosen One turn around. They're gonna bring in the mid laner as well. Ironcard shows up. And FN will lose his life. The counter rotation from the Nemiga. Perfectly done. Slayer does find Heaven. Has the battery assault, but he's gonna be trapped by his own cogs. The Gossip Blow does connect and Slayer gives up his life. He's not even gonna try to run. Double kill for Ironcard. It's a pretty decent recovery for this Skywrath Mage.
That does suck. I mean, Skywrath Mage had to sacrifice the mid tower. They probably weren't expecting him to mirror the rotation, because that means your mid tower pretty much is gonna die here soon. Just need like 1 or 2 more heroes. But I think it's the best situation. Yeah, it's still alive. It's still alive. Right. But it's gonna die relatively soon. Like, it's just one more push by Unique and you take it. But because this gives you the top tower, I think mid tower is gonna fall anyway because of what happened earlier. So very similar to last game, Minecraft chooses to forego this tower to make his side lanes go a bit better. Very similar move, except I think this time it's a bit more successful.
Petrushar TP's top has to hold the lane down. In the meantime, as expected, Kirtich doing his thing in the jungle. Both position 1, just flash farming the camps set up by the supports early on. And so looking at where Nemiga wants to go from this. Maybe FN getting too much poke. Here comes Heaven. They do have the Akon shot, but the pushback does not latch on. So they did force a TP that was cancelled.
And here's what I was talking about earlier, by the way. Unique realized, oh, this whole Razor thing we did was mess up. We just put Sank. That's what you pick Sank. He protects towers. What will Sank do to this tower? 74 damage, a hit. He's not going to touch his bottom tower. Leave him. Rotate Luna, who actually rotated by farming as well. Get a couple stacks, not bad. And on top of that, get Sanking up top. And he can defend against this DK, especially with the help of Alina. It's actually a really good move now by Unique. Kana finally woke up here, and now all we need to do is just play a bit defensively, honestly, until Luna gets the farm, until Razor finds the opportunity to kill Skywrath, or until Nemiga overextends here.
Same time, they don't really have to worry about Ironcard taking the mid tower as well, because Skywrath Mage, right, what can he do to a structure? It's all about Chosen One. Dealing damage with the Dragon form, but Petrushar is ready. Oh, no. They do have the Laguna Blade, so if they find a chance, they are going to jump the gun. So far, it seems like Team Unique, they're not making that much move just yet. Chosen One trying to protect the catapult, and yes, he does. They're trying to get onto Petrushara, who burrows right to safety, not taking any chances.
We're trying to do too much. Both times we're trying to do too much. Like that Sanking rotation was a bit late because they're trying to get killed with Razor as opposed to just one Sanking. They lose the tower to a degree because Sanking doesn't just immediately Sandstorm. He's trying to go in Epicenter. They're trying to make the big 5,000 IQ play when sometimes it's just the easier play. You look at their worth, Luna's getting good space, so I don't think you're too sad about this. Skywrath is leading, but Gyrocopter's lagging behind. And that's partially because Kirtich did not go for the step build, but for the Rocket Barrage build, which is not as fast at farming.
Oh yeah. Does get himself a Possessed Mask, so that definitely helps him stay in the jungle for a bit longer. It's the best item that you can get for jungling. And now, Heaven, he finally has the Sharpshooter. They're going to bring Ironcard to the bottom lane. Target is going to be space, but they also saw Slayer. Good Akon shot. They dropped the Mystic Flare and all the damage in the world. And they just eliminate space. Right off the bat, Slayer not able to connect his hook shot. And that should give Team Nemiga a bit more space to work with. Team Unique not able to do too much. In fact, the Bushwhack lands. They get the Ancient Steel and his Ironclad getting himself a double kill.
Well done. Well done. Well played, Nemiga. Using the advantage that they have, which is the ganking squad, knowing Sanking is honestly kind of useless at this point because he's lost a tier 1 they have to protect. Sanking without home is not a happy Sanking. They're trying to get Hooded Defiance on the Razor, which is going to make him a bit tanky against Skyreth Mage, and this might be the turning point where Unique starts to actually play aggressive because they need to kill the Skyreth Mage, and he's just getting so much farm. He's kind of getting out of control right now. Went for Boots of Travel to farm even more efficiently. And people just can't face him. Odin not level 6 yet. Clockwork is, but Hookshot's on cooldown, so they're going to have to let him go.
Yeah, and that's Eye of the Storm used by FN. Really wants to get something done, but whenever the Hoodwink is around, you just have to kind of reconsider the decision to run at someone, right? Because there's always going to be the Acorn Shot, Bushwhack combo, keeps you tied down. Team Unique, FN, he does have a Hood of Defiance, but it might not be enough, might not matter too much. Hookshot's going to cancel the combo of Ironclad, but he gets the Ancient Steel. Bit more Arcane Bolt is going to be enough to kill off FN, and now Ironclad wants to get away, and Lodin will facilitate that. He loses life, and in fact, FN survives through all of that.
Yep.
So it's not too bad for Team Unique.
No, it's a good defense. I mean, your tower's still up, right? You need to take this mid tower though, so you can start sweeping. Like this mid tower has lasted way longer than it has any credit to. Unique has not been able to go there because Skyreth Mage is protecting it like he's playing Zeus essentially. And yeah, he's not an easy kill because of the Abaddon. Or later on, the Abaddon won't matter as much, but early, Abaddon gives you like a whole 20% more HP just by existing. So Unique needs to find a way to be able to kill him quickly. That was even a nice hook shot. The idea was decent, but because FN was already really low on HP, he couldn't really rejoin. If Nemiga take this mid lane tower before Unique, oof, that's a big sad. That's gonna be a big sad for you.
Yeah. And just now in that fight, Lodin was not even 6. You know, that was pre-6 Abaddon. Now he's gonna finally have the borrowed time. He becomes a very unfavorable target to go on. You just can't kill him in one sitting. And you can see that the Team Unique, they're just putting everyone behind the tower in case Nemiga overextends, and perhaps they will have a choice. But Ironclad gets a Godsend Arcane Rune, so he'll be able to kind of facilitate this push a bit more. Although Petrushara is just going to stay in the Sandstorm for as long as it takes.
Welcome to Sand King Gaming, Husky. This is what you're meant to do. The unfortunate result of it is that you also don't have any pushing power. So right now Unique is like, how do we take towers again? Well, what do? We hit him? Well, is that what we're supposed to do? They don't know. Until Luna comes online, they literally have nothing. And Chosen One's back. Why'd you leave, guys? Why go farm? This tier 1 is now completely uncovered. Chosen One gets a couple more hits here from the Dragon's Breath. And you're actually equalizing this mid lane. Despite a really good rotation, just because of Dragon Knight, Nemiga has managed to take better push and better damage.
It's one of those situations where both teams just put all 5 of their heroes, or all 4 of their heroes in the middle lane to protect this tower, and knowing how important it is. But the Elder Dragon form has just ran out, so it's going to be slightly harder for Nemiga to take the structure, but maybe Nemiga has some of the plans as they engage the Chosen One into the back line, finds Alina. At the same time, FN gets locked down by the Bushwhack. They get Slayer in with Petrushara. Burrow Stride trying to kill off Ironclad, and yes, they finish him off with the Laguna Blade. Petrushara presses Sorin, wants to get away. LSA is to buy a bit more time, but Petrushara still dies regardless. Heritage finally joins the fight. Homing Missile connects onto the Lina, and Bignum loses his life. There's Nemiga taking 3 kills. They lose Ironclad, but they are going to be the first team to take that mid tier 1. Big Sash, Evo, big Sash.
That's pretty big, honestly. I mean, the idea was decent by Unique, but the Gyrocopter joining them kind of surprised them. Luna was not ready to fight or didn't want to. And because of this build, they should have assumed it though. Heritage went for the Rocket Barrage. He's more ready to fight early, and he's gotten a huge amount of gold from this fight that Luna does not have. So all of a sudden you're winning. Just because you were a bit more active and you didn't want space in that fight. Honestly, Nemiga are playing this much more proactively, and this tanking has been useless. And I don't think it's the pick, I just think they're not utilizing it for their strengths. They're going for the Chosen One. Okay, they slow him down. Lucent Beam. Chosen One. Dragon Tail. Eclipse committed! They want your Chosen One to die! And they will get him. That's Eclipse level 2 of all things. They need a tower. They need a tower so desperately. FN died in the mid lane though as a result. Space. Starting to push here. Nolo Dean has no borrowed time. Heaven even rotates. And Heritage with double damage comes in, but he's survived by the Sand King, who has a Borrow Strike ready. They close him in the cog. Space. Hit him.
What?
Space. Don't let your tip. They die just for free there. too afraid of double damage. Space took too long. Aincrad can finally join. They get the squirrel, but he's been silenced. They do get Aincrad though from behind. And Tushara, you don't have a stun though. They have a Hood of Defiance. Aincrad is going to get Bignum, but they stun him with a Lucent Beam. That's going to be enough for the Rampage.
Wow.
Space taking it by some miracle, surviving. A bit of a cowardly play by Space in the beginning, letting Clockwork die alone, but worked out so he could survive the whole ordeal.
I'm just surprised at how that fight went. Though I would say it's slightly weird for Nemiga Gaming. It feels like the timing was a bit off for that rotation, right? Everyone was trickling in. Kiritich arrived at the scene first. For the rest of his team, they were not ready to commit for any TP, so they decided to walk all the way. And by the time they arrived, Kiritich is already down, and FN, and it's like Aincrad, Kiritich is out, and Heaven is like, alright, I'm up, and Heaven goes down. Aincrad is like, alright, I guess it's my turn. It could have been slightly cleaner, but I would say that is just so good right now for Space, getting a Rampage, completing a Manta, and already getting the first component of that BKB. Nemiga could have made so much difference if they just coordinated that a bit more.
Honestly, I mean, the problem with Nemiga's was that, like, yeah, you could coordinate a bit more, but the reality is that both teams are not really playing to their strengths. Unique needs to play much more defensively. Finally, that was a good fight, but until now, they couldn't really set up in a space and fight, which is what they like doing. You sanking, you defend around the space, everyone TPs in, you force that, right? Whereas Nemiga... What are you doing walking around? Yeah. Whereas Nemiga, they're the hunting squad. You should never come in one by one, trying to defend slowly, hope to not commit too much. That's not what you do as a team. You go in as 3 or 4, kill a quick hero, leave, or just actually come into the fight afterwards. So it's these small moments, much like that sanking top when he sandstormed and tried the epicenter there, that are not quite what the Drafts are necessarily meant to do, that are losing them out on a lot of spacing, map control. And now Unique is back in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And so far, Aincrad is kind of a swing on the pendulum. They do get the blink stun on the dragon form, Petrushara, but they were not able to keep him in place long enough, so he just gets out. And so far, Team Unique is reading the moves on Nemiga, right? They're also playing their cards correctly. It seems like Nemiga, they want to consistently be this hunting squad, but the preys are getting smarter and smarter. You know, the enemy instincts are getting sharper, and it's harder to catch them.
Yeah, it's true. They always say that the hardest thing to catch is a scorpion, right? And the second hardest thing to catch is a woman. So Lina and Luna is super difficult. Just outrunning every single time. I mean, I also like that Space has decided at one point to just actually play much more defensively. You can see how he's changed his farming patterns. Now he actually has space, and he's going, ironically, he's going down into the jungle and actually taking some farm. But before, he was actually starting to play in the safest place possible, letting Unique kind of get between themselves and Luna, or between Nemiga and Luna. They're adapting. The early game was not the cleanest, but I think they're adapting much more. And now Nemiga, we'll see if they can do the same. Because Skyreth is reaching that point, that little tipping point where he's starting to fall off slightly, and he needs to start to get kills if he wants to continue being relevant.
Yeah, at the same time, you can also see Team Unique's vision. They have this Bermuda Triangle kind of vision that allows them to see where Nemiga is. And now they see all 4 hunters, staying around the top side, and they were like, oh, I guess Space can just move to the enemy jungle and start clearing out that part until they get more info. I think it's just a vision game, being a bit more better for Team Unique as it is compared to Nemiga. Sure, they have one look overlooking the river, but that doesn't really give them much information for them to kind of gank someone. And Petrushara feeling safe enough, just gonna clear the wave. And you can't hunt a prey that you can't see. That is the problem with Nemiga right now.
Yep, agreed. Nemiga need that map control a bit, and last time when Unique was doing this, they had a Nyx, right, to afford this, but they don't actually have that. And Clockwork actually also offers a lot of defensive vision in that sense. Clockwork, who once again decided to go for 4-staff. I think Blade Mail will be so easy against Gyrocopter and Skyreth Mage, but I get it, you're 5 Clockwork, you can afford maybe 1 item in the game. 4-staff is definitely the highest value, sure. We're actually talking about 4-staff.
When he enters his jungle,
we're seeing 4-staff for sanking too,
yeah,
which is interesting. I would love him if he finished Pipe, But I also think that pipe is such an expensive item these days that if you finish pipe, you're pretty much useless while you're building it, right? So I can understand why he doesn't go immediately for pipe.
It's everyone for themselves, right? Everyone get a method to keep themselves alive and just force staff out of the Mystic Flare. They are trying to hunt for a Heaven. You see him with the Rocket Flare or the Burrow Strike just a bit off the mark. Squirrel will be able to scurry away just in time to rejoin the rest of the team. It does kind of buy a bit of time for Nemiga, but I still feel like the time bought for Nemiga is not exactly what makes you feel relieved. It still feels like if you're on the Nemiga side and you see 4 heroes of Team Unique but not the Luna, you still feel a bit concerned, right? Because the Luna is just effectively farming in the jungle while his team is just trying to make sure that she does not get threatened.
Yep, that's true. Now we're gonna also get to see the Luna starting to get to her power spike. Usually she power spikes a bit earlier than Gyrocopter. Once you get the Scotty, you're capable of fighting a bit more efficiently. And I think Unique agrees because they're smoking. So, good. Good, Unique. I think this is the right choice. She got BKB, not even waiting for the Scotty. When you're up against a Gyro, you can afford to do this. In other matchups, not so much because you're a weaker carry, but against Gyro, you're very even. And also, BKB is huge this matchup against a Skywrath Mage. Well done. What can they find? Just Swirl. That is not what you just smoke for. It is for Hoodwink, but you wanted something a bit bigger. DK will do.
They found the Dragon Knight. They should be able to slowly whittle him down. No way for a TP play, and he is dead. It's definitely worth it. And without the use of the BKB as well, it completely nullifies what Ironcart wants to achieve in the game. Like he is queuing up for the Agnes Scepter, but the first few fights is going to be atrocious, right? You have to deal with so much catch, you have to deal with Force Staff, you have to deal with the BKB. The whole press 1 button to delete a hero playstyle has now been nullified by Team Unique's itemization.
Wait till they get pipe. I think that's when we can say. Oh, actually no, you're right. Yeah, you're right. At least for the 2 main cores, you're right. BKBs is nullified.
Yeah.
I still think Lina is gonna be the. They're gonna see Lina and they go, oh, all for Lina, and Big Nomo's gonna die immediately. But I guess that's just before you're killing. And Skywrath Mage in return has been nullified a bit, honestly. They're going for a smoke. This is not a power spike smoke. There's more of a, we need to do something. Like something needs to happen now for this to work.
Team Unique just putting themselves in such a safe position, right? They had the high ground advantage. They were able to break the smoke, so Nemiga not able to accomplish anything with that. Lodin does get the D ward on the sentry, but that's pretty much it. It's Team Unique again playing with the information and not allowing them to get caught. Although Heaven does see space, that's pretty much it. There's no follow-up from the rest of the team.
BKB soon for FN. He's gonna be in charge. And now with a BKB plus Blink, what FN is planning on is, I will deal with Skywrath Mage. Do not worry, guys. If you've ever seen a chicken trying to get out of electrified fences, they don't do well with that. So I think Razor's figured this out. And as long as you have BKB, chicken cannot do anything against you. And that puts Nemiga in a tough spot because DK is already just a stun. That's what your role is until you get Ags. Then you can be a bit more damage. Gyro is your main core, right? And Skywrath Mage should be a really big source of damage. If Razor can nullify him, the team fights become really easy for Unique.
I do like the itemization for Team Unique and how they deal with what Nemiga has, right? It's very efficient. Instead of going for full pipe, like you mentioned, they went for Frost Staff, they went for BKB, and now Petrushara is queuing up the Lotus Orb, which I think again still better, slightly better in the long run compared to a pipe, right? Because everyone has a Frost Staff to get away, and now you just want an extra layer of protection to reflect spells. They found Heaven, and he is going to be zapped into the grave by both Petrushara and Nefen.
I really don't like Heaven.
The goal is slowly but surely extending for Team Unique.
Oh. The smoke, it shouldn't be Luna leading space. Right. Hook shot.
Oh, they caught him.
Well, they did though. We have BKB, so maybe Kiritich caught them. Who here? Slayer died. Kiritich did use BKB though. Honestly, BKB for Clockwork is whatever. You even use buyback. I actually think that's a win for Unique.
Yeah, I agree. Without the buyback, then they will be, then they are even. But I think Heaven anticipated like a bigger fight, right? They were expecting Unique to just fully commit, but Unique sees the BKB, they'll be like, they were like, all right, you know, I guess Slayer, you will have to be the scapegoat. You know, we don't want to fight into the gyro BKB. Very conservative, you know, play style from Team Unique, but I also feel like it's the right way to approach this game.
I'm worried for Nemiga though. They seem to be a bit out of options now that these BKBs came out, and I mean they're defending themselves well, but they are gonna fall off. And we kept talking about the core to core being the most important part, but yep, we haven't really discussed the rest of the cores. Chosen One almost died here. No, he does die immediately. Lodine didn't have a chance. They have more time, and they catch up to Aincrad. Oh no, they didn't even need Razor to go in there. They did miss the TP on the Jar counter, but it's okay, because they get a 4-man wipe. That's going to be enough here for Unique. That sets up for Roshan, and that's the beginning of the end here for Unique. Nemiga, do something to turn this game around. Your team does not win by being passive, much like last game. These pickoffs need to occur.
It definitely feels like Nemiga, they have kind of missed that golden timing, right? That golden era where the DK just got his Blink Dagger. You know, ideally you want to just run around and start ganking as much as you can, but they were not able to put that Blink Dagger to good use most of the time because of how Team Unique has placed the vision, how Team Unique has constantly dodged those ganks and won those small fights. And now 26 minutes in, Team Unique with an 8k goalie and an Aegis. I mean, Nemiga definitely the desperation. They get the call down, start off the fight, borrow time already used, and once more Team Unique, they just decide to back off first. Chosen One pops the Elder Dragon form. They go to Petro Shower, they try to blow him up. Force Stab, not gonna keep Petro Shower alive. BKB pop a Kiritich. They try to go onto space. They use that dust as well, but who are we looking for? Maybe for FN. Where's the Static Link on top of space, on top of Kiritich. Now they get the hook shot in. Slayer just uses his body to stand on top of Kiritich. He is dead. Chosen One not able to provide too much assistance. Slayer does go down, but the rest of Nemiga trapped in the tree line as Space finally pauses BKB. They get the Dragon Tail to kill off FN. They also take out the Aegis. Haven is back in the game. They have the Ancient Seal, they have the Bushwhack, they want to kill our Space, and they will be able to find him as Nemiga turn this whole fight around. And they get a full team wipe off of Team Unique's fresh Aegis. What?
Why would you activate the BKB there before the second? I mean, okay, I see the logic of they're gonna kill me anyway if I'm alone, but at this point, why do you even come back into the fight? Like, the only options I see here is if you're already thinking if I revive and activate BKB immediately in my second life, I will die, then don't go back in. That's the solution. Even at Eclipse, which wasn't used that fight, that's insane. I can't believe Kiritich went back in there. That was not a good team fight for Unique at all. That was very, very poorly executed by them. They didn't even hit like any specific power spike or anything they should be fighting around. It's just one guys had to go in thinking, oh, Aegis free win, but I didn't like that proposition at all.
I am absolutely gobsmacked.
I mean, they got Kiritich just
that
leave, so
Nemiga won that fight.
I don't know what space.
They're gonna lose Slayer.
I mean, okay, he's a 5. It's whatever. He's meant to die sometimes like this, but that fight was definitely shouldn't happen. I hope Unique get their stuff together now and reconsider. Because this game is not a guaranteed win if it goes late. Skyrath becomes powerful once it reaches a certain late game. When he has Hex, you know, when his magic damage has to amplify a bit more, he becomes scary again.
Oh yeah. And a huge goal swing. We were just looking at like what, 8,000 goal lead for Team Unique at one point, and now it's been cut down to just 2,000 off of that one fight. They got Kiritich, but in the grand scheme of things, it really felt like Nemiga's compulsion to kind of make something happen worked out just because Team Unique was not ready. It really did, just like you say, right? It really did felt like Team Unique felt super strong, right? We have the Aegis, we have 6 lives, we have the BKB Luna, with Eclipse, everything online. But if you don't use it correctly, then it doesn't really matter.
Don't know what to say, honestly. I'm not certain what Nemiga was or what Unique was thinking in that fight to propose us to begin with. So I think they just need a bit of a reset here. They went a bit overextended. Maybe they got a bit cocky. This happens sometimes, you know. You think, oh, I'm on top of the world, you know, and then the panic sinks, and all of a sudden you realize, oh no, we just need to play still with our head here, and not by banging it into the enemy, but rather by using it, what's inside of it. And Nemiga But yeah, they can still now force, like now you're in a difficult position because when you're winning by a lot, you can force yourself to just 5 on, right? And just 5 men, sorry. Go through the whole map. And yeah, you lose out on resources most of the time, but you have better map control and you force fight, so it's fine. But when you're in this position, you still need to 5 man because otherwise you get picked off by a superior lineup from Nemiga, but at the same time, you can't do this for too long. Yeah, so you smoke instead. If you do it for too long, you lose so many resources. Find Skyrath, that's a great A on disc. And there's that. Hook shot go.
Wow, what a hook shot! And also get the LSA on the tree. Kiritish blown up! Immediately they lose the gyrocopter, and this might be the fight. The Team Unique is looking for Lodin is also dead. The Chosen One managing to get away. Same as Minecart as well. Fresh A on this did keep him alive, but Team Unique not too bad of a smoke. They did get the gyrocopter once more. Didn't get to press his BKB in that fight, so it's very unfortunate. But both Slayer and Bignum did won the fight big time. You know, hook shot on the tree, LSA to follow. It's kind of a minor win for Team Unique. It does give them the space that they want, and now it's the Nemiga's turn to smoke up.
Let's see. We go here for the top lane. Let's see if we can push it. Or Chosen One nearby. Dragon Tail. Find Pikuchara. Oh, Pikuchara is safe. Pikuchara's dead. Never mind. I thought he that was relatively easy for Heaven. Okay. Well, another one of those fights where Unique kind of seems lost afterwards. You go, just go back and farm. Just recover. Luna's half HP. Don't fight this. I know you want to take advantage of this, but there's no need. Try to force another 5-on-5 engagement with your ultimate set up. You should get more out of a fight than just a gyrocopter. Obviously, that's a valuable kill, but you want a bit more so you can actually take objectives. You have this anyway. This goes late, so don't get too stressed out. Unique, you can do that. And on the other hand, Nemiga is like super happy. Every time they see these opportunities, they go, yeah, we'll kill a single person. If you're too far out from the pack, Einstein will burst you.
Oh yeah, and Chosen One almost got his Agnes Scepter. We're about to see the big black dragon. Now, Team Unique, they were able to burst him a couple of times, but once he gets that axe, it becomes 10 times harder. They do find Lodin, but he has to borrow time. In fact, the Chosen One puts his body in front, gets 4 step away from the hookshot. Now he pauses BKB. Slayer tried to stick onto him, but gives up his life instead. That's the great response from Nemiga. They're trying to look for more as Heaven is looking for it. The Bushwhack does land on the Luna, but no follow-up means that Heaven will trade his life.
Okay. So in the end, you lose 4 for 5. Not a big deal, really. We got the shard as well on the Luna. That's pretty good. That's gonna help your team fight a lot. DK finally gets that Ags. So now I think DK slowly becoming that secondary carry that will make up for the Skyrath Mage. Sanking on the other hand has fallen off a lot, so they're trusting the Razor to pick up the slack there. I think FN's doing a good job of it though. No, FN. I don't think he can cancel his TP. Doesn't really matter if he could catch up to
He has a Blink Dagger.
Yep. It's a good idea. He just jumps over the Skyrath Mage. And you make it impossible for... You make it impossible for Skyrath Mage to really do anything in the fights. But we saw what happened last time, right? You just A on disc and you just 4-staff, save him.
Yeah.
That's why I bat him with
even for Heaven, he's going for the Agnes as well. So you get the Hunter's Boomerang, just status resistance reduction, and everything just becomes way harder for Team Unique.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, obviously getting the longer DK stun is big, but if you combine that with Ancient Seal, all of a sudden you burst anyway.
Feels like one of those games where if this DK hit 25, I feel like the AoE Dragon form, the 375 Dragon Tail during Dragon form is slightly more valuable just because everyone from Team Unique wants to fight up close. There you go, the Black Dragon is out. Now you just can't really fight into this level 4 Elder Dragon. It's just so much resistance, and that free pathing just gives him exactly what he wants. You know, now you can't just try and stick onto him even if you're a Clockwork. He just flies over your cogs. You know, he has this resistance to deal with those magic bursts, and he has the BKB as well. Like, how do you kill this dragon?
You don't. You ignore him. That's the technique, honestly. That's the best thing you can do right now. You go for the Gyrocopter, which is killable, and you go for the Skywrath Mage, which is killable. The real issue is that Skywrath Mage, Nemiga's whole mission is saving Private Skywrath, and that's all they're trying to do right now. You just force stab him. The odd disc is really, really useful here. So you either gank the dragon like here, like if they can find him, it's not too bad. Oh, they've been revealed. Oh no. That's a bad
Lodi?
failed smoke.
Oh, breaks the smoke.
No, it wasn't Lodin.
That is just great.
It was Chosen One who broke the smoke there. Lodin now will die. I think Laguna Blade just passed right through the borrowed time. Okay. But yeah, that can happen. If you have
she has
more
the axe,
damage than
okay.
the threshold. Oh yeah, she does have axe. Oh my god. Okay. I mean, with axe, that's pure damage. You might be able to actually burst down a Dragon Knight. I mean, not burst, but kill him.
But even Kiritich as well right now. He has BKB, but whatever. I'm just still slice through that magic immediately. There's so the ways to kill off the Gyrocopter is still there, but Petrushara gotta be really careful. Link's away. He was dusted up, but thankfully no one from Nemiga is close enough to catch him.
Good thing. But the Shard does not want it dies. Vital to these initiations. He's the one that has to keep the Squirrel and the Abaddon busy while Razor kills off the Skywrath Mage. Or initiate on the Dragon Knight.
That's the BKB used by Chosen One. Lodin is gonna heal him up.
No, that's good.
And now with the
Force
BKB
Dragon.
use... Oh yeah. Awesome for Unique.
Roshan's up in 3 seconds though.
Trust
Losing
can...
Scout.
Oh. I think Nemiga missed it.
Yeah, but Unique definitely saw it. Don't worry, Lodin's like, go check, Lodin! Oh, okay. Just fighting to the death with an illusion. Lodin almost loses to the illusion.
So the Chosen One does have the shard, so the fireball, so decent wave clear and also helps in a team fight.
Yeah.
In the event a Roshan fight breaks out, that the Dragon Ball suddenly becomes just so much more valuable. You know, you kind of pair it up with the already existing AoE spells from Ironcard. It's just like, you know, very delicate puzzle pieces being put into place. Though there's the Illusionist Cape for Nemiga as Dragon form runs out. Team Unique back into the Roshan pit they go.
Yeah, very interesting Lucid Beam to scout there, huh? He's using the Lucid Beam just barely in range, so they can actually scout anyone and also hit Roshan skills, preventing Blink Daggers. This is a tough fight. They're going with GK. That's not Roshan though. That's not what they wanted. Ironcard stuck in the cog. He's to force himself to safety. He does. Oh, the Eclipse, they don't want to use it just yet. Now, finally, with the BKB and Kirtish, though, that Eclipse is going to be a bit useless, but they take the Aegis anyway for the Sand King, as Razor gets rid of Ironcard in the backlines. They go for Kirtish. Now, beautiful! That's going to be the Ice Ray of the Dreams! That's going to finish up the Gyrocopter. Exactly what they wanted. FN going further. Heaven and Lodin, both easy targets. Lodin trying to kill Slayer before he dies, but unsuccessfully. And oh, the dragon is alive, but he didn't have the dragon form. So that earlier fight, Husky, where they forced BKB and Dragon Form, that's what won in the fight right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Without the Dragon Form, this Dragon Knight is just... It's a guy in a suit of armor. You know, can't really walk up, gets kited easily, doesn't have too much damage. It's just so less efficient without his ultimate. And the big nerfs Aghanim's pickup was genius. I felt like without the Aghanim upgrade for the Laguna, there was no way they could kill Kiritich in that fight. Or at least it would take way longer than it should have. But now with that second Roshan, with 4 kills, they're gonna just go high ground. In fact, you know, there's no way this DK can defend it.
No. I was gonna say, they definitely could not kill Kiritich, especially if you use Eclipse against his BKB. Like, Space got silenced and then had the courtesy of waiting for the BKB and goes, now's the time for the Eclipse. So obviously that was a bit useless, but it's okay. They took that. Who took the shard, by the way? Let's see.
I think it's... Let's see.
Did they leave it behind? No.
Wait, the shard go? Oh, Luna has the shard. I mean, it's
Luna,
still in
you
the
greedy
inventory.
bastard. You have the shard already. Luna, give it to another teammate. Wait. Oh, that was...
Maybe Clockwork could use it. Clockwork could definitely use the shard, or even FN.
Yeah, I
I
love
think Clockwork would appreciate the shard.
I think Lena's shard is actually valuable as well because you went for Ags, right? So Making the
Yeah.
Laguna hit multiple units. You already talked about how valuable that is, but no, I think they gave it to F. Space!
Another
What do you-
dragon from use.
I-
Okay.
I swear, if he's if this could be sellable, carries would sell it. Oh, he gave it to the blockers. Okay. Alright, you're right, you're right. I mean, I think Jetpack is kind of good. The vision is pretty solid, so I don't mind it. As long as it wasn't Sanking you gave it to, I think I was fine.
Oh yeah. Like Sand King is probably the last person who should get a who deserves a shard in this game. Like it's like the very last item. This game could go like 100 minutes. He would buy Moon Shard. He would consume the scepter. Then maybe he would think about the shard.
Especially when they
But
all
there's
have
no dragon
BKBs.
form again.
There's no point to it.
Yeah.
Oh, Illusion escape for Luna? Hello. I guess Ice Frog is watching, and Ice Frog is a fan of Luna. She went for Manta style even, so this is the perfect time to get the Illusion escape. Great stats as
Oh
well.
boy.
And it's just so strong. Now you can ghost push to your heart's content.
Oh, here we go. The clockwork shard. I think they see heaven with the jetpack. Slayer is so close. It's a scary camouflage. I think they know where he is. Yeah, they have the sentry. Like he's dead. He is, so they're even gonna commit the epicenter. What? Oh my goodness.
Okay. Unique many
That's
years
hatred.
ago.
That is
you know,
hatred.
many years ago when Petushara was just a child. He got bit by a squirrel. The squirrel had rabies, he had to go to the ER, it was a whole ordeal. His parents were really disappointed in him because like, how are you getting beaten by a squirrel in Russia? We fight bears, what is this squirrel bullshit? And ever since, Petushara has just had to be traumatized, so I guess he wanted to commit an epicenter. I mean, it's not that useful of a
Yeah.
skill, but I'm still surprised by his usage.
That was a guaranteed epicenter. There's no way for Haven to escape. So it was like, yeah, let one epicenter that I don't have to burrow strike in and worry about force staff. Let me just use it on the spot. Like he is dead. Big Net still the limelight with the Laguna, but whatever, they still get the as long as the job gets done. I'm pretty sure they won't complain about it. Starting to think that this Aghanim's pickup for Hoodwink, or the potential Aghanim's pickup, is starting to lose its efficiency because of that one Roshan fight.
I don't know. I mean, I guess Nemiga has pick-off potential this time. I think that's the only thing you can really muster, right? Just smoke and go for pick-offs here and pray that you find good kills because you're kind of desperate otherwise. Curtis has Flicker, though. Maybe Ice Frog does, like...
Queuing up the Rapier.
Yeah, this is the last desperate attempt. I'm not a fan of the Bloodstone on Aincrad, though. I really think it should be Scythe. Like, if you're not dealing damage because everyone has BKBs, and you're also struggling to live, I don't think it's going to be great. I don't think the Bloodstone's going to help you too much. Whereas Scythe of Bites might give you a good counter initiation, a good way to cancel BKBs. I think Scythe would be much more useful here.
It's definitely the be-all end-all. Now it's just for Kiritich to get to that Divine Rapier, which it's still going to take a while. He only has enough to afford the Sacred Relic. And that is, discounting the whole buyback that he has to save up for. So Kiritich is very far away from the Divine Rapier. And Team Unique, they've already gotten 2 sets of Rex. So all they have to do is just slowly suffocate Nemiga and keep them inside the base. They could even wait for the third Roshan if they want to. It's up in, the next 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, why not, honestly? Like, is there any reason why you should push this any further? I mean, obviously you're giving the Infinity chances to get back, but Luna still has 1 item slot that she can farm during this time, which is the Dragonlance slot, right? Just sell that and buy the Swift Blink she's thinking about. I think Razor still has a couple of things that he can buy himself. He got to the attack cheat talent. Honestly, Ags is a consideration, considering he went for Refresher, but up to him.
And I think there's a Nullifier as well, so...
Yeah.
So Aincrad is... he is in deep trouble.
Yeah.
FN just blinks on top of him, Nullifiers, and he just dies.
This is the I hate Scarlet Mage build. It's just he's just itemized the whole game to make this Aincrad's life miserable. FN laughing to himself. Oh, they're gonna go. I mean, this is Eastern Europe. What am I saying? Why would they wait for Russia? Crazy. This is heresy. In Eastern Europe, you fight. You fight, and you find
Kiritich caught. They're trying to blow him up. There's a Lotus Orb, and Kiritich staying alive. Oh, the Flicker keeps him alive. Oh, turns around with the ridiculous damage and doing so much to the flickers. Really helping the Gyrocopter fight. And it's going to be Dragon Knight going down. Petrushara might lose his life as well. They caught Ironclad, but Ironclad is going to be safe. Frost Staff away. Now the Aeon is going to be popped as Bignum is dealing as much right click as he can. Buyback from Lodin. Oh, Kiritich surviving through all of that. And the Nemiga now is their turn to chase Bignum. Bignum, my friend, you are dead. Glimmer is keeping him alive for a bit more, but they have the sentry. And Bignum is just going to get ran down. The LSA doesn't stun anyone up.
They're afraid of the Luna, huh?
Oh, concussive blood.
Bigna's gonna live.
Yeah.
They're afraid of the Luna.
Okay.
I mean,
solid defense though.
yeah, it's okay, but they didn't get enough out of it. Also, they took your, like... Yeah, it's okay. I don't think that
It's
was
not too bad.
impressive. They could have done more, right? I guess they were afraid of the Luna, respectably so. Unique really messed up in that initiation, though. The Razor dying so early shouldn't happen. He just got bursted, and that was without Hex. So Dragon Tail, OP.
Yeah. They threw everything on Kiritich, and I think that Clutch Lotus Orb from Lodin really kept him alive. And across the Flicker, now he has this, that Sacred Relic, has the Demon Edge, that one fight giving him enough go. Of course, when he needs it, he's just gonna, unlock Combine and get the Divine Rapier. But the Dragon Knight has the Blast, and I suppose that also contributes a bit to that team fight, just keeping the Gyrocopter alive just a bit longer with that extra lifesteal and damage, that's extra stats. Still a 20k goalie for Team Unique, and they have a lot more space for itemization. But at least for Nemiga, you know that they were able to progress in their item build, I guess. Axe for the Hoodwink and Divine Rapier has been purchased officially.
Official. Before it was unofficial, they had to sign the paperwork and everything, but now Gyrocopter, he owns his very own Divine Rapier. For how long? We'll have to see. This Divine Rapier is to fight Roche. Unique, you really shouldn't force any fights, honestly. I mean, they don't know the Rapier's up. Like, you shouldn't force anything until the Roche is in their hands, honestly. Comes the Refresher.
They know the Roche is up for sure.
Yeah, they can take it really quickly, so I would just honestly go for it. Yeah, Luna deals so much damage. And with Refresher Shard, I think give it to the Lina, honestly. To double the Luna.
Yeah. Or if you want to give it to, I don't know, Space, I mean, double BKB at Cliffs, I don't know, there's just too less space for him, right? I mean, in the inventory, but he's just gonna book it.
Oh, he's gonna go for the There you go. Razor has a Refresher Shard.
Yeah,
Razor
Razor
greedy.
Refresher.
You already have Refresher, you bastard. What is this?
You can never have too much, though. It's kind of overcompensating for what he already has, but why not?
Carry.
Why
I see
not?
you're a carry player, my friend. Meanwhile, the support Lina's
No,
like, I would really like to be useful this game.
I'm a support player, but I understand the mindset of the carry.
Right. You're one of those support bootlickers, I see. Okay. I got it.
Yes.
As a true 5,
Absolutely.
I steal one last hit every creep wave just to make sure the carry is in check, right? So he doesn't get too big for himself.
Yeah. I need my carry to win the game, so I need to keep, licking his boots. But this is, I can't. I'm the therapist. He has to be happy. Like if he gets mad, my game is done.
That is
I cannot win without them.
And this is what it feels like to play in SCA, guys. Okay, so
every game.
The Lina alone took the tier 3. So at this point, are you really the carrier? Space is not capable of pushing. He went for Hurricane Pike. I'm supposed to switch.
Whoa! Here we go. Divine Rapier review. Chosen one with the engage. Kiritich tosses BKB. Then goes on top of Space. And look at the Divine Rapier going to work. Kiritich with the flicker again. Keeps himself alive. The Eclipse not going to do too much. Pressure shot used by FN. The Laguna on the Dragon Knight. Chosen one's going to immediately buy back. As FN is still pretty much alive. Kiritich will just heal back up in the fountain. And Team Unique will have Space use his BKB as they go for the Megas. The Cliff will be used to protect the set of racks. Team Unique forced back by Nemiga. The illusion still pounding on the racks. But Kiritich will clean it up. So far, phase 1 of base defense going the way of Team Nemiga.
Flicker OP, honestly. Flicker saved Gyrocopter multiple times already, and the Raper's still in his hands because of it. They lost Aegis. I don't know if they lost Refresher Shard as well, which he used before Refresher. Okay. And I believe Cheese has also been used. So that's all the Roshan.
Cheese is also... Oh yeah. They did force a buyback from the Chosen One, so it's kind of like the That's a slight consolation prize.
I mean, it's not too bad. I just feel like if that was just Refresher by FN, you would have kept the Refresher shard and just give it to Lina or whomever, really. And it'd be a bit
Right.
better. I don't really understand why you have to use Refresher shard before Refresher, but whatever. I guess maybe they're ready for another fight now?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, he has everything back up, you know, with that Refresher. Just waiting for the Chosen One to hit level 25. He has another fight queued up, and I want to see what else this Dragon Knight can do. Like, what more can he do? But he needs to get to 25 first. That is kind of the challenge. So far, Ironcard has been contributing pretty substantially to those fights. He has the Blink Dagger as well, so it is not easy at all to try and catch him. In fact, if you ever catch Ironcard, you're gonna put yourself in probably the worst position in the fight anyways.
Smoke? What is the smoke for? I mean, they're all in base. You're gonna try to maybe flank them? Okay, should be right.
Lord Heritage.
Okay.
Minecart again pops the on this, and FN, he's dead. He's just gonna get destroyed by Heritage. He fights back. They want to go high ground. The sharpshooter pierces right through space. He is also down. Petrushara tries to get away. They get the Laguna to kill out Lodi, but that's just an abandon. And no one cares about an abandon in the late game. And in fact, it's gonna be Nemiga now on the hunt. Bigner trying to get away with the Frost Stab, and he will be able to do so at least for a while. But the rest of Nemiga is on his tail as the Mystic Flare will obliterate him from the face of Earth. Team Unique completely losing the fight without getting anything in return.
That BKB took so long for FN. It's getting to, and also Luna didn't even activate it. It's getting to the point where I feel like the BKB should no longer be used at the right time or whatever. Just use them. Just go in, use them, and get to racks or whatever it is. You even have Ags with Eclipse, and that didn't get used at all. I mean, it just seems like Nemiga is not trying to bide their time. They're just going all in immediately, and Unique is being surprised by this fact. They shouldn't. They should just try to, like, that last fight was pretty good, right? Not this one, the one before, because you lose Aegis, but you know the enemy team has used all the resources. Now you take the racks, or you try to. You didn't have enough damage, but you were very close to it. Fine. But this fight was unnecessary. It was like a complete opposite, where they tried to play as efficient as possible. Ooh, last second, I'll use my BKB and save myself. That's just not going to work for you. Razor has 2 BKBs. I don't know why he took so long to use his first one to begin with.
And also at the same time, Kiritish has the Divine, right? His Black Cannon was just killing FN. FN was like, I have the BKB, why am I dying? Oh wait, there's a Divine Rapier on the Gyrocopter. Ah, that's why. he was just throwing his body, he runs in, BKB, you know, he blinks in, static links. Like, who is static? I think it's the Dragon Eye or the Gyrocopter. Like, he just gets, like, pummeled to death.
It's the Dragon
Eye. Nemiga just did not care.
The Dragon Eye went in and stopped him. It was kind of... Yeah. That's why you need the BKB. It's just you need to activate it before you get in. I just don't. I mean, you get full 12 seconds of immunity to hit racks. I think that would be enough for the most part. Now, then you lose the next Roshan, it's pretty bad. Mind you, High Ground's much easier to defend the next Roshan. But another problem they're having is that Space keeps getting hit by the Scotty, so his save of the Satanic to heal himself back up is not really working. So you need someone to be able to block that for you, to be the target for the Gyrocopter. He doesn't get the split shot uses modifiers that Deuce gets. So if he flat cannons you and supposed to attacking you directly, a Scotty won't affect you and you'll still heal off Satanic. That's your goal here. Have anyone disturb him. Petushara, Slayer, whatever it is. I mean, I get Petushara's disturbing Skyreth Mage instead, which is fair enough. But you have Lina stuns, you have Slayer to go in and hookshot him. Something needs to happen so Luna gets at least 1.5 seconds of not being hit by Scotty. She'll heal immediately from the Satanic, but she needs those 1.5 seconds.
At the same time, it feels like Team Unique, they are kind of in the Nemiga's shoe back in game 1. It feels like they were trying to really force something to happen. Petrushara, like you said, right, he is trying to harass this Skyrim Mage out of the fight, but he puts himself so far ahead that the rest of Team Unique felt compelled to join. You know, FN forced to blink BKB in, he dies, Petrushara is like, alright, I'm too far away, my team is not there, and everyone, the whole team fight just falls apart because everyone is just engaging into Nemiga, and Nemiga was like, alright, if you want to engage into us, we'll take you head on. There's no escape plan for Team Unique, whereas for Nemiga, they have all the tools they need in the world. They obviously have Lodin just standing in front, eating up whatever crap that Team Unique is throwing at him. He's never gonna die in the first spell rotation. Maybe Team Unique needs to kind of just bank on the fact that Space does not get hit by the Scotty, heals back out with the Satanic, and potentially win a round 2 fight.
They tried to bank all on the level 30 talent to get the Eclipse Lucent mini stun. That's the best way to burst someone down, honestly, at this point with the Ags that she's got. It's unfortunate she went for the lifesteal. I mean, that lifesteal choice where I usually think is the better talent in the majority of the games against Scotty, and when you need to have this burst, it struggles. Second rapier. Jara knows if he dies, he's dead.
They want
He's
to
no
take the
buyback
fight.
anyway. Hook shot?
They saw Ironclad in the bottom lane, so they smoke out to go for a fight, and they are going to find Heaven. That's a good
Okay.
start. Heaven does have his buyback. Now the question is whether Nemiga wants to pull the trigger. They see Slayer, and they go in. The Chosen One is already in. Aeon this pop by Bignum. Bignum's gonna stay alive. Petrushara gonna hold on to his epicenter at least for now. The Chosen One uses that Elder Dragon form. He did went for the AoE Dragon Tail talent, but Team Unique doing the same thing over and over again. They back off and try to wait out his Dragon form.
Yeah, this time they knew there was a ward there. It was too obvious initiation without like a ward. So they knew there was a ward there. No reason to fire on the ward. You have your own ward here. They got surprised, but I thought there was another observer ward near them, but that's fine.
Okay, the Chosen One. Let's find space. Follow-up isn't really there yet from Nemiga. They were not able to do too much. Sharpshooter does land onto FN, but the rest of Nemiga will have to kind of back off a bit as the Elder Dragon form is going to expire in the next 15 seconds. Lanes are pushing in as well. This should give Team Unique enough time to kind of set up around Roshan once more.
20 seconds till the next Roche. This will come with Ags as well, which I think should be given to Razor at this point, because you got rent for Refresher. I'm very surprised he didn't buy Shard yet. By this point, it's kind of useless, I suppose. Really good for Sky.
Okay,
Bignum carry
just goes in.
not ideal here. If that Aeon this gets triggered, Bignum will be big trouble.
Oh boy.
Oh, Eclipse for Lobina.
And the Eclipse. Okay.
She doesn't have Refresher yet. I don't know about that Eclipse. Now you're weak. Oh,
There's no
she's got
Aeon this
Refresher.
on Ironclad.
She's got it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. They want to bait it out.
Oh, there we go. She was ready for that. Get the starter, get the Eclipse. That's like you say, Ironclad completely obliterated without the Aeon this. As Akiriti is going to stand in the front line with the flag cannon, just blows up both the supports. Now he's going to try and man fight space. LSA is going to stun him up. BKB is already ran out the flicker. Repositions. Kiriti's no enough damage. Finally dies. And Space wins his man fight. The most important one as well. Gets a double rapier. That's a knockout punch. Ultra kill. And Team Unique as a bonus will get this Roshan, because why not? Finally, they have secured themselves that seemingly insurmountable lead.
There's no buyback on any of these heroes, so there's no one. Just push. I don't care what you leave in the pit. Just go. Just go, Luna. The Roshan wasn't even necessary. Don't farm. You carry. Come on, Space. Just you're so slow. You just have to go forward. Oh, maybe if you find the Skyeth Mage. Look how much damage single Lucent Beam does. Obviously because of the shard. One more Lucent Beam will kill
Oh my
Ironclad.
goodness, the glaive.
Oh, that glaive didn't bounce to him. He got silence. RFA. Space just needs to take the racks. Just has to get the kill before he takes the racks. You don't have a Razor, which is your biggest pusher. Space is done with this game. He's gonna find where the Ancient is. I know, look how fast you play.
GG, and all it took was just that Eclipse, that surprise Eclipse, blowing the Aeon this, and making sure that they got the refresher to surprise Nemiga. Or Team Unique just played like a superior team today.
Yeah, I would say so. Unique played better, honestly. I think their drafting was considered more solid. Also because, like, yeah, Nemiga was forced into odd situations with the draft, but I think Unique forced them, right? Unique had just had better drafting mechanics in general, drafting philosophy. So, well done, Unique. Very impressive game and good performance in general. Very good that they picked themselves up after a relatively bad start, right? So, well done by Unique. And we got a 2-0 against Nemiga. We're going to have one more match today, guys. So, apologies for that. I hope you don't hear my awful neighbor. We're going to get one more match today, guys. It's going to be the last best of 3 of the playoffs and the last best of 3 of the first part of the playoffs. And it's going to be, if I'm not mistaken, Tundra versus V Gaming. V Gaming is the Kazakhstani squad, I believe. And Tundra Esports, well, you already know that the second seed in the European or the Western close qualifiers. Hope you enjoyed the cast, guys. My name is Owl Plus. I've been here with Husky, and we're gonna change Husky out for the second game. So I would like to hear your last words, Husky, before we let you go.
I'm just glad and grateful that I get to be here and witness some amazing Dota as always, and it's a pleasure to work with you. And I'll be watching. I can't wait to see more Dota games as always. And I wish all the teams all the best.
With this, guys, we're gonna do a small break of around 40 minutes. Or what's gonna happen is we're gonna restart the stream now. So we start, and then we'll be back in 40 minutes. Why? Because we're gonna get a better quality stream up and running. We apologize for the low quality of this stream. Those are due to hardware limitations. We'll be better off in the second one with a proper, consistent 60 FPS. So we'll see you guys very shortly with the next game of the day between Tundra and V Gaming. Stay tuned. Follow the channel if you want to see more, and see you then. Until next time.
Oh, hello.
There's no. Hello, guys, and welcome to the Dota 2 Champions League. We apologize for the long delay, and I apologize for being a bit late about this. We were having issues with the coordinator. It went offline for a while. I believe it's... I don't know. Actually, I would be lying if I knew what happened. So we're here with the last
Avo
match
was
of the
sleeping,
day.
guys. That's what happened,
Yeah,
right?
Corey was
Avo was literally sleeping.
I was, yeah, okay. Fuck it, Bowie, don't say on stream. Dota 2 Champions League. We're here with the last game of the day. It's Tundra Esports versus V Gaming. Very excited to be able to cast this matchup. And for this last match, I'm still here, but I changed co-casters. Now it's with Dota 2 Bowie, the one and only,
Hello.
the YouTube master, the god of SA. Hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm excited to cast with you, Bowie. Tundra versus V Gaming. I actually got the pleasure of casting V Gaming very early in D2CL. Unfortunately, we stopped casting D2CL because we were doing Mobius Bet instead. And Bowie was doing that with us. But V Gaming was actually looking really good. I'm a big fan of the Kazakhstan stack. I think a lot of these players are actually particularly great. Naive really sticks out to me as one of the honestly top up-and-coming carries. And
love him.
I really want to see how they do against Tundra, who, by the way, will be playing with a stand-in for the rest of the tournament. DNZ will be playing in turn for Fata. It is not a replacement. It's not that Fata's kicked out of the team. It's just a temporary thing. I believe Fata is on vacation.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I think it was Tundra and Spirit, right? That they were waiting in the playoffs for the other teams in the group stages.
It was
Yeah,
what,
this
sorry?
is gonna be.
Yeah, it was Tundra.
sorry?
Tundra was waiting. Yeah, Tundra was waiting for them. Yeah. So it's gonna be
Yeah.
their debut per se, especially with DNZ.
Mm-hmm.
And they let the Terrorblade pass already. The Tundra special.
Yeah, I think like good teams. A sign of a really good team in this patch is being confident and able to draft Terrorblade in the first phase. I think. No, I'm actually being honest. I think lots of teams are scared because obviously there is an advantage of picking a better carry matchup later on. But with the way bans work right now, you have so many of them, and people I think the meta is very constricted, especially carry wise. I think we talked about this already.
Yeah.
It is actually most of the time better to pick your carry early. I do love the response though from Drow. I think it's probably this here is really weird because it is not an S tier carry by itself, but it counters most of the S tier carries, which are Terrorblade, Luna, Medusa. So I like it, especially the Lina. You have the Shadow Demon for getting more illusions of the Drow or stealing Terrorblade ones. I really like both sides right now.
It's also something Naive was known for. I mean, Naive in the recent times has played a lot of Wraithing stuff like that, but back when he was first starting, Drow was definitely his bread and butter. So something like he's pretty confident on. This is a tough Drow game, though. I mean, Nyx is annoying. Batrider and Clockwork are very annoying. So, in fact, Lina and Drow versus Clockwork Batrider is.
Yeah, it's tough. At least Drow can go Hurricane Pike. It's kind of harder for Lina, but they do have these two save supports. So, provided they play their fights okay, there's definitely a lot of you can save the lasso. You can prevent most of the Batrider damage with the False Promise. So, I think there's potential here. They also have 4 range heroes, which, as the game develops, will scale with the Drow.
True. Yeah. With the extra agility, Lina. Yeah, actually, that's a huge amount of attack speed. Not like Lina needs it, but it's not bad. Also, a bit of extra armor, kind of nice for Terrorblade. Against them. What's the last pick here for V-Game? What could we see?
I think they need an offlaner, right? So, maybe... What about the Tide Hunter here? Oh, there we go.
Look at that.
Very nice.
That was easy.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely needing some frontline, and I think having the Dispel is really good. There's no Viper on the side of Tundra. I don't think they can feed a Viper. Maybe they will. Oh, no, it's actually banned first phase, yeah.
Banned first
so,
phase, yeah.
Yeah.
So if it's a mid laner for 9 against Lina... I mean, DK is kind of available, right? You could just go that.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be mid Batrider, and they're gonna go for DK. But I think DK would be good either way, mid or off lane. So I think you definitely have the right idea here.
I just don't see too many great things here. I guess
Mars is banned, no Axe, no DS. It's probably DK. If they don't go for that route, maybe Centaur could be okay. Yeah. I think it's having more gap close against Drow is always nice. Being able to get on top of the Oracle.
I do like the Centaur. Brew. I was not expecting Brew, but as a 3-3 special. Actually, you were talking about this, about him playing Brew in Moby's Bet.
Yep.
How he builds the Helm of the Dominator, right? Interesting.
No items, rush the helm. I think... I mean, I'm going to be honest. I do not rate Brewmaster highly, but I think if there's one player that makes Brewmaster look really good is 33. And I also think Tundra is the better team, even though V-Gaming has a lot of potential. It's just, they barely qualified to TI. I'm not sure how sharp they are. I'm not sure how much they've been practicing and screaming, because I do feel like it probably takes a toll on you, practicing so hard and not qualifying to TI. But in a good day, I still feel like they can win with this Brewmaster, and I'm going to be watching that offlane a lot, because this guy is incredible playing this hero.
I, on the other hand, am a big fan of the Brew. Even though I'm not very good at the hero, I do enjoy him a lot. I think he's a very
I
complex
love
hero.
the hero. I just don't... I'm not sure how good he actually is right now,
Right. Hear me out. Why I think Brew's actually a really solid pick here. I mean, I was looking at offlaners, and Brew's not the first thing that comes to mind, because I don't value the hero highly either in this meta. But Brew is the hardest counter, in my opinion, to the Tidehunter if you play him well, because you cycle in Tidehunter and you just get rid of him in the fight, right? So he's very good there. Mass Dispel is brutal against Shadow Demon Egg and Oracle. Obviously, the Disruption Illusion's useless, right? Oracle as well dispel some of the things like Fate's Edict, pretty nice. And you even have the Earth Ruling, let's call him, to get close to the Drow. In fact, because he can just, jump him. I mean, she can Hurricane Pike the Ruling, but whatever, and he can get the first hit with Stone, and that boulder usually is enough. The Hurl boulder is enough to actually go in and stop the Drow. And on top of that, usually I hate the Shard. I don't think it's that great of the late game. You actually just want the 4th Brew. But in this game, a disarm of Lina and the Drow Ranger is super high value, because it comes with slow as well.
What just happened?
True. I agree with most of the points that you said. You got to remember, though, that you can dispel the Cyclone with the Oracle. So
that's a very good point. That's a very good point. Never mind. Tide is free this game. What did I say? I'm a liar.
That's the only downside. But I agree with most of what you said. Like, Brewmaster, he's not really a gap closer, but as long as you actually get your ult off, you're going to be able to control, prevent the false promise. There's a lot of potential there. I'm just scared because... Oh, Snake can brace the smoke there, but I don't think he will die. I'm just scared that he's going to be forced into like a BKB or into a new scepter to survive the silence, and his Ags takes a long time, because I do feel like the hero right now revolves around being able to get 2 ults off, but against Drow Ranger, that can be complicated.
True. I mean, they have a huge burst in general, right? With Lina as well to boot. Yeah, I agree. The catch is a bit limited bar the silence, right? You don't have the immediate... You don't have a DK stun right to initiate, right? So...
Yes.
Maybe...
It's pretty much the Ravage or the Lasso.
Exactly. So... No, what... Not... The 2 different
teams. No. I'm talking about controlling the Brewmaster.
Yeah, exactly. So the Lasso can't be... Yeah.
Oh, God, yeah. Oh,
that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Oh, he's in trouble, actually. I think he might die. Yeah, they disrupt him. And the 2 supports of it, so he's tanking this battery assault as the 2 ranged cores. They're finishing off Snaking. Hayes gets the kill. And Naive trying to finish off 9. Get the Frost Arrows up. And 9. He's struggling. Shouldn't die, though, because he's sticking Napalming in place, which slows him down. He's capable of running around. What do you think this matchup is, by the way, between Batrider and Lina? Who's favored in this matchup?
This matchup is weird, but I would say usually Lina has the advantage, but it is deceptively better for the Batrider than most people would think. As you get levels, I do feel like there is chance for him to get a kill on the Lina. With the water runes and stuff, I think he actually can do fine. It's not easy for Batrider, but I think a good Batrider can get a kill. Oh, I actually love what he did. Did you see what he did?
Yeah.
He actually drags the creeps, and he's going to deny the range creep away from experience. What a player.
Oh, he missed the design. Well, it doesn't matter.
Oh, I mean, it doesn't matter,
He's
yeah.
away from experience. That's very impressive. That's really cool.
I love you, Knight.
He even got the last... I love it. He even got the last hit. So you were going to watch 3-3 this whole game, huh? I see. Cheating on your favorite player, huh?
Man, I'm actually so bummed now that Tundra's not going to TI, because these guys are so good.
They're really good. Yeah, I agree.
It's such a waste.
I agree. But I wouldn't take any one slot. I would just give more slots in general.
Yes.
I'm not one of those people that goes, oh, this guy deserves more than... It's whatever. I just want more people at TI. I wish TI was a
Totally agree.
64 team month-long league.
Oh, God, I thought you were gonna say I wish 64 teams would go to TI.
Just in 1 week. In the first day, they have to fight to the death. Not in Dota, like in real life, and whoever survives gets to move on.
That would be pretty cool. That would make. I was talking to a friend because the Olympics are going on, and she was like, "Oh, I actually hope esports get to the Olympics because it's so fun." And I was like, "I actually not sure I want the."
I don't.
Yeah, like I actually don't want esports to be in the Olympics because I'm sure there are gonna be so many boomers just complaining about the fact you have this. Nerds playing games instead of exercising. But if you actually had a fight to the death, maybe the boomers would actually accept esports because first you have the fight to the death, then those who are fit enough can play Dota.
Yeah. Valve unveils their new game, Battle Royale for Dota players. Once you pass a certain MMR, you just get a ticket, right? And then you enter the lottery like in the Hunger Games.
You need a minimal level of fitness and MMR. I mean, maybe that would be good overall.
I like that. It is a good.
I do hope I had more fitness going on, But
let's see.
let's just blame the pandemic.
Yeah.
Lena's dead. Lena's what?
I think
he just DC'd. Oh, 9 even paused. What a bro, but
no.
Yeah.
Kudos for that. That's sportsmanship.
Yeah.
He realized that sucks for Hayes.
Yeah. Because I thought she missed the LSA, but maybe he just DC'd right when he cast the spell. That's so weird.
He might have done it before the pause. Right?
Oh.
And then it went through. Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
It sucks. I mean, we are playing on obviously European servers, which I believe is Luxembourg and Kazakhstan. A bit far off. It sometimes happens. I have connectivity issues. It happens.
Mm-hmm.
I also believe they're not in boot camp. I do believe they're at home. So.
Okay.
A fan of e-gaming, though. I hope you become a fan in this game. I mean, we've talked a lot about Tundra. I think this team is awesome, but I've been really enjoying watching v-gaming during D2CL. I think Naive is great. I actually think Hayes is very underappreciated. And this team has been playing a bit for like open qualifiers, small minor tournaments, and this is like the first relatively big showing they get.
Yeah, I've been following Naive for a while, actually, but I don't know most of their other players. Actually, I've heard of Maladi. But Hayes is kind of out of my radar, so...
They've been in a couple of these kind of stacks, right? Both Hayes and Arrow are the two more, call them veterans of the Kazakh scene.
It's actually crazy that there's so many Kazakhstan's players in the same team. What's the population of Kazakhstan? I'm gonna Google this.
It's a pretty big country.
Wanna guess?
I have no clue. I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm not that cultured.
No. I also didn't know, and I'm much more cultured than you, so it's okay. Yes. I'll give you a hint. It's more than 5 million, and it's less than 100 million.
Okay. 70 million?
You fell into my bait. It's 19 million.
9D?
19.
19? Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Like having a full Dota roster at this level. Crazy, right?
That country is massive. That is a lot of space. No joke. Besides me following players, when I started watching some of the Kyrgyzstani and Kazakhstani players, when I started to learn more about their culture, because as a European, you don't get to experience these things very often. And now one of my guilty pleasures is watching Kazakhstani breakfast videos, because they make these they do a lot of things with like milk stuff. A lot of things with milk.
Oh.
Yeah. It's very, very interesting. It's very interesting cuisine they have there. It's very, very different from what you're used to in Europe. I guess it's like somewhere between like Russian cuisine. If you combine it with like Mongolian, it's very, very interesting. And every day when I get a bit hungry, I just watch these videos, and they're so calming, and it's just like it's like ASMR for me. It's awesome. I recommend. If you guys honestly have some spare time, you watch some of these. They have so many YouTube channels that just post how they have like these massive family breakfasts. Very, very nice.
Yeah, I'm actually not that culturally. Oh no, Lina, no!
Oh, he even
Use
tried.
the TP.
He even TP'd. Oh no, that's awful. That's worse. That's worse than just dying.
It's so much worse.
Oh wow, that's a very bad start.
It happens.
This sucks. All right, well, I guess next game is gonna be better for gaming. It's already starting badly. I mean, we were talking about how Lina. I think the Lina matchup versus Bad is also a difficult one for Lina because you have to play so safely, and then the moment you make a misstep like here, He just died.
Yeah, I was actually, we're talking about Brewmaster. I clicked him, and he went for a totally different build. And I wonder if it's because this lane is kind of strong, and the Clockwork isn't really going to be able to trade with the Drow and the Oracle. But that was not the build he was going for in most of the games against OG. So
What was the build he was
interesting.
going for?
Literally no items. He would either rush Ring of Health if he was playing Tidehunter, and he would rush Helm of Iron Will if he was playing Brewmaster for the Helm of the Dominator.
Nice. Oh, poor Haze. At this point, is Haze DC like? Oh, this must make him rage so hard as well.
Yeah. I want to die. And very interesting. He actually, I'm not sure if he bought that before he died, but he actually has boots. I'm not sure if he was trying to get back to the lane faster, or if he thinks the move speed is good versus the Batra in his matchup. Because usually, like, it is very rare nowadays to see a mid player going anything but bottle, right? As their first item. I guess the one makes sense because he against Batrider, but the boots is kind of rare.
I guess it's just because of the Bad Rider. It must be that, honestly. I mean, with enough stacks of Fiery Soul plus boots, you might be able to get away from Bad Rider even with Firefly, so I think that's where the logic comes from. Because he also goes for travels, right? So he takes a while to get the upgraded boots for a bit of extra movement speed. I can see it. I don't think it's a bad idea. Sorry, Internet, man. It's not your fault, Haze. It's cool.
We definitely get it, Haze. Oh, now Skater. Okay. Gaben only wants to give 9 slots for this game, so oh no, Skitter's back. Sorry.
That was so quick. That's different. Skitter, what happened? Yeah, just getting back into the game. I mean, let's look at the. How do you think the Brew fares against Drow though in lane in general? How do you think that lane goes?
It is. I mean, it's not an easy lane. I think generally speaking, you just wanna thunderclap the range creep, and you want to use Drunken Brawler to not take that much damage. So it's especially if the matchup that they have, like they don't really have any gap close, right? It's not like an Earth Spirit that initiates, and the Brew can walk and dish more spells. So he's pretty much just gonna buy a lot of regen, and he's gonna maximize his mana regen to get range CS. I think there's not a lot of kill potential unless Snaking gets a really good angle with the trees. But even still, they have the Oracle. He's gonna get Fate's Edict eventually level 3 or 4. I would be very impressed if the Drow dies. Overall, I think it's a free lane for the Drow. Level 6 though, it can change quite a bit. So I expect the Drow to just TP to the off lane once that happens.
I would agree with you, by the way. I do think this is a very tough lane for Brew in general, and with the Oracle on top of that. It makes the Cinder Brew build not really viable, and I think that's what the build that made Brew kind of back in the game, right? I wonder if you Drunken Brawler build here. I don't know. He built the Urn, so clearly he's looking for the Cinder Brew still, but against the spell of the Oracle, it just sucks.
Yeah, it's so annoying. Like, not only you can get dispelled from the Drunken Brawler, but the Oracle can dispel the Cinder Brew, so like, what? It's so annoying.
Yeah.
It is. I'm actually surprised that they went for the Brewmaster, but I think 33, he's so good at this here that he's like, yeah, I mean, sure, I'll just wait till I'm 50 HP, and he already used Fate's Edict, Fortune's End, and then I can use my spell. There's not going to be the dispel that way.
Oh, sorry. 1 second, guys. I apologize for that. The game literally just crashed for me.
Oh.
Did they unpause yet?
No.
Right,
9
well,
still DC.
I don't know what to say. I guess there's no. I guess today's game is nobody can join this lobby. Today was just cursed day.
Yeah, I mean, we were having Dota problems, right? So maybe their servers are actually. Maybe it's not a problem on his end, you know? Maybe just Dota servers being bad today.
It could be. I mean, usually the game crashing is more of my computer problem, but there's not a Broodmother today, so I don't understand.
I mean, yeah, your PC, I don't know what's going on,
crap.
but with
It's
Haze.
crap. You can say it. My PC in Malaysia, where I usually live, is great. My PC in Spain, where I don't usually live, is awful. Is the PC I used to have when I was in college 5 years ago.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's rough. But I mean, you've been casting most games. Maybe.
No, it's been working. It does the job, you know. It's like every time I turn on this PC and I stream, it reminds me of that scene in Dumbo, you know, the little train that's trying to get up the hill. It's like, you can, you can. That's what PC does. And I try to rub it to make it feel better every time it does a good job, and when it crashes, I kick it.
Oh.
And then I think it understands.
Okay.
Carrot and the stick method, you know.
I mean, maybe you should turn off the hero, the portrait animations.
No, because then it looks worse. No way. No, I'm not gonna sacrifice quality of the stream.
Oh.
Beautiful Bat Rider. Look, I love when it pauses and their jaws move. It's my creepiest part. I mean, the blinking
It
is
is
already
very
creepy, but
creepy.
the jaws is even creepier.
Brewmaster, yeah, this one is not that creepy. I think
That's the beard.
yeah. Maybe it's clockwork. Oh, he also doesn't have a jaw in the set.
Now, if you look at
Okay.
Oracle, for example, you can see like he's on a wave. Drow is like perpetually stuck. Oh, Tide is very
Yeah, I
creepy
don't
because
like
Tide is just opening and closing his jaw.
Ugh. Yeah, that's not cool.
Yeah, poor Tide. He has like a tick. You know, this is when you know people like grind their teeth at night. This is what
Mhm.
this feels like for Dota heroes. Tide like they unpause and he just has this massive pain in his jaw. Why?
Why would you take so long?
Oh, interesting. He's even breathing actually through his gills, I think.
I actually have it turned off, honestly. But even with the portrait turned off, if you just hover at the hero, you can see the jaw moving, which is very bizarre, actually.
Yeah. It is very bizarre. Do you think they ever think about how the heroes like live when they design the models? Like, do you think like, oh, Tide, he's on land, but he has lungs, but he also has gills? Like, do they design it that way? Do you think of the morphology of the heroes?
I mean, do we even have oxygen in the Dota world? We don't know.
That's a very good point.
Like,
actually.
are these humans like us, or is Lena just made of? Well, what is a different element?
I mean, when
what
she
are other
dies, she
types
turns
of-
into fire, right? It's true.
True.
There's no. Oh, can we rehost? Oh, that's.
Ooh.
Oh, that's awful.
Oh,
I actually
man.
don't know what the situation's gonna be, but I feel so bad. That is not. a
Yeah,
good
you either
answer.
have this guy playing with 300 ping, or you have only 2 minutes. Does this mean no? Can we rehost? Oh no.
I mean, it's
Okay.
fair. It should have been the admin that said that, but it's fair.
Yeah, I mean, I said no because it's. Can you imagine being a pro player?
Nah, you
Your
don't get to
team-
redo the lobby. No, I get that. I
Yeah,
get
they
that.
don't.
Especially after the kill. I mean, I guess the kill was also free on Hayes, but
Yeah.
it's gonna suck. They might GG out early if they feel like they can't play like this. Honestly. We'll see.
I mean, I don't blame Hayes, especially if he's lagging, which I'm assuming he is right now.
Yep.
Oh, look at 9, dude. Oh, look, like, you know how you don't lose against Lena? You just play in between your tier 1, tier 2 the whole time.
That's incredible.
This
How can he
is-
consistently do that? I've never seen this before against Alina, to be honest. It's not very common.
Yeah, like he's basically just.
I mean, now he's
because the Lena pushes the wave so hard, he just drags the creeps in between. Oh, nice from the Lena there, but
I guess the solution is just to go and push the wave, right? So that at least the creeps get the tower and you punish him for that.
yeah, like she's trying to push extra hard, but
Yep.
overall, 9 already, like he's already level 5, he's Gucci. I guess the kill also helped that, right? But still shows how effective it was.
Nope. I'll see how this game develops. Man. Very sad development, but hoping it fixes itself over time.
Yeah, it looks like he's doing okay now.
Oh, for sure. Considering. Oh, he did get the kill though before he died. Not bad. And he has a TP this time. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. You get the experience out of that. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Obviously, you forced a rotation from Arrow, but I guess you'll take that.
Yeah, I'm kind of torn here. I'm not sure if Arrow should just push the wave so that the Batrider gets trips denied, or if he leaves it for the Lena here. I guess at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. But he's still level 4, and this Batrider will get 6 kind of fast. So I think Hayes will probably have to jungle once the Batrider gets 6 and leave a support meadow to Lishi experience.
You know, 3-3 is going for the Thunderclap build in the end as opposed to Cinderbrew. I think it's a good adaptation to
Yeah, I think he just wants to have the raw damage to get some creeps whenever he can.
Otherwise it dispels, yeah, I agree. And he's gonna go for Midas, which is interesting. I actually really like Midas on Brew. I think he's a very self-sufficient hero, so you can afford to go for these kind of greedy builds.
I also feel like he's not gonna do that much. Like he's already behind, and the Drow will leave the lane. He doesn't push the wave particularly fast, anyways. He doesn't get the tower. Might as well just get the Midas.
Exactly, I agree with that. I mean, he's
getting pressure though.
I do feel like the attack speed is also well utilized for a Brew once he gets the crits and stuff. Oh, there's still these stacks. I'm assuming these stacks were made by the game. Oh, that's good. Arrow.
He's 6 now.
The snake nearby. Battery assault stops Haze from getting the light strike array. And there's already lasso here for 9, as you said. Arrow. Arrow. Why are you there? Why'd you stay there, Arrow? I guess you die? They don't have rocket flare still? DNZ? Really? Arrow's getting away? Just like that? Just walk it off? Cool. Cool.
I actually love the sentry from Tundra there, blocking the small camp and do warding at the same time. Really smart sentry.
Which, oh, yeah, actually.
Yeah. Because
and
Lina, you know, playing from behind like that definitely wants farm. And now, Hayes actually stealing some stacks, so that's pretty cool. Oh, but he might be dead.
Yep. Lasso available once he gets enough mana. Great, actually. Oh, right enough to save them. Snaking is here. We have Conk as well. Hayes is just going to be burnt to a crisp. And that's another kill for Tundra.
Alright. So far, I think the Drow is doing really well here, and I would say Drow is their win condition. I'm curious to see how Tundra's gonna play now that the Brewmaster's level 6, because they are rushing this Midas. So with 33, just chill, not even like force anything with Primal Split. Will they try and take that tower early? I think it's important to do that, but so far they don't seem in any rush.
On Tundra?
Yes, in the offlane.
I mean, it seems like they can just honestly farm these lanes with considering how well 9 is going and the fact that he's killed Lina multiple times. Even TV's actually playing kind of aggressive against Arrow. We're not seeing Snaking rotate, but Skitter's just happy to stay in jungle at this point.
Actually, Skitter did something really interesting here. He backpacked his treads when he got disrupted so that the illusions couldn't chase him, I think. Well,
no, we just got to kill DNC for free here. DNC will die though as a result, as Hayes really wanted. Oh, okay. Yeah, 2 misses in the high ground would have been too much. And Hayes did avenge his teammate nicely, but it's only supports killing supports. It's really not that big a deal just yet. A bit of recovery though for Hayes, and we're getting close to the 8-minute mark. We're actually seeing that he beats the Bat Rider in lane despite the DCs and everything, which is very impressive, all things considered.
Yeah, for sure. Bat Rider rushing the travels, no surprises here. Even has regen, so it's gonna be amazing for him. Yeah, I mean they're just chilling. I'm kind of surprised that they don't really feel any pressure here, but
what could you do though? Like if you're Tundra right now, well, what could you afford to do besides when Lasso is up? Do you have any much?
Yeah, I think they could take the Drow away from this lane, but so far it looks like they might get Maladi here.
Right. Snake.
He does have W. He's actually saving KTD for so long.
Oh, there you go. I guess to trigger the Cinder Brew. They're on charges of his turn though. They hit him with the Thunderclap. They proceed to attack him. And with one more crit. Oh, Ladi. I'll do the trick. It was 2 crits, not 1, because he was healing with the Purifying Flames. Give him some earned charges to the Brewmaster. Went for an interesting 2-2-1-1 build. Very, like a bit of a sampler, you know?
Just testing everything. Yeah, I think the Drunken Brawler, you definitely want at least 1 point of it. So yeah, he feels like the Cinder Brew is good. He just didn't want it to have it in the lane because of the Oracle. So
Sure.
I think I'm okay having 2 points so that you like actually get the range creeps without suffering so much. Oh, look at Snaking. He's still there.
Yeah, not to kill Maladi a second time. Gonna try. Cinder Brew.
Oh, taunts
He
the...
got baited. Oh, great CD stuff. That's gonna block
Very
the
nice.
flap. Cinder Brew, then the trigger. Milano, however, dies against Snaking here easily, so doesn't really matter. He was very clever about it. He played as well as possible, but you're an Oracle.
I agree.
Not bought in
Okay, so
PNC.
this is the Midas on Brew, and they're gonna take this tower now.
Oh, really? This is actually relatively fast Midas on it. Oh, he skipped boots, that's why.
Yeah. Okay. This is awesome. I mean, they're taking this tower without even popping Primal Split, and you still have the Midas. This is insane for Tundra. They are trying to do the same thing on the side of V-Gaming. Let's see if they're going to be successful, because there's a little bug looking for Tide.
Okay, click on Snaking, perhaps, with the help of Alina. Yeah, it's gonna work out. Lacuna committed as well. Just to finish off Snaking, but the objective really was the tower they wanted all along. They can force the glyph from Tundra, who's not interested in rotating. So, V-Gaming, I guess they'll get their objective. Not the worst of trades. I mean, you got what you wanted, but 3-3 got the exact same thing without having to use his ultimate.
Yes, that's for sure. And there's also the rotation of the Lina and the ult. So I think there's a lot of room for Tundra to make an aggressive move now. We'll see what happens. In terms of mid lane, it's actually pretty close in terms of HP. We'll see what Tundra does.
That's true. I mean, Tundra really has no pushing power though, which is terrible. That's why I thought the Helmet Dominator was a good idea for this game. Because you have zero push.
Usually the Terrorblade joins early fights. With Ravage on cooldown, I think they could bring Skitter over. But so far it looks like he is just chilling.
Something that Kostabi was telling me in his teaching.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean it's rough because if you feel like you can take the tower, it's always going to be value bringing your Terrorblade. But if there's any chance they kill you, or if there's any chance they delay you, it's a lot of opportunity cost that is lost on your side. So it really feels like with this Midas and everything, Tundra is in no rush at all. They understand that they're getting the same that V-Gaming is doing, but being greedier.
I remember that when Kostabi was telling you, he said the best bet you can have as a TD is you farm relatively nearby and you go towards the end when they've already won the fight to just push the tower. That's the safest way to play it. But as you, very obvious, you won't create opportunities that way, right? That relies on the rest of Tundra doing something.
Yes, exactly. And it also means like the Ravage spent by V-Gaming didn't matter, right? Because you didn't force anything, so... Tundra, they are a very good team, so they feel like it doesn't matter that they are not using the downtime of Ravage because they want other things, which is the Ags on the Brewmaster that he's already one item up, and is also the Aether Lens on the Batrider. That's pretty cool. Usually you see travels into BKB, but he did go for the Aether Lens.
Choice. I mean, I guess you want to have like a huge power spike around this Brew Ags because you know that this goes late. Drow will naturally beat your TB, right? So it's all about the game. Who plays against Drow better?
What a flame break!
Oh, it's the Soul Ring. He must have to use it. He goes for the Ravage. There we go. Ravage by Carthage did catch him though. And the Cogs push back the Oracle. Navi is forced to use that False Promise onto Destroy. Destroyed will be fine. They can't go any further though because they lost their main source of initiation here. Destroyed barely healed there.
So they actually forced the Ravage, but not interested in going for more. Fire Hunter though.
That was a bit of a dangerous play. Aim with everything. Flamer can send him back. Takes here to cover him, but not for long. Spike Carpus actually punishes him, and there's the promo split used as well. Good to go maybe for Lina as they send up in the air. And they have nobody to set next to her, so instead they throw the Pearl Boulder, Snaking, going for Arrow, and getting a kill on the support. Okay, now trying to run them down. They've actually caught the Lina. Hayes really slowed. Trying to use Lacuna before she dies, but she doesn't get a chance with the Clockwork. And Naive is also stuck between 4 heroes. This is going to turn into a team wipe. Little by little, Tundra just took over the territory for V-Gaming, and they just disabled their heroes there.
Yeah, I think the Ravage baited his team really hard with that play. Like, he thought it was not gonna matter that much, but the cast range on the Flame Bear because of the Aetherlands just completely split up the fight. So, kind of a big mistake from the start, I think.
Yeah, very
They
aggressive. play
might
from-
defend, but it's still really costly.
I'm surprised the Destroyed went in anyway, despite having lost Ravage. Right? I don't understand that. Like, I think the
Yeah.
Ravage is okay if you don't go in afterwards or leave, and you stay near the tower.
But it looks like they are the ones that actually want to take this tower. That's interesting. I love this play. And Tundra, they don't have Primal Split, so this might be their tower.
Just got wiped, but you're right. They just used all the resources. You might as well get a what's like a last place present, a consolation prize. That's the word I was looking for.
Oh yeah. Beautifully done by V Gaming. Looks like Roche still not something that they can do, but their draft is really good at it because they can, it's not like Tundra that needs Metamorphosis to go Roche. They can just win any fight anytime, and as long as either Lina or Drow is up, they can Roche.
So they can't quite catch up to him.
Yeah.
How far is Brew? I mean, honestly, Brew is super close to Zags. This is great timing. Only
He's
900
gigantic,
away.
actually. He's ahead of the Drow, even though he was struggling so much.
Yeah, Drow has started to struggle now, and the nature of the hero, right? She doesn't farm that fast unless you go for something like the Shard or the Eyes or whatever. So, terribly natural.
And the Lina is shoving all the waves too. The Tidehunter is shoving lots of the waves, so...
That's true. She
She's
can't be
really
efficient.
difficult.
I think if she shows herself, though, she is vulnerable to clock or bat.
Yeah.
So that's why.
Exactly. It's a bunch of problems all
All round.
amalgamated into one thing. Oh, speaking of problems, there's a Bat Trader there.
Behind, cancel the Marking Ship. Up the Ravage, it has to kill off 9. That'll get 9, and perhaps DNZ as well, as the False Promise used a bit too early, but it's okay. Unnecessary, but since your Drow's alive, I think you'll be happy with that little play. They did take mid tower as a result, though.
Yes. Yeah, kind of unfortunate because I think if this fight is closer to the mid tower, not only they defend it, but they also could rush. But this is way too early for the respawn timers to allow that. Still though, this is good. The Drow slowly climbing ranks. Terrorblade.
Oh, a hook shot. They want to go for the Lina. Can they, though? That's the question. Haste Fight's back. Snaking, you're no longer a counter as Arrow is dropped. 2 seconds of 3-3 goes back to his original form, but he has no Blink Dagger. They're trying to find him the wrong way, and 3-3 will just take the most obvious spot and TP immediately from it. The thing about this spot, which is very smart, is that you actually, like, if you try to walk into these trees to get vision, you will get blocked by the Brew himself. So it's kind of difficult to tell if he's there. Very, very well done by 3-3.
I actually got really confused because I don't think I've seen that interaction. The Clockwork hook shot at a Tornado, and I think that Tornado had a hitbox because
Yeah,
he
it was
landed
like on
on
the hitbox.
top of the Lina. I don't know, like, can you do that with a Uceptor? Because I don't
Yeah,
think
because it has a
you
hitbox
can.
now, ever since they added that.
Ah, okay.
TA.
Well, I mean, I don't
Naive.
play Clockwork at all.
Naive is going to die. Oh, just barely. No, Rocket Flare sniped. There no chance from the start. Melody nearby. Snaking. And he still has the hook shot available.
bad.
Hayes really angry at Snaking. You dare counter me, but you only got a single kill. And Malady will die in return. Arrow's also been caught by the Primal Split. Nice little cycle in there. He's going to die as well. And 9
Break?
still really wants to kill off his mid lane counterpart. But 9 can't catch up to him. Master Spell nicely used there to dispel that gush. So yeah, remember they added there was a long time ago when people started saying, oh, Yosef is dead because they added a 25 hitbox to Yol Scepter. Yeah, it was a
Yeah, Oh, okay. I never... It's been a while since I've seen that interaction, so that's pretty cool. And they... This is a good fight for Tundra, but I'm kind of scared that the way they're taking fights will eventually allow V Gaming to Roche. I think for Tundra, Roche is really important so that they can end this game before the Drow becomes too big. And I mean, they're winning the game. I think they're controlling the map pretty well, but they gotta be careful in the way they use their spells. So far though, because the Axe is available for Brewmaster, it's not gonna matter that much because he has 2 of that Primal Split.
Huge power spike once you get the Ag. I mean, you're pretty much the strongest hero in the game for the next like 10 minutes. Not necessarily that you can beat anyone, but quite literally he has so much utility. No other offlaner can offer this amount of variable team fight, right? He's very adaptable.
Yeah.
Bottom lane though, we have found Knight. Oh, the hook shot! Snaking again, and he catches both, but oh, snaking. Just a bit too late. He wanted to have a slumber party with the two sisters, and instead he got murdered. From an
Dude, I gotta
80s
say,
portal
considering
to
the
an 80s horror.
beginning Hayes had, this is insane. The way he's recovered.
Yeah, he's doing really well. I mean, I think Hayes' strategy of murder clockwork under all circumstances is working. It's a good strat. Yeah, the clock doesn't seem like a counter to the Lina if you just kill him.
That is very true. And going straight up Daedalus. Okay, that's usually not a route you see that much, especially versus Terrorblade because of the evasion that he has. But it's really good versus the Brewmaster. So that's cool. I think he's just gonna... His plan is to right-click the Brewmaster before he can do anything with his BKB, which can definitely work.
Yep.
Until he gets the level 20 talent.
That's when I think he's a bit too tough. You might consider later like a Vlad's or AC if the physical damage is really that high, right? And Vlad has never picked up on Brewmaster these days, but still okay as an item if you really need the extra armor. Against Drow, actually, Vlad is relatively high value. The item is just dead, though.
Yeah, it's such a weird item. Like, it definitely gets valuable as late as the game goes late, but even still, you don't see that many people picking it up.
Yep.
Oh,
Find the Tide. Tide has the Bullwhip. Tide is running away. And then the hookshot misses. So Snake can't initiate. Who will? 3-3 will attempt to with a Cinder Brew. That's dispelled immediately. And it seems like V-Gamer will just hold their own. Look at Destroyed's build, by the way. He's going for the Brax build of the Ags first on Tide. Interesting.
Huh. Like it. I think it's really good versus the Terrorblade Illusions and the Brewlings. So the Lean is gonna, with the Daedalus, gonna do a lot of damage. I am kind of scared about... Oh, yeah, I like that they're actually gonna connect to Roche here, because if they showed bottom or if they try to take this tower, they could just press Metamorphosis and get inside the Roche pit. Which might be what they do right now. Oh boy. Tundra. Oh, but the smoke is actually wearing off for V-Gaming. This could be problematic.
They do a second one. They should be able to read this Roche now. I mean, the lanes are somewhat pushed. I guess they can consider they're in the jungle too, though. Oh, V-Gaming, because the top lane is not pushed. They think they're in this area.
Yeah, this is gonna be so costly. I actually feel like they were playing a little bit too much bottom. Like, they took a lot of the fights there, and they just allowed Tundra to get Roshan, even though their team is much less equipped for it. They do use Metamorphosis though, so they will know that's on cooldown. They might be able to force a fight. But if they lose heroes one by one... Oh, okay.
Right. I mean, now with the Aegis on Skitter, it's getting very difficult for you to win these fights for V-Gaming. I do feel like Tundra has to do more, though, because if this goes late, but again, Drought just destroys terribly, so...
Yeah, it definitely can be a problem. But they do have, like, lots of ways to counter the draw with the initiation. So it's a little hard. So we'll see if V-Gaming's support positioning is good. They can always counter that. Oh boy.
For Naive, Madi, maybe the first target. You get rid of the Oracle, that'd be ideal, but instead they're just gonna go straight for Naive. Lasso, and they even control Tide and Lee at the same time. But the False Promise comes in time, breaks the Lasso for Naive, and Naive will be able to at least survive this at the cost of Malady's life, but it's fine. That is under an illusion from Skitter, and they've actually routed Tundra right now. 1 for 1 is a trade, it's not bad. Destroy still has the Ravage. They've had to run away.
Yeah. They went for this play knowing there's no mana.
They went for Haze. I'm gonna surprise him. And that's your damage. Cycle is well to keep him in place. The Ravage. He's not gonna save Haze entirely because the Hurl Boulder is still there. Haze will fall. With a Gust hoping to create some space for Naive. They're on top of him. He no longer has the marksmanship. How are you gonna survive this with a Gush? They're trying the best. Skitter's close to dying, but still have the Aegis anyway. Skitter actually trying to preserve the Aegis. He lets the illusion out, and Naive will die to the illusion at 9. They don't care about Destroyed. They care to punish Arrow, as Destroyed will be able to get away, but you've just lost 3 heroes in a really good fight for Tundra there, not even losing the Aegis.
Wow, I'm actually so impressed that Tundra was able to take that fight. I think the problem there was that the Lina BKB much too early. So if you go for that BKB, you cannot chase as hard as they wanted to. If you actually get the Ravage before Brew splits, then maybe you can take that fight. But that's not what happened, and then things backfired so hard on V Gaming. I think they were playing really well up to that point.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Ravage was a bit of a desperation move, to be honest. There, I don't think it was like, yeah, okay, stop TP, but you didn't stop Brew. And
I think
Brew-
if he doesn't Ravage there, they lose everyone, and like
Okay.
Thunder goes high ground, which
Okay.
is like the problem was chasing after the BKB on Lina being used.
Right.
They overestimated their strength.
Okay, that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
Yeah.
Hayes, I mean, that was also a really good play though by the Brew. I don't think they were expecting 3-3 to turn around, especially using the nighttime, right, in their advantage.
I was not expecting that at all, but yeah, you gotta remember that Ags is strong for a reason.
Oh, Lasso with the Etherlight's gonna immediately cancelled, so that's gonna do nothing. I got way too excited. I forgot there's an Oracle on the 9th block of BKB though. And Naive surprisingly received a bit of damage actually there. Snaking, eyeing the hook shot. The arrow, actually in range for hook shot for Naive. Needs to use it. Naive is stuck. Naive is dead. Perfect initiation for them. They try to kill the Clockwork and they succeed. Snaking dies. But they hit for Naive. He'll take that any day. 9 tried to run down the Oracle. Can't do that. Skidder. TP actually cancelled. The buyback here will secure this. And Lina's nearby. Hayes gets the stun. Hayes gets the kill. That's only the first life though. As they finish off DNC in the backlines. It's close to being a team wipe now. Skidder in trouble. Slow them with a gush. And all 9 can do is bullwhip him. But they have the opposite bullwhip. No extra movement speed for you. They even calculated life strike rate perfectly, and that's going to be 2 lives on Skidder taken swiftly. Yes, they lost Naive, but the real damage here came from Hayes.
Wow, I'm so impressed by Hayes this game. The way he got, I mean, trashed by Ping actually at the beginning and coming back. I think their positioning was really good too. They were baiting the Drow, which is usually not something you would consider doing, but because Lina was in the high ground, she actually killed the clock at the beginning. Then they killed the Nyx, and like even without MKB, which is usually the route Linas go for against Terrorblade, he is shredding this Terrorblade. He doesn't have Butterfly yet, so you know it's only 16%, not the broken 17.
I think the choice to go for the Daedalus though was ideal to deal with the rest of the heroes. Like, yeah, sure, you don't shred through Terrorblade as easily, but clearly it's enough if you brute force him, and you definitely are destroying the Brewlings and the Bad Rider. So I really like this choice. We talked about this earlier, right? How actually in another game, I think it was maybe in Moby's bet, where Brew suffers from armor problems. It's always been his issue. He really struggles with that. The HP talent gives him no armor to the Brewlings. So
Yes, definitely. Also, I'm very concerned by the fact that this Brewmaster is going A on disc, which, you know, it's a really strong item dispatch, don't get me wrong, but I do feel like they're like basically what he wants is, okay, I'm gonna jump. If I get silenced, I'm still gonna be able to pop the brew up, but you know, if he gets disrupted,
okay, I don't. Okay, Snaking had to hook shot to not die, but the Demonic Purge caught up to 9 with his BKB. He's still being slowed. In comes the Tide. We still have a Ravage. 9, Demonic Purge not gonna be enough, but Gush will get him. Destroyed gets a super valuable kill here. And Naive still wants more. They wanted the Nyx, but Nyx is invisible, so he's unattainable.
Really weird fight, because 33 was showing top the whole time, so it was really easy for V-Game to just force this. And now from having Aegis, Tundra is losing tier 2 here.
Do you just try high ground here?
I think they're gonna try the high ground, yes, and I think that's the correct move.
Yeah.
They don't know that Batrider has no buyback, but wow.
But pretend like it's...
And Tide almost has a refresher too.
That's actually insane. I mean, I actually love his build. I think this fight went for a really good build this game, though.
Yeah. What is happening out there?
It's V-Gaming. Gosh. Okay, but you don't get rid of the Earth ruling. However, your damage is really high now, so he has to be careful. 9 armor is pitiful. Out of which 7 is base. So really you have 2 armor against Drow when she marksmanship procs.
Yeah. Alright. That was good enough. You only use one of the charges. That's decent. I think Tundra can work with that. Also like that he Skitter Terrorblade backpacked. I'm sorry, disassembled the Dragon Lance for the BKB. Now he's going back for it. Pretty standard, but cool move.
I honestly think we should be going for now is the Assault Caress, just because you're up against a Drow. Honestly, I know it's not a good item on Terrorblade usually, but you need armor. Otherwise, this matchup becomes impossible.
I think Brew can go for it, hopefully. Let's see what he builds next. He actually has no gold though, so it's gonna take a while. Still tight.
Okay. Cogs. Oh, break. They do get the last one. The Oracle is perfect. The hook shot on top of that. Oracle's dead. Kill the supports first, and also Port Arrow will fall. Destroyer will be the next to die. V Gaming will have to retreat without the Ravage, without the save. There's nothing to do here.
Oh, that's very fortunate for V Gaming that the bottom lane is kind of pushed, because that's a double damage Terrorblade. That tier 2 would melt so fast. Alright, so I don't think they can go high ground out of it, but if they get unlucky with the roach respawn timer, this could be huge for Tundra. Let's see. Oh, 9 seconds. Let's see if Tundra realizes that they have an opportunity here.
I don't know. Would you think it's a 9-second timer today of all days?
I mean, they do have clock, but so far they're just controlling the triangle. Come on, clock. Come on. Use that missile. Use the flare. I know you're snaking. You're a good player for a reason.
Oh, what if Roche is already up, guys? Maybe.
Oh, okay. Smoke time.
Oh no, I think they thought before they know Roche is up. If then V Gaming check Roche and they take it, it's gonna be awful. Oh no. Good blink.
Oh no.
Very good blink.
Yeah, there was 2 Aeon Disc anyway, so it was a hard kill, but I think only just by proccing the Aeon Disc, you already make your next fight better for you.
Oh, they found a Roche there. They're like, what if we just take it?
Are they forced this with a clockwork? I
don't know.
Yeah, there's no metamorphosis, but this is insane.
With a bat as well.
Okay.
Well, they're helping out the naive get away. They have a Ravage.
Also,
oh no,
40
Maldi.
gold for refresher. I'm not sure you should be forcing this fight right now. Like, just get the refresher.
Dude, Maldi is stuck. The flame break put him on the cliff. He can't move. Oh, they gained the spider leg so he can get away. Oh, that was scary.
All right, where's the refresher? There we go. Fly. Oh, this is huge for Tidehunter.
Yep, now we have double Ravage, right? When the courier gets it. There we go.
I think they should. It's rough because if you ravage the brew, he will live. So you need to.
Oh, who needs Ravage and Impale? Apparently, now he's dead. He lost the Oracle. And with the last ult, they also caught Arrow. Arrow's gonna die on top of this. Now Skitter fighting 1v1 versus Hayes, and he's gonna win this 1v1. Also taken down Destroyed, who's gonna honor his name and be Destroyed himself. Naive is trying to get away from a bat who's already on top of him. Flame break as well. 3-3's close. Thunderclap. They use mana just for the illusion to hit harder, and it's gonna work out. V Gaming just lost everything from an incredible Impale. You got DNZ.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think V Gaming played really well considering their opponent, but DNZ right there, that was incredible. The positioning, first of all, because he broke the smoke, but then he got such a beautiful Impale.
That's impressive. That was very, very impressive. They didn't even get a single Ravage, or they got one Ravage off. Sorry.
Yeah, and the Flame Break actually stuck the Tidehunter in that freaking annoying place. I don't think that should exist, by the way. And not that close to Roshan Pit anyway. But yeah, that was really good by Tundra.
Very impressive. Now they can go and finish. Honestly, they could go for Megas, right? They're not gonna. Like right now, if Lina bites back, it feels awful. Oh, yeah. In fact, getting kills here is ideal as well because you'll be mistiming with the death timers. So kill the supports now. Get rid of the Oracle. Also the False Promise. Cyclone up this Shadow Demon so he can't heal any longer. Skitter's waiting for him. Skitter is very cute, but I'd rather you just go and push. There we go.
Yeah. I gotta say, I think the path...
Oh, Ravage. Ravage, they went in. Skitter, activates BKB. Thunder immediately. Skitter needs to get away though. He's entitled to the Shroud. That's right. So he's starting to help him out. Skitter with a BKB. He's capable. Staking comes in. He's a saving squad. They have the last one on top of that. Can they kill the Shroud? Skitter blinks onto her. And that's going to be GG. Naive dies one too many times. And V Gaming throw the towel. Tundra will get the first game of the series.
All right. That was a good showing. I didn't expect the game to be as competitive as it was, especially considering the beginning, with the Lina being so laggy and dying. But I think you convinced me. I want to see more of V Gaming, because this was a really good showing on both sides, even though they lost.
It was impressive by V Gaming, but unfortunately, unfortunately for them, rather, Tundra was a bit stronger. Honestly, all credit goes to DNZ in that last fight. That was the turning point for this game. It was really impressive, and it helped that Terrorblade never had to deviate from his build, right? That's how early they finished the game. They never had to go for the AC, no need for the Vlads on Brew. They went all in, and it worked out. Good gamble by Tundra. Will they be able to do it in a second game? We'll see. Will V Gaming ban the Terrorblade, as most teams do against Tundra? We'll see. As our second game will be starting shortly. My name is Alpha Plus, here with Dota2 Bowie. Hope you enjoyed the cast. !casters if you want to check our social media out. And of course, follow the channel if you want to continue supporting the D2CL. We'll be back in 5 minutes with the next game of the series. Take a quick break and enjoy yourselves while we wait. See you guys then.
All right. See ya.
Hello guys and welcome back. We're here in the Dota 2 Champions League in the last matchup of the day, of the first day of playoffs. Obviously, we've been seeing the 8 teams that are in playoffs face off against each other in these winners brackets. And for the last match, we have V Gaming versus Tundra Esports. Tundra Esports being one of the invited teams that got directly into playoffs for the D2CL. For game number 1, we unfortunately got to see a bit of a DC here by V Gaming. Hayes didn't have the best early game. They almost made it back, though, into the mid game. But in the late game, DNZ, the stand-in for Tundra Esports, fresh from Spider Pigs, came in with a Nyx's version of Ravage and sentenced the game there and then. Very well done, honestly, by Tundra Esports, but also a pretty good game by V Gaming as well. Let's see how this game 2 shapes up. My name is Hava Plus, and joining me, as always, will be Dota 2 Bowie.
Hello. All right, so gotta say, I am very happy with some of the changes V Gaming did. I think I talk a lot about this. Maybe people think it's a meme, but it's not. I think picking your carry early is a sign of a confident team. And they actually countered the Phantom Lancer, which is a hero that we don't see a lot, but it is definitely a good matchup versus TB. This time V Gaming gets the Shadow Demon with the Terror Blade, which is also pretty powerful. Very cool.
Very cool.
Yeah. And a Puck into Nyx. Nyx into Puck.
Yeah, makes more sense.
Very
right?
interesting that they decided to... the Nyx got ignored to this stage. Usually you don't see that much.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But the Disruptor I love for V Gaming. A good counter to Abaddon. Great against Phantom Lancer and Nyx. The Disruptor actually a pick that we're seeing a bit more value these days by some teams.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and there's another counter to
I love
Terrorblade.
it.
They got the Nyx Darkseer lane against TB and Puck. It is great, actually.
Yes, and having the Darkseer with Iron Shell, it's so powerful, actually. The Diffusal with Iron Shell, huge power spike. Most of the supports might not even have Glimmers and Force Staffs once that is up. So I love it. I think this is pretty strong. 33 Darkseer on top of it. We're definitely gonna enjoy ourselves.
I feel like the draft is going pretty well for Tundra though right now. Even though it's quite interesting to see, I do think now with the Darkseer Phantom Lancer, you actually have an incredibly solid team fight, plus lanes, plus good counters. It just feels like if you showed me these 2 drafts, I'd say that the style of the bottom draft is the counter to the style of the top draft, right?
I think I would probably agree. The scary part of running the Tundra draft versus V Gaming is that there is not a lot of Nyx can be initiator, but he's a support 4. He might want to rush eggs. He's not gonna have a blink dagger. I think V Gaming allows you to play more active, but if they literally just walk into each other and clash, I would say Tundra is stronger.
That's
That's
true.
So now they're looking for an offlaner on V Gaming. They do take the Tidehunter. I was really impressed with Destroyed. Even though he got destroyed at the last fight, he played really well with the Tide, so I think it's a good ban. And we need a mid hero for Tundra. What do you go for here?
You need a mid laner against the Puck. Once again, I feel like DK is actually incredibly solid here.
Oh yeah, I think DK is probably their pick. Uses Darkseer really well.
Oh,
whoa!
Oh wow, 9. If you play anything that's that's normal for 9, it just doesn't work for him. So
it is really good versus Puck.
It is very good, and actually really good against Disruptor as well because.
And it uses the Darkseer even better, right, than the DK?
Well,
because
yeah,
you literally roll on top of them.
Yeah. And good against Terrorblade, to be honest. Magnetize is pretty brutal against Terrorblade.
Okay.
I like this, actually.
That's very OG-esque. I wonder if he's going to go for that Echo Saber build that Thompson popularized. Okay. Out of the box, but I do rate Tundra really highly, so I think they can deliver this playstyle. It's definitely something that you have to practice a lot, you have to be really good at, but I think they are at that level. So how do you counter? What do you even do here? The game is like, okay, can we offlane this Puck? Is there any hero we can pick to destroy our Spirit Metal? I'm not sure there is.
I think things like Monkey King works, right? You have Magnus, I guess, if you just brute force it. But this is just a let's destroy Phantom Lancer in the lane. I think it's a good pick too, as well. It's actually pretty good against Earth Spirit too, because you can't get rooted.
Yes. Yes. Okay. I mean, it's a strong hero versus Phantom Lancer because you have the aura. You also have the percentage-based damage that comes from the Firestorm. But I'm always very scared of Underlord versus Phantom Lancer because you can get your mana drained and then you're a blob of nothing. You cannot ult your friends away. You don't really cast any spells.
That's true. And you just are a walking aura trying to hit things, right? And that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, to
But-
be fair though, with the last patch, I think it's less likely because now Diffusal Blade drains less mana, right? Like it's more damage but drains less mana, so it takes a bit longer for you to accomplish this.
Yeah, the main hero drains more though. But yes, the illusions do
Yeah, the illusions.
do take. Yeah, they do take a little bit more. All right, I think the lane's gonna be good. Underlord crushes Phantom Lancer. They do have the Abbot on there to help, but even if you dispel the Firestorm thingy, it just reapplies. The lanes are good, but the late game and the mid game seems to be very nice for Tundra Esports. So I think I'm going with them. You didn't ask me who I'm going with, but I feel like this is gonna be a 2-0. But
Yeah,
V
me too.
Gaming will give us a good game because that game one impressed me quite a bit.
Me too. I do think I also would agree with your prediction. I really like the core-to-core matchup. I feel like, honestly, what I love about this is usually I'm worried about getting a Darkseer pick. You know, even though I like Darkseer against Illusion heroes, the concern is always that sometimes his teamfight doesn't feel enough if you compare him to, like, I don't know, Mars, Centaur, right? Like, just a stun, right? The stun is almost most useful in a vacuum, which is cool, but not always that great. But here I feel like with the Earth Spirit and the Nyx pick, you've completely mitigated that factor, in addition to still getting the perks of a Darkseer, right? So I actually really like Tundra's draft. I think it's really, really good.
I agree. This is gonna be really nice to watch. But wait a second, is this? Oh no, okay, no, it is mid Earthspirit. I thought that maybe this was gonna be mid Nyx, but
No,
the names were
that would
showing
be
for me.
insane. That would be a bit crazy.
I mean, way back in the day, I remember
Yes.
Sumayo playing mid Nyx. Those were the days.
Yes,
this
that's true. That's true. Back when that was a thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Back when you'd be like, oh, what do I get? All the abilities are so good. Do I max the Mana Burn? Do I max this Spikeharpus?
Mana Burn is so insane, actually.
Do you remember when people figured out that Mana Burn was so insane that you could just play 5 or 4 Nyx and just camp mid and just Mana Burn the enemy mid laner?
Yes.
That's all you would do.
The time of the dual lanes middle, tri-lanes middle.
Yeah, and then people would figure out, it's like, oh, what if I pick Winter Wyvern and Lich against this? Then he struggles, and then like everyone would just be middle, and poor mid laners. That was the worst patch for them.
I don't even. As a carry, it was really good because you could just have a fun old time in the top lane. Off laners didn't even know how to harass at that time. No one played Dota well. That was awesome.
Yeah, back then you could get away with a lot more. I remember back then I could get away with some weird offlane picks. Nowadays, if I don't pick the right offlaner, all of a sudden I'm just getting destroyed. Really, people are so much
Yeah,
better.
it's so bad because I think in the past what would hurt you playing different stuff was like at your team. They would be like, "Why are you doing this? This is so bad." But
Yeah.
you could still get away with it.
Yeah.
But I think people got so good at this game that like there's a reason most things are not meta, and if you try to play outside of it, you just actually get trashed. Like
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
not even. No
I mean,
one's
some
like,
patches are more even than others. I agree.
yeah.
But I agree with you. I mean, I still think it happens. Like if nowadays you play Winter Wyvern mid or Axe carry, some people will complain, but it works, right?
Yes.
Whereas all of a sudden I'm trying to pick something like, I don't know, Troll carry, and no matter how good I am, I will lose.
Okay.
DNZ. Oh, look at this body block. Oh, you didn't get. Come on, DNZ. This beautiful body block for nothing.
Alright, so gonna be a standard lane here, but they don't have the Shadow Demon there right now. It's just gonna be playing with the Nyx. Oh, they're trying to beautiful. Deward the camp. But this does mean that the Shadow Demon has Disruption instead of Shadow Poison, so it's gonna be a little bit weaker.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, again, yeah, I guess that's true. Against Phantom Lancer, just don't get Phantom Rush, and
Yeah, it's just that Shadow Poison doesn't get dispelled, so it's still kind of strong in this lane.
oh, it's very strong.
Yeah. The only thing you can do is dodge it with Doppel, but pretty hard to predict.
3-3. I think he's gonna die. Yep, that was easy. Okay. I wasn't asking about the lanes, but I guess this answers itself. I thought the Darkseer plus Nyx was good enough against Disruptor plus Terrorblade.
Yeah, I think he expected the supports to chase the Nyx grabbing the wave, but they were actually there. He was trying to block the camp and takes a lot of damage. Even without Metamorphosis, that's actually very surprising.
Yeah. Thunderstrike is very good though. You can't underestimate that skill. 180 damage.
The
on
highest damage. Yeah.
Bar like Batter Salt, Blade Fury.
Which have much bigger cooldowns than Thunderstrike.
And much longer duration as well.
Yeah.
But let's go to other lanes. You talked about the Puck Earth Spirit matchup, but tell me why this matchup is so Earth Spirit.
It's pretty much just the silence. Like, usually, like, melee heroes struggle against Puck just because he has a lot of damage, but you threaten Puck from pretty early on, and you have your melee, but you don't need Blink Dagger like a DK, because you're also mobile. So he just fits a lot of the boxes that counter Puck. The silence, the mobility, and the tankiness, so you're kind of hard to get solo killed. Okay. Which is not the case for like a hero like Void Spirit, right? He is mobile, but doesn't have the silence, and he's pretty squishy.
Oh, talk about this. I'm seeing 9. Ah, I already forced the Illusory Orb from Haze, huh? What about the top lane? I mean, I'm assuming this is going to be a Phantom, Underlord favorite lane.
Yeah, it's supposed to be, especially level 3, level 4 onwards, as you start to reduce a lot of his damage, the last hitting gets kind of tough. But the Abaddon definitely mitigates a little bit of that.
That's why they're going to get rid of him. That's the plan. Just kill him. And he took 1 point in Curse of Averters, which is going to punish him against Disruption. Surprisingly, he decided to do that, actually. Now they can really abuse his illusions, and Disruption becomes a really good spell against Abaddon because of that.
True.
I'm surprised he took the point in Curse. Usually I do see Abaddon skip it if they're up against Disruptor, and they go for full Aphotic Shield, full Mist Coil.
You mean Shadow Demon? But yeah, I'm very surprised that they did it. It's still good for harassing, but you actually get hurt so badly that I'm not sure it's worth it.
Alright. Now the lanes have been more or less calm, but V-Game is actually doing a really good job, particularly his bottom lanes where they're really winning. We actually see 0 points for 3-3. Or sorry, they've only taken points at Iron Shell, but now finally the point in Vacuum, which means they are thinking about being aggressive.
Yeah. Speaking of that, he might be dead here.
We'll see. Double Iron Shell. Is that going to be enough damage? Yes, with the auto attacks, they punch him in the face. And Disruptor, unfortunately, your head is not a triangle. So Darkseer really hates you. Yeah, sorry, pointy.
So much damage.
These are true racers.
You can be pointy and not be a triangle.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's why I corrected myself. I'm sorry. I didn't want to disrespect Darkseer's xenophobia. You know?
It's not xenophobia. It's formophobia. I'm not sure that word exists, but.
Well, no, because like I guess it's from outside. People are a lot like him, right? So.
Oh, I thought he necessarily meant like not outside, but from a different like country or region. I'm not sure though.
I thought xenophobia was just outsiders.
I did not finish college, so I am totally uncultured.
Okay, I wasn't expecting that answer from you. Okay. I did, but I did software engineering, so it's not helping us in this debate. But maybe you could
technically
code an app to tell me if that's true.
I technically did finish college. I literally just didn't present my thesis, but whatever. I don't have a diploma, so
What?
I can't prove.
Which is just what?
Don't ask hard questions. I just never thought I was gonna be happy working as a chemical engineer, and I did love Dota. I'm still here, so I guess I was right.
Naive, trying to find Snaking. Snaking does have Spike Carpus though, so there should be fine. Worst case scenario. And right now, we're not really seeing a win anywhere in the lanes for Tundra, so you're right that V-Gaming got some really solid lanes here. When's the first power spike that we're hitting for Tundra? When do we? Is it around the Earth Spirit timings?
Yeah, it's gonna be whatever the first item he goes for, plus Darkseer being level 9, and then the Diffusal Blade on the PL, also the Darkseer. 33, like he's gonna have a really different role than the first game. He's gonna be much more active. he is the hero that enables everyone in his team.
Okay. Yep. So he needs to rotate a bit earlier to help the Earth Spirit, or maybe Earth Spirit rotates to him. I mean,
Yes,
Terrorblade
exactly.
seems like an easy kill, honestly, if the Earth Spirit comes to the bottom.
For sure, for sure.
Or
He has
maybe you
no
go
points in
mid.
silence so far, but they could still kill the puck. All they need is one wasted orb, and they can get on top of Hayes for sure.
Nice. 9 got a region.
So the Underlord going for that Vanguard, really good versus PL. No surprises there. I even wonder if he's gonna go for something like a Crimson Guard. Like it's kind of a dead item. You almost never see anyone getting it. But in this Illusion Mat, I'm surprised it's not as popular because it's really strong versus Terrorblade and PL.
Yeah, especially considering how popular Vanguard is. I'm very surprised too, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. I think the price of everything else is kind of expensive, but still very surprised that
Yeah, me too.
very few people get it.
Well, I mean,
All right,
nothing
they're
is
gonna
good.
smoke, and Abaddon breaks it.
I guess DNZ was ready to die. Oh, he didn't punch his stack, but Hayes is too good. Hayes gets it.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, oh wait, this is a different person. 3-3 is now mid, as 9 has gone and ganked Naive. But why is 3-3? I guess 3-3 was defending mid. Naive has no Sunder. 9's able to kill him solo and get his first charge there. He just has one more Remnant, not even needed, Magnetize, and that's the first 2 charges of the Art of Shadows.
Beautiful. Oh, he's gonna get the Iron Shell from... Oh, doesn't get a 33, please, my friend. There you go.
And now 9 is ready to kill anything, really. And with the Urn, the Iron Shell, what level is Iron Shell? Level 3? Yeah, that's good enough. Arrow dies.
Doesn't get vision, though.
No
Well.
point in silence, though. Do you think you should get 1 value point in the silence?
Yeah, I'm actually impressed. I guess surprised that he got 3 points in Boulder Smash. I think you get the 4th in Rolling Boulder now, but after that you definitely get the silence.
And Boulder Smash is just really good for the lane. It's the highest damage spell.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Bottom, they're chasing down Melody. 3-3 is like, well, it's gonna happen eventually. And he punches him. There's one quick kick.
Okay, in terms of net worth here, both carries actually pretty even. Slight advantage to the Phantom Lancer. Yeah, and he's gonna rush the Diffusal. I totally agree with his decision. You want the Underlord probably. Maybe not.
We're trying to kill DNZ here with Jinko. Actually, they might be able to find the Phantom Hunter as well. He's waiting for Jinko. Oh, he broke it last second. That's not what Skitter was trying to do. Doppelganger for a bit more space. They glimpse him back though. Skitter is going to die. 9 did get a massive magnetize, but the Sunder immediately comes out. The Impale though, from snaking, might turn this around as he's trying to spike armor from he sees 9 will bring down Naive. But 9 is keeping his distance. He doesn't want to die to the puck, and unfortunately it's not going to be his choice. He's also going to die here, so they try to play really sneakily there. And all it did was lose more heroes. At least they killed the carry though.
Yeah, both carries dying, but I think it's a bigger blow for V Gaming because the Terrorblade was forced to learn Sunder, and you know there's a reason you don't necessarily get the level 6. It's gonna slow down his farming speed a lot. He used Metamorphosis for that fight, and they don't really get that much out of it. They don't push top, so definitely a blow.
Arrow.
Shadow Demon.
Third lens. Nope. Nope. Unimpale's not gonna find it.
Okay. So how is Darkster going here? Oh, it's going straight up Ag. I love this. He has...
Yeah.
They have 3 melee cores, so
That's so useful.
it's going to be amazing.
High value this game, honestly. Even the extra HP is actually kind of useful this game because the damage from V Gaming until TB comes online is not that high. You know, it's really just the puck.
I mean, you have 5 melee heroes. I didn't notice that during the draft, but...
I mean, it's the best Darkseer
So
draft
it's gonna be
possible.
good.
Oh, Static Storm, Skitter once again, trying to not break the coil this time. Actually, might find Melody as a result, and he will. They don't have Doppelganger, no other interested in going for Haze. Leaving at DNZ rotate just to secure some more HP for Skitter.
Really bad. You rotate, use Coil and Static Storm, and you don't kill the enemy carry. Oh, 9. Oh, nice disruption.
But Snaking's nearby. 9 activating the Magnetize, silences the puck as well, but 9 needs to get away. He didn't have Rolling Boulder available to him. That's awful. He actually did take the point geometric grip, but Rolling Boulder was therefore double the cooldown. And
Yeah. Really good play by Arrow. Okay. Yeah, this game feels like it's gonna be much slower than the first one. Like the Underlord rotates bottom to defend the tower, which means they're also not taking Tundra's tower. And this obviously Tundra, they want to play fast with these darks here, but they also don't push really fast because they have a PL.
so what is your goal then as Tundra right now? I mean, you've kind of got a couple engagements that weren't the best for 9.
You just
it seems
kill
like the game-
everyone.
Sorry?
You just kill everyone as Tundra.
I just keep killing
then
people
push
until you
through.
finally take objectives by chance?
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that seems like a plan. You're right, their push is kind of deplorable.
Yeah. But their kill potential is really high. You have this Nyx for vision. You have so much mobility with the Earth Spirit and the Darks here. I think they're waiting for the defusal pretty much. And there's no echo on the Earth Spirit, so they can fight anytime. He's not going Vessel. That big keep is going to take a long time. Top though. Looks like they will find Snaking.
That's Vendetta, but he's got that amount of purge anyway.
Okay.
So pointless to do that. They're going to start pushing now with Naive. As we're seeing the rest of Tundra just keep up the farm. What do you think like choice of Skitter of first Diffusal Blade before Yasha even?
It is just because he has Darks here, I think. It's going to be a fighting power spike. Yeah. But, you know, if they don't get a couple of kills, it can definitely backfire. There's a reason it's so popular to go Yasha. His illusions are also going to be pretty useless unless they kill the Underlord early. Not only because they do less damage, but because the Firestorm's going to wipe them really quickly. But I think like their goal is to like split up the fight. Underlord's going to be bottom trying to defend. You just find like targets one by one, and then the Underlord's going to feel much less impactful.
No, Underlord's just going to try to push out the lane best he can, and then leave. There's no way you kill him this time. Kind of a waste of a Vendetta, to be honest. That's fine.
Yeah.
Just can push the tower.
They are losing middle though, so not ideal for Tundra here. They kind of start running as the tower takes damage.
That was much better play by Destroyed. And really send them around.
Yep.
At least they leave PL behind though, so it's gonna be just Skitter push it. Could they punish this?
They might.
TP. He does. Where is he TPing to though?
Oh, Maladi. That's wishful thinking.
Where Maladi, oh, that's a beautiful impale. It's gonna stop them from getting the Pit of Malice. They get it a bit second later though. TNZ trying to help out. Seems like 9 is still screwed. He's still in the Pit of Malice. Somebody needs to help him out. 9 is very low in HP. He's not gonna be able to activate the region in time. Or he did, but it was immediately cancelled. Sorry. As they lost a support for a mid. Definitely not what you want. And there's the wall of replica
Nice
though.
ball.
3-3. Still has the vacuum. He's
already.
level 1. And another Pit of Malice with the Fusel Blade. At least he's taking the mana away from Destroyed, but it's not fast enough. And Skitter will instead decide to go for the Haste Rune after getting surged up. Oof. These fights are not looking very clean for Tundra though. 9 is dying a lot on this Earth Spirit.
He is. I think... Yeah, I think they just try to do too much. They committed way too many spells bottom into the Underlord, and then they're like, oh, we might lose middle, and they run, but they split the PL. TPs later. The Earth Spirit is already dead. So I think you either just fully commit bottom or you fully commit middle. That ended up being a big problem for them. Lack of resources, trying to do too many things. Still though, the PL should counter Terrorblade late, so yeah, the Earth Spirit is not looking great, but all they need is that the PL is farmed as much as the Terrorblade later down the line, which seems to be the case right now.
Okay. So as long as since the core-to-core matchup is good, it doesn't matter as much that the Earth Spirit might fall off a bit. Is that what you're claiming?
Yeah,
okay.
I think so. Especially because like not a lot of mid heroes in the mid game can solo kill a Puck, and that's definitely the case here. Puck's not going Scepter, not going Aeon Disc, decided to get this Blink Dagger. So I think Hayes has to be very careful with how he plays this game, because Earth Spirit by himself, or even Earth Spirit +1, definitely can get his life. Alright. Terrorblade though farming lots of stacks here, getting huge. Feral Lancer going for the Sunjin Yasha, which I think is the right choice against Shadow Demon, Demonic Purge, Coil. really useful. This does mean he's not gonna have the Manta for the reflection, which can drain his mana, but still probably the best choice. I think he can also use the doppelganger.
Also won't have it for the Underlord to the Malice.
Yes. But they do have Ags, so he's gonna be pretty tanky. Bottom though. Oh, Abba, save your friend!
Okay, 9 died in the top lane. I think they might kill Skitter as well. Doppelganger, trying to get away. We have the Metamorphosis, but unfortunately no way to cancel his TP, so he's out. I didn't see 9 dying, unfortunately, because I was concentrating the top lane, but 9, once again, how'd he die, sorry?
He got initiated, and yeah, he basically just thought he was tankier than he actually is.
Oh,
I think the Abaddon was nearby.
They don't have enough
But
mana
not
for the
that
Impale, that's why they didn't use it there. At least 3-3 is going to be fine. They have the help from DNZ, so Aphotic Shield will save him here. But Big Gaming getting dangerously closer. They have taken the tier 1 mid already for tier 1 bottom, sorry, for Tundra, so Big Gaming not too confident chasing after.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good showing by them. I was not expecting them to have this early of a lead. Desert Spirit from 9. I think he played the lane well, but as a team, they're not really making the idea work. I think the idea is fine. They just
I would agree.
they're kind of late with the way that they're making their moves, and they're kind of greedy with the way they're taking fights.
I would agree. I haven't seen the impact of this Darkseer ES either, to be honest. Now you have Ags even, with this like the super mega Iron Shell. You can combine Darkseer plus Earth Split plus Nyx, all with Iron Shell, and
This should be a huge power spike.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what they're waiting for. The problem is, the Underlord rushed the pipe, so a lot of the damage that they have right now, besides the PL, all pretty nerfed. So
True.
I think they should try and smoke, take fights away from this Underlord, make sure that he's showing in a lane when they connect to a kill.
Shell Demon Arrow. Oh, Holder. Okay, I mean, it's a very small kill. He'll take it at this point. Dominating streak actually
yeah.
for 9. A little bit of recovery, not bad.
We take those for sure.
Yeah. 9 who's really struggling to keep up in terms of net worth though. But with Terrorblade is actually also starting to beat the Phantom Lancer. This is the Diffusal Blade effect, unfortunately.
Yeah. He also got more stacks, I feel like. The triangle was full of those for him, so nicely done. And he's going straight up Butterfly, huh? Okay. I was not expecting... I mean, it's really good versus the mana drain of the PL. That's like, it's a hard counter to Terrorblade. Ever since they changed Sunder to cost mana. But this does mean that the Iron Shell damage, especially the Ags Iron Shell damage, is really scary for him. Any impale into, you know, whatever 2 heroes hitting him could kill him. He has 1500 HP right now.
But can they do that though? Because they haven't done anything of the sort, Tundra.
Yes,
the only
they have
initiation
not, but
for
they also
counters.
didn't even like initiate a Terrorblade. I'm pretty sure they can. The question is whether they will be able to find him and be smoked and have everyone ready, which right now doesn't seem like that's the case. BKB on Earth Spirit. I think that's the power spike they were waiting, honestly. That has to
connection.
be.
I agree. That's a big power spike. No, I agree. I think this BKB needs to be put to good use. Hopefully they can get at least... I mean, the ideal would be to kill either TB or Puck here, right? Or just get a 5-on-5 engagement. But if you're V Gaming, you know the 5-on-5 is exactly what you want to avoid the most right now.
Yeah, for sure. They... I guess... I don't even think they can sneak Roche, though. Like, they have the Abaddon, but no Medallion. Yeah, this is going to be a chill game. If they don't connect the fights right now, they're going to have to wait for the Nyx Assassin Ags, which, you know, is good. But I fear that V Gaming might get away with a game here just because Tundra, after not connecting some of those kills, they're just... I mean, it's good that they're not getting desperate because I think that's an easy way to just throw games.
Yeah.
But this does mean V Gaming is getting a lot of space.
Right, there's like a middle ground between desperate and also active, right?
Yeah, for sure.
The thing is, maybe they're just really confident this core-to-core match. Maybe they just think, oh, PL is going to win regardless against the TB. But our Spirit's really
It
good
is
this
very
game.
true.
So, I mean, we'll see now. Oh, this is a great illusion. Detected the Iron Shells. That's illusion that's got out of the smoke here. LT. Okay, LT is going to die, but Naive apparently wants to fight this despite the smoke. Okay, now they're using the ultimate from Underlord. Arrow will immediately be destroyed, but they should be able to take Naive home. There we go. Even with his illusion, they can't kill him in time. They did force out the Dark Rift, so not too bad.
Oh, this could be Roche. There's a double damage.
No? Oh, actually, yeah, this becomes a possibility. Let's see.
Oh.
Let's go. Yeah. I mean, you don't have Dark Rift here to get away easily. You do have Green Coil, however, so Puck might try. We'll see now.
It's the illusion, man.
This
It's crazy.
I need someone to cover against the Puck here. Tundra. Looking to finish off this Roshan. And will accomplish it in time. Using TV Illusion against him. Oh, Puck.
Oh, nice carapace. Nice
The Static
carapace.
Storm did catch him. However, there's no follow-up after that. No Pit of Malice, no Dream Coil, nothing. So they're just capable of getting away. One little glimpse is just going to affect them a bit. They try to go for Arrow. They find nobody. Perhaps here... Oh, what?
Oh, nice juke by Melody. Or maybe a weird pathing from Skitter.
Yeah, well, that is actually completely juking Skitter. Skitter can't find him. Where did this have to go?
Yeah, but still really, really good fight by Tundra. The fact that they are able to isolate them, force the Dark Rift. Obviously, they got super lucky with the double damage there. I don't think that happens if they don't get lucky, but you know, it's just the Ice Frog effect. 20 minutes, double damage rune on the left side. I've seen that story lots of times.
Now, could you turn this into an actual game-winning fight? Because you just used the BKB, but it's back online for the Earth Spirit. Skitter actually is getting good farm. Soon to have the heart. I'd love to see a shard for him, but I guess maybe you wait for the shard. Let's see.
Yeah, I think he might just wait. I think Hard also has a lot of value right now. And I'm kind of happy that they're not forcing this tier 1 tower. As we talked about, they do have the core-to-core advantage, and V Gaming is losing a lot of time just like keeping the Underlord plus a support behind him. They will go anyways since Puck did show to take away the top.
Yep. Puck shows, so Skitter tries to do the safest push in the world. The Indian's like, I swear this is the real one. That's why I'm healing him. I did not follow him. Pit of Malice, Static Storm, no way Skitter loses Aegis here. Yes way. Skitter just lost it for free. After Bo even said, I'm so happy I'm not going for this tower. Skitter dies. Snaking gets away at least, but Skitter's been slowed down. Demonic Purge marks the real one. They've been hit by the reflection as well. Pit of Malice will catch him. Aquatic Shield immediately. He has to drink on down and vacuum though into the wall. Replica might have just saved them as Malady dies immediately. They stun out Haze as well. Naive gets up asunder. Arrow walking back into the wall. Arrow, you need to get away. Arrow dies to the Spirit Lands, and they're separating these two heroes. They won't be able to get away only with Destroyed. It's gonna be terribly falling. All thanks to a beautiful back wall from 3-3. Tundra. They did it. They finally got the fight of their dreams.
33 is so good at Dota, man. It's kind of crazy. I think I could probably have 3 children, teach them Dota, and my 3 children combined with myself would not be as good as 33. This guy is insane.
Well, like if you fight like 1v4 in this
Yes,
context?
I still feel like he would win.
How old are your children in this matchup specifically?
I think 7, 9, 11 probably. You do want some. You don't want like to have children straight up. I think it's a little bit too much.
Right. But you would fight him when they're 7, 9, and 11. I take it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Maybe once they're older, we could be 33.
Okay, so
because he would also
18,
be older.
16, 14 is a bit more likely. I see.
Yes, probably. But that's still like insane, right?
Yeah.
It's a 4 versus 1.
Yes. I think if I took 3 random children though and combined them with me in a Dota team, I also think they would lose to 33. But that's just me, maybe. Snaking takes the Invis rune on top of the Vendetta. So just what's the line Ricky uses? This is redundant, right?
Yep. It is. I'm actually, obviously this is not over. I think there's still a lot of room for V Gaming to scale and grow, but the way they're taking the fights, like the fact we were talking about the lack of mantle on PL, but DNZ was so nicely positioned there. He actually he dispelled it twice with the shield. He was very careful not getting silenced by the puck. So just everything connecting for Tundra.
Yep. I agree.
Oh, Bloodstone on Dax here.
That's very interesting. I was expecting Blink Dagger into normal punch, to be honest with you. I guess Iron Shell is such a high value. 9, what? Oh no, I don't think 9 meant to push him.
Okay.
I think 9 meant to push the stone into him. I can't imagine even to push the puck.
Tons of greedy builds on both sides, actually. The puck going Maelstrom, no Dispel, no BKB against Nyx, Earth Spirit, Darkseer, and then you have this Bloodstone on 33. He's just
this is
spinning
the
himself.
anti-PL build, right? This is what you have to do. Who else
Yeah.
can deal with PL this game? Underlord and you.
Yes, it's just that like he has no saves, but yes, it is the correct build. Just kind of bold, going for it before any Dispel or Magic Community.
Are they gonna try to push a tier 2? Doesn't seem like it. I mean, that last tier 1 push, by the way, I thought was actually kind of a mistake by Tundra, but tier 3 just came to save the day, right? But I was... V-Gaming almost got the best out of Skitter.
Yeah.
It was a very interesting use
cool.
of Aegis. It might have just been considered a bait. I don't know. Maybe Skitter was baiting, actually. And we just saw it, right?
I think so. I think they definitely understand. Like, they were stronger, so as long as the team understands they are, like, poking and everyone's in position, it's very hard to lose that fight. If they didn't have Aegis, that could definitely be just a throw from Tundra. But, yeah, these guys are really good. I think now that the Heart's gonna be ready for the Phantom Lancer, this is another power spike for them to take. It looks like they want Maladi before that, actually.
Maladi? Yeah, but DNC... Oh, no, you've reached the end of the line, DNC. Phonic Shield will not spell Kinetic Field, but you can try. Finds Maladi. Oh, they have Vacuum, though. They have Vacuum, but not in time. If he had Blink, though... Nah, he's going for Shivas.
Are you saying Bloodstone isn't the most ideal build?
for a Darkseer? Look,
Yes.
look at how much he's lifesteal he has with the Perpetual Iron Shells.
Exactly, he's never gonna die. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a weird build, but the mana region is important when you go for the Axe Rush, for sure.
Yeah.
You do struggle in keeping the mana up.
No, apologies for that. I missed Arrow's death. I think Snaking just... Oh, no, it was the PL. I was like, how did Snaking solo kill a PL? And Skitter's already considering the rush. The Shard.
Oh, yep.
Correct build. Even the Aetherlens build. As...
BSJ route.
Yeah, 9. Okay. They use the BKB, so he's not going to get Prince back. Try out for Maladi first. They use Static Storm, though, to try to stop his initiation, but the Vacuum already came out. Destroyed. He's struggling. He has to use the Dark Rift immediately if he doesn't want to die here, but they actually stop him because the TP is keeping them at bay for now. Destroyed will die, and it's Naive was the TP himself. Can they cancel his TP? They didn't realize the BKB was about to end. To be honest, they had no stuns, actually. They kick the BL forward, hoping that's going to catch up to Hayes. That's not going to work out. Hayes is out and about, but they do take down a tower, or they will be able to take down a tower with this initiation. I hope so. Yeah, DNC will do the trick.
Yeah, I think Naive's BKB was a little bit too fast there. No one was hitting him. There was not that much like damage or threats going towards him, so he just had to BKB after the, to TP after the BKB was over. I think maybe he could have done more damage, but yeah, the fights are really hard to take if they're V-gaming. Like they lack stuns, right? It's Coil and Pit of Malice. They're not really great stuns, great ways for the Terrorblade to hit. I think that's really their biggest problem right now. They, like, most of the damage that comes out is Terrorblade. Everything else is just like a burst that's getting countered by the raw HP of the Ags, getting countered by the Abaddon heals. Okay.
Once we get the Shard ready, I feel like Tundra will be more than good to go. Well, actually, Shard will get it around the same time as Shiva is, to be honest, on 3-3. Another big power split. Oh, tower. Now Skitter's
I do like the Data though.
What? You like the what? Daedalus? Oh.
Data's on the Terrorblade, yeah. I think they're lacking damage right now.
Yeah, me too. Especially with Puck's build of I need to clear illusions. It's not the most efficient build for damage purposes.
Yeah, and it takes a while for it to scale. Like, it pretty much did level 25 until it really starts to scale. He's going BKB though, which I also like.
Yeah,
I'm
I think
surprised
BKB.
he only died
I mean,
once.
I think this is the right build for this game. It's just like you said, it's not what you want to go as a Puck, but you just have to adapt to the game. You just got PL'd, and to be honest, you didn't really have too many counters for the PL. I'm thinking back to the bans. I can't remember there were any better heroes. I'm assuming Ember got banned, for example.
Yeah, it was just a super early PL, right? They Terrorblade 7th on
Yeah.
V Gaming and
Yeah,
they
PL 8.
PL 8. Yeah. Oh, Shadow
Arrow.
Demon. Goodbye, my friend.
Oh, he's trying to TP. That was a noble effort, Arrow. I commend you for thinking you can get away. At least wasting a bit of time, at least. But Skitter is not. He's not letting him go. And that will mean a tower on top of that. Perfect. DNZ, the only guy who's busy with pushing. Everyone else wants to get killed, but DNZ actually is dealing with the towers.
It looks like they might go okay.
Yeah, why
Roche
not?
about to spawn, but they're feeling confident and there's no SD.
We do have Dark Grip on the Underlord this time. Oh, they bring him back. Screw your Dark Grip, they say. Stun him. And actually gonna burst him down at this rate. Guardian Gates have been used. The Pit of Malice, but he's dead. Static Storm did catch 9, but he's a bit too tanky. That was the BKB anyway. Of course, that was cancelled because his Axe on Disruptor, but it doesn't seem to matter right now. 9 could just tank that easily. That Pit of Malice will soon disappear. And the only remnant of Underlord's existence will be the Illusion, which is taken over by Darkseer.
Okay. What? The Terrorblade gets kicked into the fountain? Yeah, there's Ags on the Earthspirit. So
Arrow?
Okay.
Arrow? Okay, Skitter is really, really not interested in pushing. He's letting the Nyx and the Abaddon do it. Obviously, the two hardest pushes in the game. Skitter wants to just scare out the enemy team. He knows they have time. If they can get a quick kill here as well, you miss time with the Underlord. There's something that pro teams will do a lot. Once you kill 1 or 2 heroes, and the rest are trying to defend, you get a kill there, then the death timers are mistimed, and then all of a sudden they can't ever fight as 5.
Yeah, it's really good. It's such a... I think it's really overlooked in pubs.
Yes. In pubs, they're like, oh, just hit buildings, just hit buildings. But actually, depends. Sometimes it's actually better to go for the kills.
Yeah. Alright, so Roche is up because Tundra went bottom. They did get melee barracks, so that's a win. But there is a slight chance there's an opportunity here for V Gaming to get Roche and still have a chance. Let's see what happens. They do hold the high ground.
No Spike Corpus. Oh, I don't know if you want to
like
or not. Oh, they're just going to bring Underlord for a ride. Let's go to my magical land of ganks. They have so many melee heroes, all with iron shells, an insane amount of control, and the big fat Undy will not be able to move. That was a very cute tip. Most players, actually I've noticed this by DNZ, most players, they'll tip the enemy team and like, oh, you messed up. But DNZ, he'll tip his own teammates when they make a good play.
Yeah, that's the sign of a team that is very... Either an SA team or a team that is very... has a good atmosphere. Because I feel like SA teams, they can tip... Not tip defensively and still like be friends. But yeah, I love it.
Oh, I agree. But I do think that I mean DNZ, I remember when he was on Spider Pigs, just tweeting about how good Noob was. I'm like, dude, what about you? You're also a good player, DNZ. guys.
Yeah, they actually cut tons of waves middle, but finally the troops get here from the bottom lane. Smoke on V Gaming. I'm surprised Roche was never an option for Tundra. It looks like this might be exactly what happens now.
Darkseer's TPing top. Okay, so they just need to push the last lane, right? At this point,
yeah.
When you try to threaten... Actually, this is the ideal situation for Tundra, because you've taken bottom, right? So now if you dominate the triangle, you take over bottom or mid and top. Unless Nyx dies, then this whole plan is garbage. But Snaking might be able to survive.
Might not die.
Shield. He goes underground, gets an impale. The mana burn on top of this. Skitter wants to join the fight. But they realize...
Oh, Arrow.
Oh, no. Arrow's out of position, but so is Snaking. Snaking immediately buys back and wants to fight this Dream Coil just for the Darkseer. He's going to break it. Still has the help of the Botted Shield. They send him back. They actually use the wall, though, before he's sent back. He's muted. He can't use the Bloodstone now. In comes 9. Hoping to stop Naive. Naive still with a BKB. Hitting pretty hard in the Pit of Malice. They can't chase and even Sunders the Underlord, which will send Destroy to a quick death. And now Haze in a similar position. Skitter wants to chase after Naive. There's no more Sunder. There's no more mana. Tundra will take down 5. And it cost him, yes, 3 heroes in return, one of which had to buy back. But as long as Skitter's alive, you're more than happy.
I gotta say, 9, he was 0-4, maybe 0-5 at the beginning of the game, but the amount of Enchant Remnants he got off. He killed the Underlord middle, he actually kicked the Shadow Demon out of nowhere. He also almost solo killed the Terrorblade top when they're pushing bottom. Just insane how much this Earthspirit can scale. I definitely Like, you don't see that every day, obviously, but there's a reason, you know, Thompson is doing stuff like that, Nine is doing stuff like that. A
just
hero
feel like-
can become insane.
I just think 9 to me sometimes feels like a support player that one day got forced to play mid or something. He went to Wyvern the Air Spirit. His pool is just. I'm
That's
not
true,
saying he doesn't
yeah.
have other heroes, right? But I just love watching him. I will say there though, maybe a bit of a mistake by Naive to Sunder, particularly the Underlord, because that lost you any option of Dark Rifting away there, right?
Yeah.
But to be
it
fair,
was-
Destroyed might have Dark Rifted a bit early. I don't know. They felt a bit too confident in that fight.
Yeah, the way they took the fight was problematic because the Shadow Demon got kicked into the large camp there, and they're like, all right, let's run towards him and help, but then you lose the high ground. It was just a bad place to fight, but that only happened because the Earthspirit played so well.
Yep.
So
yep.
he didn't have other targets. It was a rough spot for a Terrorblade fight.
Who got the shard off that? Was it? Yeah, Darksuit. That's perfect shard, honestly. I like this more with Blink Dagger, of course, but this game you're not going to buy that, and Normal Punch is just so strong. Illusion lasts the same amount of time regardless of how far you've run. So
Yeah.
when you want the illusion itself, you don't care about the Blink.
For sure, for sure. And that is a really good illusion to get. Yeah, BKB ready on the puck. Let's see if they... Wait. How did the ward yield HP there? Did you see that? Oh, was it the... Did he Iron Shell a ward? Is that even possible?
I didn't really do it.
Or maybe they actually warded twice. I don't know.
I have no. I didn't see it on the screen, I'm sorry.
They were attacking a ward and then he just got HP back. And I don't know how that happened.
Thank you. I quite got this in a second. Another back wall, though. There's something taking Static Storm off, but CL seems to want to fight in it. Pit of Malice. He's just not getting that much damage. Now Skitter. Now the meta. Skitter's starting to struggle. He has to go back with a doppelganger. Some help from DNZ. They glimpse it back, though. That's going to be the Aegis. Impale did catch up to Naive. The wall's still in the middle of this. Do they want to continue the fight? Tundra, they're thinking about it. They're going to clear the Terrorblade illusions for now. Tundra don't
They can pretty
want
much
to
just
leave.
wait the meta. I don't think they need to force this right now. They can wait 20 seconds and just go up.
Yep, he's right. Once the meta's out, they know that Skitter's just more powerful. Skitter is really, really eyeing Destroy, but now he's out of mana. He has the Garden Beast, however, Normal Punch to get an extra illusion. They're going for Arrow instead. That meta's about to end. The Vacuum. Maybe Arrow's the first target. Haste already died, almost by accident. And now they're chasing after Naive. Perhaps Malady. There's a good bit of Malice to keep him in check. Skitter will just doppelganger it away, though, afterwards. And he's going to go back for the objectives. He's gotten the kills he wanted. 100 seconds without a puck. You're more than happy with this get fight. There's just illusions everywhere. And Naive walks in the middle. There's Sunder there. Naive, you madman! He's gonna die! Naive, the vacuum just caught him there. He wasn't expecting to put out of position, and the Sunder wasn't enough to save him. Oh.
It was the Earth Spirit, right? I think he.
Oh, it was the
he
Earth
got
Spirit.
kicked.
Sorry. It was the Earth Spirit. You're right.
Yeah.
Not the vacuum. You're right.
Dude, the Earth Spirit
So strong.
9 played so well this game.
Now,
I
D,
am
now
super
go for
impressed.
Destroyed. Now GG is called. Honestly, between Earth Spirit repositioning herself and the vacuums, it was so difficult for the Terrorblade to ever stand his ground.
Yeah, it felt like I was like, I'm not sure they have initiations at Tundra, but as you said, with the vacuum and the ability to kick people away, it's better than initiation because you're. How do you explain that? You're just forcing someone to be completely out of his team. So it's when you initiate, people are gonna be positioned around that target. But if you can just take them out of there, it's much stronger. It's just amazing. I'm very impressed by Tundra. Obviously, I mean, they almost qualified to TI, so you should expect them to play really well. But I'm also impressed by V-Gaming. I think, considering their opponent, they played well. Unfortunately, I think that they're out, right? Is there a lower bracket here?
That's a good question, Bo.
Oh, sorry. I didn't want to put you in the spot.
I didn't check this. I didn't check the. I just checked the matches, Bowie. I didn't check if there's a bracket below the bracket.
I don't think there is. Okay.
I'm gonna confirm in a second. Don't even talk, Bowie. Don't say a word. There is a lower bracket. Oh no.
Oh, there is a lower bracket.
There isn't. There's.
Okay.
Oh right. Is the. There's the division. Yeah, there's a lower bracket. There's a double bracket. Yeah, cool.
Okay.
Which goes to Division 2, by the way. This is all a whole idea of like these are leagues, right? So it's Division 1, Division 2 will bring between them. But there's a lower bracket before you go to Division 2, so we're good. Don't worry, they're not out just yet. But yeah, I mean, I think the first game performance was much cleaner from V-Gaming than the second one. They didn't feel as comfortable here. But to be honest, I think they did get quite outdrafted. Like, Terrorblade had nothing to do with this game. Darkseer, Phantom Lancer, Earth Spirit. it was really tough. I think the
Yeah.
first game was much more solid than the second one.
I think there's much more synergy amongst the Tundra heroes than there
Yes.
is inside of e-gaming for sure. Like that puck, there's no way to break the coil. I thought he'd like damage. The Underlord is like a nifty, cool idea, but he felt like this blob of meat that was just getting kicked around, which is a problem with Underlord. I really like having Underlord when you have heroes like Medusa, when you have heroes like Luna, so you can force your aggression and have a way out with the Dark Rift. But they were never in that position. You always felt like Tundra were running at them, and at the beginning it felt like they were just dying as Tundra, but once they got their items, it was really hard for V-Gaming to play.
I would agree with that. We'll see how this continues tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow at 11 CEST. So if you guys live in mainland Europe or Spain for whatever reason, 11. If you're in the UK, it's at 10. If you're in Russia, it's at 12. So do tune in tomorrow. The best way to just follow us as opposed to making all these weird conversions is to just follow this channel. And of course, you can follow Bowie and myself. If you do !casters, you get a link to our social media, specifically our Twitters, when we post whenever we're live with matches like these. Tomorrow, we will continue with the lower bracket. It's going to be Chicken Fighters versus Puck Champ to start off the day. We'll continue with Nemiga Game versus V Gaming. Then it's going to be Hellburst Smashers. Yeah, that is going to be Hellburst Smashers versus Team Spirit. And we'll end with Team Unique versus Tundra Esports. If you're interested in any of those matches, come by tomorrow. If you're not, it's been a pleasure having you here. And we'll see you the next time. Until then, guys.